Welcome to Nikola Tesla, the spark of tomorrow. You are about to step inside the singular, brilliant, and deeply isolating mind of history's greatest visionary engineer. This 10-chapter biographical narrative, spanning 49,000 words, tracks the full, sweeping trajectory of an immigrant who traded ordinary human comfort to give mankind the architecture of the modern age. This is the story of a mind that operated unlike any other, a man who built, tested, and ran complex machinery entirely within the theater of his own imagination before committing a single wire to copper. In the pages ahead, you will follow his journey from his birth during a violent lightning storm in a Serbian village to his early academic triumphs in Graz and Prague. You will witness his arrival on American shores with nothing but 4 cents and a revolution in his head, his cutthroat corporate warfare against Thomas Edison in the famous War of Currents, and his absolute vindication when he lit the 1893 Chicago World's Fair. You will explore his high-voltage laboratory in Colorado Springs, where he harnessed the electrical resonance of the Earth, and the tragic underfunded fall of his global wireless tower at Wardenclyffe. Before the narration begins, please note the official production details. This audiobook was produced in the year 2026. All rights reserved. No part of this audio recording may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the publisher. Prepare now to step into the past and uncover the future. Chapter 1. The Midnight Storm, 1856 to 1873. The village of Smiljan sits in a valley so quiet that on still nights a man standing at its edge can hear the river breathing. The Dinaric Alps press in from the west, their ridgelines jagged against the sky, and the fields below them roll out in long, dark ribbons of earth that smell after rain of iron and pine resin and something older than memory. In the summer of 1856, Smiljan is a place where people are born and buried within the same few miles, where the rhythms of planting and harvest govern the calendar more faithfully than any priest's liturgy, and where the night sky, unobstructed by any city's glow, opens above the valley like a second world, vast and indifferent and alive. On the night of July 9th, in the final hour before midnight, a storm arrives. It does not announce itself gradually, the way summer storms often do, building their towers of cloud through the long afternoon, and releasing themselves in a gentle apologetic drizzle by evening. This storm comes without warning, rolling in from the mountains with a velocity that flattens the wheat and sends the livestock pressing against the walls of their enclosures. The sky, which only an hour before had been clear enough to show the Milky Way and full, now closes like a fist, and the darkness that falls over Smiljan is the absolute kind, the darkness of a world that has forgotten the sun entirely. Then the lightning begins. It does not strike once and retreat. It comes in sheets, in sustained, branching volleys that illuminate the entire valley for seconds at a time, turning the fields white, throwing the mountains into sharp relief, making the river visible all the way to its far bank. The thunder that follows is not a single crack, but a sustained, rolling detonation. A sound so large it seems less like noise than like pressure, something that reorganizes the air in a man's chest and reminds him involuntarily of his own smallness. Inside the stone house of militant Tesla, the village's Serbian Orthodox priest, a woman is in labor. Her name is Georgina, though everyone who knows her calls her Duka, and she has been in this room for hours now, attended by the women of the village, while her husband paces the corridor outside and the storm dismantles the night around their home. She is 37 years old, strong-willed, precise in her movements, a woman who is said to have memorized entire volumes of Serbian epic poetry without ever having learned to read, carrying the verses in her mind the way other women carry practical knowledge, as tools, as furniture, as the reliable architecture of daily life. The child she is delivering is her fourth. She has done this before, and she knows the shape of the work. But this labor is longer than the others, and the storm outside is doing something to the air inside the room, making the candles gutter and straighten, gutting and straighten in the drafts that find their way through the stone walls. The midwife is a woman of practical temperament, unimpressed by weather, unimpressed by drama, focused entirely on the small, urgent geography of the bed. She does not look at the window when the lightning comes. She does not flinch at the thunder. But when the child finally arrives, she pauses. The timing is so precise that it will be spoken of for years in Smiljan, passed from house to house like a piece of useful information, noted with the particular seriousness that rural communities reserve for signs. The child arrives at the exact moment the lightning strikes the valley's tallest oak, splitting it from crown to root with a single, vertical incision that will still be visible in the wood 30 years later. The midwife, practical woman that she is, looks at the window where the light blazes in, then looks at the child in her hands and says, without meaning to be prophetic, that this one has come in with the storm. Nikola Tesla, exhausted and clear-eyed, takes the child and holds him against her chest. She names him Nikola, after his paternal grandfather. She wraps him against the noise. Outside, the storm continues for another hour, then ends as abruptly as it began, leaving behind a silence so complete that the village seems to have been placed under glass. The oak in the field smokes faintly in the darkness. The river resumes its breathing. And in the stone house on the edge of Smiljan, a child sleeps with the particular depth of the newly arrived, unaware that the world into which he has come is already, in its quiet way, waiting. The house where Nikola Tesla grows up is not a large house, but it is a full one. His father, Milutin, is a man of considerable interior complexity, a priest who writes poetry in his private hours, a theologian who reads philosophy, a man of God who is also, unmistakably, a man of argument. He believes in the disciplining power of books. He believes that a mind unused is a kind of sin. He requires his children to practice mental arithmetic, to recite from memory, to engage with ideas as though ideas are physical objects that can be lifted, examined, turned over, tested for weight and balance. He is not a warm man in the way that warmth is usually described, the spontaneous, uncalculated warmth of people who do not think too hard about anything. He is warm in the way that a fire in a stone room is warm, centrally located, reliably present, radiating outward to a precise and non-negotiable perimeter. He wants Nikola to become a priest. This desire is not unreasonable. Milutin himself has found in the priesthood not just a vocation, but a structure, a way of organizing a life around questions large enough to sustain a lifetime's attention. He believes that the church is where a serious man belongs, and he is raising a serious boy. He can see that already. He can see it in the way Nikola watches things, the sustained, unblinking attention he brings to objects and movements and phenomena, the way he will stand at the window during a rainstorm for 20 minutes without moving, not daydreaming but observing, cataloging, filing. Milutin interprets this intensity as spiritual. He is not entirely wrong. Nikola Tesla, Nikola's mother, is a different kind of intelligence entirely. She never attended school. In the Serbian village culture of her childhood, the education of girls was not considered a priority, and so she came to adulthood without formal instruction in reading or writing. But she had inherited from her own father a memory of exceptional quality, a memory that did not merely retain information but organized it, cross-referenced it, made it available on demand with a completeness that formal education often fails to produce. She taught herself to construct mechanical tools from household materials. She invented small, labor-saving devices for the kitchen and the farm, gadgets whose elegance surprised anyone who bothered to look closely. She was, by any reasonable measure, an engineer without the vocabulary for it, a scientist operating entirely on instinct and intuition, building things because the problem in front of her demanded a solution, and her mind would not rest until it found one. Nikola watches his mother the way he watches everything, with that steady, cataloging attention. He watches her hands. He watches the way she approaches a problem, not with hesitation, not with the performance of effort, but with a kind of immediate physical engagement, as though the solution is already present somewhere in the material and her job is simply to find it. He will say, decades later, that whatever genius he possessed came directly from her. He will say it without sentimentality, as a simple statement of observed fact. There are other children. Dane, the eldest son, is considered by many who know the family to be the more obviously gifted of the two boys. Quick, socially assured, already displaying the kind of confident intelligence that earns a child the label of exceptional without requiring anyone to look too carefully at what exactly is exceptional about it. There are also 3 sisters, Milka, Angelina and Marika, who exist in the family's life with the particular solidity of people who are entirely comfortable being who they are, uncomplicated by the inner weather that seems to govern their brother Nikola. And then Dane dies. He is thrown from a horse. The accident is sudden and complete, the way accidents always are, carrying no preparatory narrative, offering no opportunity for the family to brace itself. One morning, Dane is alive. Then he is not. He is 12 years old, and his death rearranges the family in ways that no one discusses directly but everyone understands. Militon, who had invested in Dane the specific hopes that fathers invest in eldest sons, a kind of emotional principle that is difficult to recover, withdraws into his work and his grief in equal measure. Duca grieves with the thoroughness she brings to everything. And Nikola, who is 7 years old, and who watched his brother die, carries the event forward with him in a way that neither he nor anyone around him fully understands. He will later describe feeling, in the months after Dane's death, that whatever he accomplished would be measured against what his brother might have accomplished. That he was, in some permanent and structural way, living in the space Dane had vacated. This is not self-pity. It is something more precise than that. A child's attempt to locate himself in a changed landscape, to understand what position he now occupies in the family's geography of expectation and love. He is 7 years old, and he is already thinking in those terms. By the time Nikola is 8, the inner life of the child has become remarkable, and not in ways that are entirely comfortable. He begins to experience, with increasing frequency and intensity, a phenomenon that he will spend the rest of his life trying to describe accurately, and that he will never entirely succeed in describing to anyone else's satisfaction. It is not quite a hallucination, not in the clinical sense, not the disordered perception of someone whose relationship to consensus reality has fractured. It is something more deliberate than that, and more useful. When he hears a word, any word, the name of an object, the label of a concept, he sees it. Not as a memory image, not as a vague impression, but as a fully rendered, 3-dimensional, spatially specific vision, present in the room with him, with the same solidity and dimensionality as the furniture. The visions are not welcome. They arrive with the uninvited insistence of weather, independent of his desire for them, and they carry with them an intensity that is, in the early years, more frightening than useful. He sees scenes from stories his mother has told him, people and places and events rendered in complete detail, and occupying his visual field with such presence that he cannot always distinguish them from what is actually in front of him. He sees the faces of people he has not met, and places he has never been, and machines already, even at 8, machines, the components of which he can see clearly, turning and engaging and disengaging, their mechanical logic obvious to him in the vision in a way that he cannot quite transfer to paper. He does not tell anyone about this for a long time. It is not that he is secretive by nature. It is that he understands, with the particular social intelligence of a child who has always been somewhat apart from his peers, that what he is experiencing is not something that has a ready vocabulary in the world around him. The adults in his life are serious people. His father with his theology and his poetry, his mother with her silent engineering, but none of them have given him language for what happens inside his own skull when the visions come. He is not certain, they would understand. He is not entirely certain he understands himself. What he does, instead of speaking about it, is endure it. He learns to work alongside the visions, to let them run their course without interrupting them, and then, when they have resolved themselves, to return to the ordinary business of the waking world. He develops, through sheer necessity, a kind of dual consciousness, one part of him always present in the physical room, attending to the visible, manageable surfaces of daily life, and another part engaged with an interior world of extraordinary richness and density, a world that is not less real to him than the exterior one, but simply differently organized. He is, at 8 years old, doing the cognitive work that will define his entire life, learning to build things first in his mind and trust what the mind builds before committing anything to the material world. The natural world of Smiljan, meanwhile, becomes his laboratory in the most direct and unmediated sense. He is outdoors constantly, in the fields and forests, and along the river, and he brings to the observation of natural phenomena the same quality of sustained attention he brings to his inner visions. He studies insects with the methodical patience of someone who is not merely curious, but is attempting to understand a system, to identify the rules by which the system operates, and the exceptions that reveal the rules more clearly than the rules reveal themselves. He watches water move over stones and understands without being told something about the relationship between the shape of an obstacle and the shape of the resistance it produces. He observes the way light behaves at different times of day, the way the quality of illumination changes with the angle of incidence, and he files this too, without knowing yet what it is that he is filing or what it will eventually become. He builds things. Small things at first, water wheels from materials found along the riverbank, little mechanisms for capturing and redirecting the energy of moving water, contraptions whose engineering logic is more sophisticated than their materials would suggest is possible. His hands are good hands, precise and patient, capable of working at a small scale with a control that surprises even him. He discovers that the process of building is pleasurable in a way that transcends the satisfaction of having built, that the act itself, the engagement of hand and eye and mind in the service of making something from nothing, is its own reward, independent of the object produced. He also discovers, somewhere in this early period, the peculiar power of obsession. He becomes interested in a crow, one particular crow that frequents the field behind his house, and he observes it every day for a week with an attention so total that his mother has to call him inside for meals twice before he responds. He becomes interested in a problem of water pressure and cannot let it go for 3 days, lying awake at night, thinking about the relationship between vessel diameter and flow rate, sketching diagrams in his head with the same precision another child might use chalk on a slate. He has not yet learned that this quality, the capacity to attach to a problem with the full force of one's intelligence and refuse to release it until it has yielded everything it contains, is not common. He assumes everyone thinks this way. He will not discover for years that they do not. At 10 years old, Nikola enters the gymnasium at Gospic, the larger town to which the family has relocated, following his father's reassignment to a new parish. The move away from Smiljan is significant to him in ways he cannot entirely articulate. Smiljan is the place where his inner life first organized itself, where he first understood that his mind was not like other minds, where the river and the fields and the particular quality of the alpine light had become so deeply integrated into his sense of himself that leaving them is, in some obscure but genuine way, a diminishment. He carries Smiljan inside him, the way people carry childhood landscapes, as a permanent reference point, the original coordinate against which all subsequent geographies are measured. Gospic is a town, not a village, and the gymnasium is a real school, with teachers who have subject matter expertise and with other boys who are also, in their various ways, serious about learning. Nikola discovers in this environment that he is better at some things than anyone else in the room. Mathematics is effortless in a way that he recognizes is not effortless for his classmates, He sees the solutions to problems before he has completed reading the problems themselves, the answer assembling itself in his visual field with the same inevitability as one of his involuntary visions. He does not need to show his work in the way that is expected, because the work happens in a space that is not accessible to demonstration, and this creates confusion in his teachers, who cannot always tell whether he has understood the method or simply arrived at the correct answer by some process that will not serve him in more complicated territory. He has understood the method. He has understood it more completely than the method has been explained to him, which is the source of the confusion. Physics is different from mathematics, and he loves it differently. Mathematics is pure structure, a system that obeys its own rules with perfect consistency and rewards the mind that can hold those rules in simultaneous apprehension. Physics is structure in contact with the world, the abstract made tangible, the equation made visible in the behavior of actual objects moving through actual space. The intersection of the two is where Nikola Tesla's particular genius will eventually locate itself, though at 10 and 11 years old he does not have these words for it. He only knows that when the physics teacher demonstrates a principle, a ball rolling down a ramp, a pendulum swinging through its arc, a piece of static electricity applied to a paper scrap, something in him responds with an almost physical satisfaction, the sensation of a question he did not know he was asking being answered before he had finished formulating it. The gymnasium years also bring him into sustained contact with other people's minds, and he learns from this contact a set of social facts that will shape his life as significantly as anything he learns in the classroom. He learns that his intelligence, while genuinely exceptional, is also genuinely isolating. The boys who are his peers academically are not his peers temperamentally. They are competitive in ways he is not, motivated by standing and recognition in ways that do not quite connect with anything he recognizes in himself. He is not interested in being the best student in the room. He is interested in understanding the material, which is a different project entirely, and it produces in him a quality that others sometimes mistake for aloofness, and that is, more accurately, simple self-containment. He is sufficient to himself in a way that makes friendship, while not impossible, structurally unnecessary. He has a few close relationships in these years. He is not a solitary figure in the way of someone who cannot connect, but in the way of someone who does not need to connect as frequently or as broadly as the social world seems to require. The friends he has with real depth. Conversations that go on for hours, that range across subjects with the promiscuous energy of two minds that have found a shared frequency and are unwilling to sign off while there is still more to say. But these are rare, and he does not pursue them. He waits for them to find him. Meanwhile, the visions continue. They are, by his early adolescence, something he has made an accommodation with. They are still uninvited, still unpredictable in their timing, still capable of arriving with an intensity that momentarily displaces the visible world. But he has learned to recognize the signs of their approach, to create for himself small internal structures that help him manage the transition between the inner and outer worlds without losing orientation entirely. He has developed what he will later describe as a technique for turning the visions from a form of unwanted experience into something closer to a tool, a way of summoning them on demand, of directing their focus towards specific problems or questions, of using the visual richness of his inner world as a workspace rather than a disruption. This is an extraordinary cognitive achievement, and he accomplishes it alone without guidance, without any external framework for understanding what he is doing or why it works. He is 13, 14, 15 years old, and he is, in the privacy of his own skull, developing the methodology that will eventually produce some of the most significant inventions in the history of electrical engineering. He also reads. He reads with the same obsessive intensity he brings to everything, consuming books in runs that leave him hollow and satisfied at the same time, the way a long walk leaves the body. His father's library is the primary resource: theology, philosophy, literature, history, and Nikola moves through it without discrimination, not yet knowing what he is looking for, and therefore unable to recognize anything as irrelevant. He reads Voltaire. He reads extensive runs of Serbian epic poetry, his mother's territory, and discovers in the formal structures of those narratives, their repetitions, their escalating patterns, their rhythmic organization of heroic action and consequence, something that resonates with the mathematical sensibility he is simultaneously developing in school. He reads, when he can find them, scientific texts, and these affect him differently from the literary and philosophical material, which engages his mind without quite engaging his hands. The scientific texts make him want to build things. They make him want to move from the description of a principle to the demonstration of it, to collapse the distance between the stated and the actual. He is not a pure theoretician, and will never be one. He is a person for whom understanding and making are part of the same motion, the intellectual and the physical expressions of a single impulse. In the summer of 1873, when Nikola Tesla is 17 years old, he returns to Smiljan for a visit. He has been away for 7 years. He is no longer a child, but not yet a young man in the full sense, occupying that particular transitional territory of adolescence where the adult self is clearly visible in outline but not yet filled in, still requiring experience to become specific. He is tall. He is thin in a way that will characterize him for the rest of his life, a thinness that is not frailty but refinement, the body of someone whose interior life consumes resources that other people spend on meat and weight. His eyes are, by the accounts of people who meet him in this period, his most striking feature: pale blue-gray, set wide, capable of a focused attention that some find flattering and others find unsettling. He has come home to rest. The gymnasium years have been years of sustained cognitive effort, and he is tired in the specific way of people who have been running at full capacity for a long time. Not broken, not depleted, but in need of the particular restoration that only familiar landscapes and the company of family can provide. He wants to walk the fields around Smiljan. He wants to sit by the river. He wants to be in the house where he first understood what his mind was, before it became the thing that distinguished him. He will not get his rest. Within days of his return, cholera comes to Smiljan. The disease has been moving through the region for weeks, carried along trade routes and water sources, following the logic of contagion with the indifferent efficiency of a natural system doing what natural systems do. It enters a body through contaminated water, begins its work in the intestinal tract with a brutal directness, and proceeds from there with a speed that is one of its most terrifying characteristics. A person can be well in the morning and dying by evening. The death it produces is not quiet. It is violent and relentless, a stripping away of fluid from the body that leaves, at the end, something diminished and collapsed, the person reduced to what they weigh without the water that makes them present. Nikola contracts it. The early symptoms present in the familiar sequence: nausea, then cramps, then the dehydration that begins to take him apart from the inside. He is young and strong, and this buys him time, but cholera does not make distinctions based on youth or strength, and within a week he is genuinely in danger. He is confined to bed, attended by his mother and the women of the village, running a fever that reaches heights at which the body begins to make decisions about what to maintain and what to sacrifice. He is ill for 9 months. This is not a detail that can be passed over quickly, because 9 months is not a complication or an extended recovery. It is a sustained biological emergency, a period during which the question of whether Nikola Tesla will survive to have any further history is genuinely open. His body fights and retreats and fights again, making temporary gains against the disease and then losing them, stabilizing and then destabilizing, cycling through periods of apparent improvement that collapse into further crisis with a cruelty that exhausts everyone around him. His father, who has been maintaining throughout this period the particular controlled anguish of a parent watching a child die slowly, reaches the bedside one afternoon during what appears to be one of the lower points of the illness. Nikola is barely conscious, his body wrung out by weeks of fever and dehydration, his face carrying that specific quality of sickness that makes a person look both younger and older than they are simultaneously, the flesh stripped back to something more essential. Nikola Tesla sits beside his son and makes him a promise. He will send him to the engineering school he wants. He will not insist on the priesthood. He will not require Nikola to become the thing that Militon has become. He will let the boy become the thing the boy is, whatever that is, however far it leads from the stone house in Smiljan and the liturgical rhythms of a village priest's life. If Nikola recovers, he will have the education he deserves. There is a theory held by people who like to find pivot points in a life, that this promise is what saves him. That the body, given a future to move toward, reorganizes its resources around the project of survival in a way it cannot when the future is obscure. This is not a medical theory. It is a human one, and like most human theories, it is impossible to verify and difficult to dismiss entirely. What is verifiable is that Nikola Tesla, over the weeks following his father's promise, begins slowly to recover. The fever retreats. The dehydration resolves. The body, which has been spending 9 months making and losing the same ground, finally makes ground it keeps. He is weak. He is thin, in a way that goes beyond his ordinary thinness, reduced by the illness to something that requires rebuilding. But he is alive, and more than alive, he is in possession of a future that has just been explicitly offered to him, named and guaranteed by his father's word. He lies in the narrow bed in the stone house in Smiljan, the valley visible through the window, the river audible on still mornings if he concentrates, and he thinks about what he is going to build. The visions come. They always come. But now, for the first time, they carry with them a sense of direction, a sense that the interior world he has been living in since he was 8 years old, the world of fully rendered machines and spatial systems, and the beautiful, reliable logic of physical law, is not a private affliction but a preparation. The illness has stripped him down to something essential and left that essential thing intact. The lightning that accompanied his birth, the visions that populated his childhood, the obsessions that drove him through the gymnasium years, the promise his father made at the lowest point of his illness, these are not random elements. They are the components of something. They are assembling themselves, in the visual field of his convalescent mind, into an outline. He does not yet know what it is. He will spend the rest of his life finding out. Chapter 2. The Mental Crucible, 1873 to 1881. The year is 1873, and the air over Smiljan carries the particular stillness that only descends on a village when summer has fully surrendered to autumn. The harvest is in. The nights arrive earlier now, and with them comes a cold that settles into the stone walls of the Tesla household with quiet determination. Nikola Tesla is 17 years old, and he has just returned home from Karlstadt, thin, pale, carrying something in his eyes that his mother Georgina recognizes immediately. Not exhaustion. Not homesickness. Something far more dangerous. He has brought cholera back with him from the city, invisible and relentless, and within days it pulls him down into a fever so profound that the line between sleeping and waking becomes almost theoretical. For weeks he drifts. The family gathers around him in shifts. His father Militon, a Serbian Orthodox priest with a long, distinguished beard and an appetite for books that bordered on the obsessive, sits beside the bed in the evenings reading aloud, scripture, poetry, philosophy, as though the words themselves might anchor his son to the living world. His mother moves through the room with the efficiency of a woman who does not permit herself to feel fear until the crisis has passed. She changes compresses. She adjusts the temperature of the room. She watches her son's chest rise and fall with the focused attention of someone who understands at some cellular level that watching is itself a form of prayer. Nikola is in and out of coherence. When the fever climbs high enough, he speaks in fragments, equations, images, things he has read, things he has imagined. His mind does not rest even when his body is completely surrendered. This is, in some ways, the first true evidence of the person he is becoming. The machine runs even when the operator is unconscious. The engine turns even when no one is feeding it fuel. He survives. Of course he survives. But the recovery is long and grinding, and it leaves him with a body that will require careful management for the rest of his life. He emerges from the illness with a heightened sensitivity to stimulus, light, sound, the pressure of a handshake, the texture of fabric against his skin. The world arrives at him with a slightly higher voltage than it arrives at other people, and this will prove to be both his gift and, at intervals, his torment. While he recovers, he reads. He reads everything. His father has a library that is generous and eclectic, and Nikola works through it with the disciplined appetite of someone who knows, even at 17, that time is not infinite. He reads Voltaire in the original French, all 100 volumes of the collected works, not because he is assigned to, not because anyone has suggested it, but because the task presents itself as a problem to be solved. And Nikola Tesla cannot leave a problem unsolved. This is perhaps his most defining characteristic, established fully before he has done anything in the world worth noting. The compulsion to complete. The inability to leave a circuit open. By 1875, he is well enough to travel, and his father, who has spent years imagining a clerical future for his son, has finally been persuaded, partly by Nikola's obvious intellectual hunger, partly by the intercession of his mother, who understood her son's nature better than his father ever quite managed, that the boy must be educated as an engineer. And so, Nikola Tesla arrives in Graz, Austria, to attend the Joanneum Polytechnic, carrying with him a small case of belongings, a head full of half-formed theories, and an almost reckless capacity for work. Graz in 1875 is a city that takes itself seriously. It sits along the Mur River in the southeastern corner of Austria, ringed by green hills that hold the city like cupped hands. The university is housed in solid, respectable buildings, the kind of architecture that communicates institutional permanence, the suggestion that knowledge here is not a passing fashion but a matter of foundational commitment. The professors wear their authority like well-tailored coats. The curriculum is rigorous, demanding, and conventional, which is to say, it is precisely the kind of environment in which Nikola Tesla will simultaneously thrive and chafe. He is, from the first semester, unlike the other students. Not unlikable. He is, by most accounts, a socially capable person when he chooses to be, possessed of a dry wit, and a gift for anecdote that makes him pleasant company at the right moments. But he is set apart by the sheer intensity of his engagement with the material. While other students take notes and study for examinations, Tesla is pursuing something more personal and more urgent. He is trying to understand things. Not merely to pass through the understanding required for a grade, but to own the concept so completely that it becomes part of his private architecture. He studies 9 and 10 hours a day without particular effort. Not because he is disciplined in the conventional sense. Discipline implies resistance overcome, implies a battle between desire and duty, but because the work itself is what he desires. There is no resistance to overcome. The resistance has been routed so completely that it has simply ceased to exist as a factor. He wakes early. He reads through the night. His professors begin to notice. Professor Rogner, who teaches integral calculus, gives Tesla problems to demonstrate that certain calculations cannot be completed without tables or reference materials. Tesla completes them in his head. The professor stares at the result, checks it, and then looks at his student with an expression that falls somewhere between admiration and mild alarm. There is something slightly disquieting about watching someone do effortlessly what has taken you years to master. Tesla is not showing off. He is genuinely not aware that what he is doing is unusual. His inner life is so rich with mathematical imagery, so furnished with spatial relationships and numerical patterns, that calculations of this kind feel to him less like work and more like conversation, like calling out to a familiar room and hearing the room call back. In his first year, he receives the highest grades his professors can bestow. He studies 9 subjects and earns top marks in all of them. The dean writes to militant Tesla in Smiljan to say that the school has never seen a student quite like his son, and that Nikola appears to have mastered more material in his first year than most students absorb across the full arc of their studies. Militant reads this letter at the kitchen table and feels, in the privacy of that moment, something complicated, pride certainly, but also a faint, persistent worry that he cannot quite name. He knows his son. He knows that an intensity of this kind has a cost, even if the bill has not yet arrived. The second year brings physics, and with physics comes the encounter that will reshape the entire direction of Tesla's life. The instrument in question is a Graham machine, a dynamo that can function both as a generator and as a motor, converting mechanical energy into electrical current and back again. The professor demonstrates it in class, connecting it to a direct current source and watching the machine spin. It is a marvel of the age, genuinely exciting, the kind of demonstration that makes students lean forward in their seats. But Tesla leans forward for a different reason than the others. While his classmates are admiring the machine's performance, Tesla is troubled by something he cannot immediately articulate. A problem has formed at the edge of his thinking, not yet fully visible, not yet expressible in words or equations, but present the way a stone is present beneath shallow water. You cannot see its exact shape, but you can feel the surface tension change above it. He feels the shape of the problem before he can name it. The machine uses direct current. This means the current flows in one direction only, a river that runs in one direction and never turns back. It is reliable in certain applications, but its limitations are severe. Direct current cannot be transmitted over long distances without enormous loss of power. The infrastructure required to deploy it widely is prohibitively expensive. Every few miles, you need another generating station. The city of the future, the electrified city that Tesla can already see with perfect clarity in the theater of his imagination, cannot be built on direct current. It is not efficient enough. It is not elegant enough. And Tesla, above all things, is drawn to elegance. He raises the objection in class. The professor, a reasonable man but one who has spent his career working within the established framework, dismisses the concern gently. Direct current, he explains, is what works. Alternating current, a current that reverses direction at regular intervals, is theoretically interesting but practically useless for motors. When a current reverses direction, the argument goes, it would simply cause a motor to spin first one way and then the other, back and forth, accomplishing nothing, going nowhere. The sparks at the commutator of the Graham machine, the small, persistent electrical fire created by the interface between the rotating part and the stationary current source, are accepted as an unavoidable feature of the technology. Tesla stares at the sparks and says quietly that he believes they can be eliminated. The professor smiles, not unkindly, and says that Tesla is welcome to try. This exchange, casual on the surface, monumental in retrospect, plants a seed that will grow in Tesla's mind for the next several years with the slow, inexorable pressure of a root working its way through stone. He does not solve the problem in that classroom. He does not solve it that year or the next. But it is lodged now, permanently, in the deepest layer of his thinking, where the truly important problems live. Not on the surface where you can see them and work on them directly, but in the architecture below, running constantly in the background, like a calculation that the mind is performing even when the conscious self is busy with other things. The second year also brings something else, the first signs of the pattern that will recur throughout his life. Tesla begins working harder than is sustainable. He is not the only student who works hard at Graz. The Polytechnic demands real effort from all its students, but there is a qualitative difference between effort and whatever Tesla is doing. He is not working hard. He is working without limit, without boundary, without the natural checkpoints that govern the behavior of people who have a settled relationship with their own finitude. He sleeps 3 hours, then 2, then sometimes none at all, passing through the night on the fuel of pure concentration, emerging in the morning with eyes that are bright in the specific way that eyes are bright when the body has been pushed past its normal resources and is drawing on something deeper and less renewable. His professors are alarmed. Some of them write again to his father, this time with a different message. The tone has changed. They are no longer marveling. They are warning. This level of application, they suggest, cannot continue without consequences. The human organism has a design capacity, and Tesla is operating well above it. But Tesla does not feel the alarm. This is the particular cruelty of the pattern. It does not announce itself as a problem while it is happening. It presents as vitality. It presents as proof of passion, as evidence of the correctness of the path. The machine is running beautifully, faster than it has ever run, and the fact that it is running on reserves rather than on ordinary fuel is not visible from the inside. You have to stand outside to see the smoke. By the end of his second year, the bill begins to arrive. He has been gambling. He has developed a relationship with cards and billiards that has taken hold of him with an urgency that mirrors, in a slightly alarming way, the urgency he brings to his scientific work. He loses money. He loses his scholarship. He loses, briefly, what small purchase he had on the ordinary rhythms of a sustainable life. His father, learning of the gambling through indirect channels, writes with the particular controlled severity of a religious man trying to express disappointment without abandoning grace. Tesla writes back confessing everything, and the confession is total, not a partial accounting, not a minimization, but a complete inventory of his failures. He knows his own nature well enough to be honest about it, even when honesty is expensive. He recovers from the gambling eventually, as he recovers from most of his excesses, through the application of the same intensity that created the problem in the first place. He transfers that energy back into study, back into the problems that live in the deep architecture of his mind, and the gambling falls away, not because he has defeated it through willpower, but because something more interesting has asserted its priority. This is how Tesla manages himself throughout his life. Not through moderation, which is a concept he appears to understand only in theory, but through redirection, finding something of sufficient magnitude to absorb the full force of his nature. His father dies in 1879, before Nikola has finished his studies, before the diploma arrives, before the proof of the investment in his education can be presented in any tangible form. Militant Tesla dies, still hoping, still uncertain, still carrying the complicated love of a father who admired his son without entirely understanding him. Nikola does not finish his degree at Graz. The precise reasons are somewhat obscure: financial difficulty, the disruption of his father's death, the gathering weight of his own exhaustion, but the diploma never materializes. He will spend the rest of his life as one of history's most consequential engineers, without ever having held the credential that was supposed to certify him as one. He drifts for a period. This is the year 1879, stretching into 1880, and drifting is perhaps the most dangerous thing Tesla can do. Without the structure of study, without the organizing pressure of a curriculum or a problem set or a deadline, the machinery of his mind has nowhere to direct itself and begins, in a low-grade and persistent way, to turn against him. He is in Maribor for a time, working as a draftsman, a job that is so far beneath his abilities that it functions less like employment and more like a slow suffocation. He moves through the days with the quality of a person who is present in space, but absent in some more essential sense. His family intervenes. His mother and his uncles in particular, the Mandic family on his mother's side, who are men of some education and broader connections, arrange for him to continue his studies in Prague at Charles Ferdinand University. It is not the full engineering program he attended at Graz. He arrives too late in the academic year to enroll properly, and his Greek and Czech are insufficient for full formal participation. But he attends lectures in philosophy, he reads, he sits in the physics rooms and watches demonstrations, and most importantly, he begins to have access again to the kind of intellectual stimulation that is, for him, not a luxury but a metabolic requirement. Prague in 1880 is one of the great cities of Central Europe, layered, complex, beautiful in a way that carries its history visibly, the old town and the new overlapping. The Charles Bridge spanning the Vltava with its row of Baroque saints looking out over the water with expressions of stony patience. Tesla walks this city. He walks it for hours, which is a habit he will maintain throughout his life, walking as thinking, movement as the physical counterpart to the motion of ideas, the body doing something regular and rhythmic so that the mind can do something irregular and unprecedented. And it is in Prague that the problem of the alternating current motor begins to press more urgently against the surface of his conscious mind. He has been carrying it for 2 years now, since the Graz classroom and the Gram machine and the small, persistent sparks. He has been turning it over in the background, letting the deep processing work without forcing it. He reads everything available on electrical theory. He reads Helmholtz. He reads Maxwell. He reads the technical journals. He is building with enormous patience and without a clear sense of where the construction is leading, the theoretical infrastructure that a solution would require. He also talks to other students, other young men who are drawn to the new science of electricity the way iron filings are drawn to a magnet. There is a particular quality of conversation in Prague in 1880, an electricity in the intellectual atmosphere that mirrors the electricity in the laboratories, the sense that the world is on the edge of something, that the old frameworks are giving way, and the new ones are not yet fully formed, and that the people working in this space right now are working in a genuinely open field, a territory where the maps are incomplete, and where a person of sufficient insight could actually go somewhere new. Tesla goes somewhere new. Not in Prague, not quite yet. But the direction has been established. The vector is fixed. He is moving towards something he cannot yet name, and the movement has the quality of inevitability that accompanies all genuine discovery, the sense not of invention but of uncovering, of finding what was already there waiting to be found. In 1881, he moves to Budapest. He has secured a position at the Central Telephone Exchange, which is under construction. It has not yet opened when he arrives, which means he spends his first months there doing electrical calculations and theoretical work for the infrastructure that will eventually become the exchange's operating system. The work is interesting enough to hold his attention without being so consuming that it crowds out the other thing, the deeper work, the alternating current problem that continues its slow migration from the unconscious architecture toward the threshold of conscious articulation. Budapest is a revelation. The city is in the middle of an extraordinary transformation. The two cities of Buda and Pest have been formally unified only 8 years earlier, in 1873, and the resulting metropolis is building itself with the energy of a place that has something to prove. Grand boulevards are going in. The opera house is rising. The cafe culture is rich and crowded, and brilliantly alive with conversation. For a young man who has spent the last 2 years in a kind of low-grade exile from his own best self, Budapest in 1881 is a reintroduction to the world. But the nervous system, that has been under such sustained pressure for so many years is showing with increasing urgency that it requires attention. Tesla begins to experience symptoms that are, by any clinical measure, alarming. His sensitivity to stimulus, always elevated, always running at a higher pitch than other people, has passed beyond the range of manageable eccentricity and entered something closer to suffering. He cannot be in a room with another person's heartbeat without hearing it from across the room. The vibration of a carriage on a distant street arrives at him like thunder. Light, ordinary afternoon light, the kind that other people walk through without thinking, hits his eyes with a force that feels physical, like pressure applied directly to the back of the skull. He cannot sleep. He cannot eat normally. He loses weight he cannot afford to lose. He exercises compulsively, walking, running, physical movement as the only available valve for a nervous system that is running at a pressure its vessel was not designed to sustain. He measures his own capabilities obsessively, the force of his grip, his reaction time, the acuity of his senses, and the measurements are extraordinary. His senses have been sharpened to an almost impossible degree by whatever is happening inside him. He can sense objects at a distance. He can detect phenomena that other people simply cannot register. The amplification that is making his life unbearable is also, from another angle, evidence of something remarkable. He has a friend in Budapest named Untold, a fellow engineer, a steady and patient man who understands that what Tesla requires in this period is not medical intervention or practical advice but simple presence, the reassurance of a reliable companion who will sit with him in the park, who will walk beside him in the evenings, who will not require him to explain himself or perform normalcy. Sigeti does this. He walks with Tesla through the parks of Budapest in the evenings, through the spring of 1882, watching his friend move through the city with the particular intensity of someone who is in the middle of something enormous, even if the enormous thing has not yet arrived. The evenings in Budapest in the spring are long and golden. The light comes down at an angle that makes the buildings look like they are made of something warmer than stone. The city smells of river water and cooking, and the particular green smell of parks in the moment when the cold has finally and completely given way to warmth. Tesla walks and talks, and Sigeti listens, and the conversation ranges across everything: engineering, poetry, the nature of electromagnetic fields, the problem that has been living in Tesla's mind for 4 years now like a lodger who has taken over the most important room in the house. And then, in the late afternoon of a day in February 1882, a day that begins like any other, a walk in Városligeti Park, the winter still holding a little in the air though the worst of it has passed, the solution arrives. It does not arrive as a gradual clarification. It does not come at the end of a long chain of sequential reasoning, with each step leading logically to the next. It arrives whole. It arrives the way dawn arrives, not as the accumulation of individual photons, but as a sudden shift in the quality of everything, a threshold crossed, and then the world is different from how it was a moment before. Tesla stops walking. He seizes Sigeti's arm. He begins to talk very fast, and Sigeti, who is used to fast talking, can see immediately that this is different. The quality of the excitement is different, higher and more absolute. The excitement of someone who has arrived somewhere after a very long journey rather than the excitement of someone who finds an interesting idea to discuss. Tesla begins drawing in the dirt with a stick. Rotating magnetic fields. This is the concept. This is the key. If you take 2 or more alternating currents and offset their phases, stagger them in time so that each one reaches its peak a fraction of a moment after the previous one, you create, in the space between the coils carrying those currents, a magnetic field that does not simply pulse back and forth, but rotates continuously in one direction. A magnetic field that turns. And a turning magnetic field can induce rotation in a rotor, in the moving part of a motor, without any physical contact whatsoever. No commutator. No sparks. No mechanical interface between the stationary and moving parts. The rotation emerges from the invisible choreography of the fields themselves. The problem that the Graz professor said could not be solved, the problem of making a motor run on alternating current without the destructive reversals that make it impractical, is not merely soluble. It has been solved. Tesla can see the entire solution with a clarity that he will later describe as visionary in the most literal sense. He is looking at it as clearly as he is looking at the park, at Sigetti's face, at the evening sky above Budapest. The motor exists in his imagination with the full specificity of a physical object. He can see the dimensions. He can see the coils and their arrangement. He can feel, in his hands, the quality of the rotation that the motor will produce. Smooth, continuous, without the stuttering inefficiency of direct current machines, without the spark and waste of the commutator. Sigetti looks at the diagrams in the dirt, and looks at his friend's face and understands, with the instinct of someone who has been paying attention, that something has genuinely happened here. Not a partial insight. Not an interesting line of inquiry. Something complete. Tesla stands in the park, in the February evening, and recites Goethe from memory, the passage from Faust that begins in German with the sun blazing in its ancient way among the brother spheres. And the recitation carries for him the quality of a dedication, an offering made to whatever force has finally delivered this thing that has been 4 years in transit from the dark interior of his thinking to the light of his conscious understanding. He is 25 years old. The invention that will make his name is complete in his mind. He has not yet built it, has not yet tested it, has not yet tried to persuade anyone else of its validity. All of that lies ahead. The building, the testing, the persuasion, the long and difficult negotiation with a world that does not always receive new things with the openness that new things deserve. But the idea is done. The solution is real. And the man standing in the park with the stick in his hand, and the equations in the dirt, and the line from Faust still moving through him is, in this moment, exactly what he was born to be. A person who has gone somewhere genuinely new and returned with something the world did not have before. The body that has carried him to this moment is barely holding together. The nervous breakdown that has been threatening for months is not defeated by the breakthrough. If anything, the release of the sustained pressure accelerates the collapse. In the weeks following the revelation in the park, Tesla is in very poor condition physically. He cannot regulate his temperature. He cannot manage ordinary noise. He is running on something that is not ordinary human fuel, and the account is nearly empty. His doctor is called. His doctor comes, examines him, and says, with the particular helplessness of a physician confronting a case that exceeds his categories, that he does not know what exactly is wrong with his patient, but that his patient must rest, must be quiet, must be kept away from the stimuli that are arriving at him with such painful intensity. Tesla rests. He rests with the same totality he brings to everything, completely without moderation, disappearing into sleep and recovery the way he disappears into work. Sigetti watches over him. The crisis passes. Slowly, carefully, like a man learning to walk again, he returns to the functional world. He returns changed in a way that is difficult to specify, but impossible to miss. The breakdown has stripped away something, some layer of ordinary human buffering that most people carry without knowing it, the insulation between the self and the full voltage of experience. He is more permeable than before, more sensitive, more open to the full force of things, and more committed, more completely and irrevocably committed than he has ever been to the work that has delivered him here, to the rotating magnetic field, to the motor that exists in his mind with such completeness, to the electrified future that he can see, with the absolute certainty of a man who has already been there and returned, waiting just ahead. The years of the mental crucible are ending. The years of implementation are about to begin. And Nikola Tesla, 25 years old, marked by illness and breakdown and loss, and an experience in a park that he will describe for the rest of his life as the most important moment of his existence, steps forward into whatever comes next with the unhurried confidence of someone who already knows in the deepest part of himself that the work is real, the idea is true, and the world, however reluctantly, however slowly, will eventually have to agree. Chapter 3. Budapest and Paris, 1881 to 1884. The winter of 1881 arrives in Budapest with the quiet authority of a season that knows its own weight. Snow settles over the Danube in pale, unhurried layers, and the city exhales the slow breath of a place still becoming itself, still reaching toward the modernity it can sense but cannot yet fully touch. Gas lamps throw amber halos onto cobblestone streets. Horse-drawn carriages pass beneath wrought iron balconies. And somewhere in the upper floors of a modest apartment near the city center, a young man named Nikola Tesla lies flat on his back, unable to move, unable to think, unable to bear the sound of a clock ticking in the next room. He is 24 years old. He has come to Budapest full of ambition, full of letters of introduction, full of the certainty that the world is waiting for him. And instead the world has offered him this, a body that has turned against itself, nerves so raw and so inflamed that the brush of a fly's wing against his cheek registers as a thunderclap. Light arrives through the curtains like an assault. Sound, any sound, is a blade drawn slowly across the interior of his skull. He cannot eat. He cannot sleep with any depth or peace. His pulse races and then drops in patterns that alarm the doctors who examine him, men who shake their heads and reach for the word that physicians have always reached for when they do not understand what they are seeing: neurasthenia. A nervous collapse. A breakdown of the system. Rest, they say. Rest and wait and hope. But resting is not something Tesla knows how to do. Even lying still in that dim apartment, even in the grip of an illness that has stripped him to the essential, his mind does not go quiet. It never goes quiet. This is part of the problem, and it is also, though he does not yet know it, the source of everything that will follow. His friend Untold is with him through the worst of it. Sigeti is a practical man, patient and steady, the kind of person who understands that genius requires caretaking. He sits with Tesla in the long evenings. He reads to him when Tesla's eyes cannot tolerate the effort of reading himself. He walks with him, slowly, carefully, through the parks along the Danube when Tesla's legs are strong enough to carry him, and they move together through the cold air like two men navigating the aftermath of something neither of them fully understands. The recovery is not linear. It is a long, halting thing, full of setbacks and small victories, days when the light seems bearable and days when it does not. But spring comes to Budapest the way it always does, insistent, indifferent to human suffering, impossibly green after all that white. And with it, something in Tesla begins to shift. He starts eating again. He starts sleeping in longer stretches. He starts to feel, beneath the exhaustion and the residual strangeness in his nerves, the first faint stirrings of the force that has always defined him. By the time the warm months arrive, he is walking long distances every day. He and Sigeti trace the paths of the Budapest city parks in the late afternoon light, and Tesla talks about electricity, about the problems that have occupied him since his student days, about the fundamental limitation at the heart of every electrical system then in existence. He talks the way he always talks when a problem has its teeth in him, continuously, circling, returning to the same points from different angles, as though the idea is a locked room, and he is searching for the window he knows must be somewhere in the wall. The problem is the motor. More specifically, the problem is the commutator. Every electrical motor in the world, at this moment, runs on direct current. The design is elegant in its way, simple in its basic logic. Electricity flows in one direction, it turns a rotor, the rotor turns a shaft, the shaft does work. But the mechanism that makes this possible, the commutator, The set of brushes that reverse the current at precisely the right moment to keep the rotor spinning is also the system's great vulnerability. The brushes wear down. They spark. They require constant maintenance. They limit how fast the motor can spin, how reliably it can operate, how small or how large it can be built. They are, in Tesla's mind, an inelegance, a mechanical solution imposed upon what should be a purely electrical problem. And mechanical solutions always fail. Electricity, properly understood, should not need anything so crude. He has been thinking about this since Graz. He has been thinking about what his professor dismissed as impossible, a motor that runs on alternating current, a current that changes direction many times per second, that seems, to everyone who has considered it, fundamentally incapable of producing the steady rotational force that useful work requires. Alternating current reverses itself. It pushes and then pulls. How do you make something spin smoothly in one direction from a force that insists on going both ways? This is the question that has lived in the back of Tesla's mind through all his years of study, through his illness, through the long walks of his recovery. And on one particular afternoon, a February afternoon in 1882, the air still cold but carrying the first distant suggestion of a season to come, the answer arrives. They are walking in the Varusliget, the city park, and Tesla is reciting poetry. This is not unusual. Tesla has an extraordinary memory, the kind that retains entire books after a single reading, and he recites verse the way other men hum to themselves as a form of internal music. He is speaking lines from Goethe's Faust, lines about the sun and its glory, about the light that floods the world, and mid-recitation he stops. Sigeti stops too. He turns to look at his friend, and what he sees on Tesla's face is something he has not seen before, and will not easily forget, a stillness that is also somehow a kind of ignition. Tesla is staring at the low winter sun with an expression that suggests he is not seeing the sun at all, but something beyond it, something inside it, something that the sun has suddenly and without warning illuminated for him. He bends down. He picks up a stick from the path, and in the dirt at the edge of the walkway, he draws a diagram. The rotating magnetic field. It arrives fully formed, the way the greatest ideas sometimes do, not assembled piece by piece but delivered whole, as though it had always existed and was waiting only to be seen. The insight is this: you do not fight the alternating nature of alternating current. You use it. You take two alternating currents that are slightly out of phase with each other, that peak and valley at different moments, and you run them through coils arranged at angles to one another. The magnetic fields they produce combine and interact, and the result of that interaction is not a back-and-forth push, but a rotation. A field that spins continuously, smoothly, without brushes, without commutators, without any of the mechanical apparatus that makes direct current motors so fragile and so limited. The motor windings themselves become the mechanism. The electricity does all the work. And the simplicity of it, the deep structural simplicity of it, is so beautiful that Tesla stands in that park in Budapest with tears running down his face. And Sigeti stands beside him wondering if his friend has had another episode, and Tesla says, or something very like it, "Can you see it? Can you not see it? It is here. It is all right here." He can see the motor running in his mind with complete clarity. He can see it turning. He can see the field rotating, the rotor following the field, the whole elegant system operating without a single brush, without a single spark, without a single piece of metal grinding against another piece of metal. He can see it as clearly as he can see the park around him, and in some ways more clearly, because the park is subject to the limitations of winter light and distance, and this vision in his mind is precise and perfect and fully lit from within. He does not need to build it yet to know that it works. He knows that it works the way you know that a mathematical proof is correct, not because you have verified every step, but because the structure of it is sound, because nothing in it violates anything that must not be violated, because it is true in the way that only true things are. He will spend the next several weeks constructing it fully in his imagination, adjusting the geometry, refining the phase relationships, working through the implications for transformers, for transmission lines, for the entire architecture of how electrical power might be generated and sent across distance and received and put to work. He carries all of it in his head, adding to it, correcting it, extending it, the way a composer hears a symphony before a single note has been written down. By the time he arrives for his first day of work at the Budapest telephone exchange, the rotating magnetic field is already complete inside him, a fully realized invention waiting for the moment and the resources to be made physical. The Budapest telephone exchange is, in the spring of 1882, one of the most ambitious telecommunications projects in Europe. The telephone itself is barely 6 years old, still in the process of proving to a skeptical world that it is more than a novelty. The exchange is being built to serve a city that is itself being built. Budapest is in the middle of its great civic expansion, the merging of Buda and Pest into a single capital, the construction of the parliament buildings, the laying of the infrastructure of a modern European metropolis. Everything is new. Everything is becoming. The exchange fits perfectly into this moment. Tesla arrives as a draftsman and finds himself within weeks doing the work of an engineer. This is not unusual for him. It will happen everywhere he goes throughout his career. The gap between what he is hired to do and what he actually does will always be vast, because the capacity he brings to any task always exceeds what the task requires. He identifies problems in the exchange's design and corrects them before they can become operational failures. He works through the logic of signal routing with a fluency that surprises his supervisors. He is given more responsibility, then more. By the time the exchange opens in the spring of 1882, delayed, as such projects always are, by the practical complications of building something that has never been built before in exactly this form, Tesla is functioning as its chief electrician. He is good at this work. He is genuinely interested in the problem of telephony, in the question of how a human voice can be captured in an electrical signal and sent across a wire and reconstituted at the other end with enough fidelity to be recognized. He improves the amplifier. He designs modifications to the receiver that increase the clarity of the transmitted signal. He works the long hours that the exchange demands in its early days, when every new system reveals new problems and every solution generates new complications. But always underneath the telephone work, the other thing is present: the rotating magnetic field. The motor that does not yet exist in physical form, but that exists completely in his mind. He thinks about it in the early mornings before work, in the evenings after, in the brief silences that open up between one task and the next. He is 25 years old, 26, a young man with a secret. Not the kind of secret that is shameful, but the kind that is simply too large to share, too strange to explain to anyone who has not already seen it from the inside. He writes about it in letters to his family back in Serbia, to his mother, who has always understood him better than anyone, to his uncle Paja Mandic, who has connections and practical sense, and who might know how to help him find the path from vision to reality. He is not yet certain what the path is. He knows what he has. He is not yet certain how to turn what he has into what the world can use. The answer, when it comes, arrives in the form of a name: Charles Batchelor. Batchelor is one of Thomas Edison's most trusted lieutenants, an Englishman who has worked directly with Edison in Menlo Park, and who is now based in Paris, overseeing Edison's European operations, specifically the installation and maintenance of Edison's direct current power systems across the continent. He is in Budapest on business, moving through the world of European electrical enterprise, and someone, a mutual contact, a letter of introduction, the serendipitous overlap of professional networks, brings him into contact with the young chief electrician of the Budapest Telephone Exchange. Bachelor recognizes something in Tesla immediately. This is to his credit. Not everyone does. Tesla is intense in a way that makes some people comfortable and others deeply uneasy. He does not make small talk well. He does not navigate social situations with ease. His passion for the things that interest him is so consuming that conversations about anything else feel to him like time misspent, and this comes through. It is readable on his face, audible in his silences. But to someone who knows what genuine electrical genius looks like, who has spent years working alongside the man who invented the phonograph and the incandescent light, Tesla's quality is unmistakable. Bachelor tells Tesla that Edison's Continental Edison Company in Paris can use a man of his abilities. The work is demanding, installing and troubleshooting direct current power plants in the great cities of Europe, solving the engineering problems that inevitably arise when ambitious new technology meets the complicated reality of existing infrastructure. It is not the work Tesla most wants to do. The work he most wants to do is build his motor, find a way to demonstrate the rotating magnetic field, persuade the electrical world that alternating current is the future rather than a curiosity. But to do that work, he needs resources. He needs the credibility that comes from working within established institutions. He needs, in the most practical terms, a salary and a professional reputation. Paris, then. In the early months of 1882, Nikola Tesla packs what he has, which is not much, has never been much, and boards the train west. The train from Budapest to Paris crosses a Europe that is in the middle of transforming itself. The Industrial Revolution has been running for a century, and its effects are everywhere visible. Factories along river valleys, rail lines cutting through landscapes that knew only footpaths a generation ago, cities swelling with populations drawn from the countryside by the promise of wages and electricity, and the specific electricity of modernity itself. Tesla watches all of it pass outside the train window, with the particular quality of attention he brings to everything. Total, absorptive, already looking for the principles beneath the surfaces, the patterns beneath the phenomena. Paris in 1882 is the most electrified city in the world, and also one of the most electric in the broader sense, charged with a cultural energy, a sense of possibility, a conviction that the future is being built here right now, and that everyone in the city is either building it or watching it be built. The Exposition Universelle of 1878 has left the city with a transformed relationship to technology. Electricity is fashionable. It is discussed in salons and in scientific journals and in the popular press. Edison's name is known in Paris the way the name of a great artist is known, with reverence and with the slight edge of competition, because France has its own electrical pioneers, its own claims to the future. Continental Edison occupies a place at the center of this world. The company has been established to bring Edison's direct current system to European cities, to build the central generating stations, lay the underground cables, install the meters and the switches and the distribution equipment, and ultimately to deliver electric light to the homes and businesses of the European bourgeoisie. It is ambitious work, technically demanding work, and it is work that is constantly producing new problems because it is constantly expanding into new territory. Tesla arrives and is put to work immediately. His supervisor is a man named Mr. Eickemeyer. No, that is someone else, someone later. His immediate superior at Continental Edison is a practical, capable engineer who recognizes quickly that the new arrival from Budapest is not like the other new arrivals from Budapest. Tesla solves problems, not just adequately but elegantly, finding approaches that address not just the immediate failure but the underlying condition that produced it. He works fast. He works with a precision that seems almost unnatural, as though he has already run through the failure modes in his mind and is now simply executing a solution he arrived at before he touched the equipment. The work itself is demanding in ways that are sometimes tedious and sometimes genuinely interesting. Edison's direct current system, for all its commercial success, is technically constrained in ways that Tesla finds both frustrating and illuminating. The generators at the heart of each installation are massive machines, heavy and expensive, and they can serve customers only within a limited radius because direct current cannot be transmitted over long distances without catastrophic losses. Every neighborhood, every district requires its own generating station. The infrastructure cost is enormous. The maintenance burden is constant. The commutator problems that Tesla has been thinking about since Graz are present here in their full, practical everyday reality. Brushes wearing down, motors failing, engineers dispatched to diagnose and repair the failures of machines that should, in a better world, not fail so easily or so often. Tesla moves through this world with a kind of doubled consciousness. There is the surface level, the installations, the troubleshooting, the meetings with clients and colleagues, the daily negotiations of professional life in a large organization in a foreign city. And there is the interior level, constant and parallel, the motor, the rotating field, the question of what alternating current might do if someone gave it the architecture it deserved. He speaks about it, carefully, to colleagues he trusts. The responses are not encouraging. Edison's organization is built entirely around direct current. The investment, intellectual, financial, reputational, is enormous. The idea that alternating current might be a viable alternative is not something the continental Edison environment is designed to receive with openness. Some colleagues listen politely. Some dismiss the idea without much consideration. A few are genuinely interested, but see no practical path forward within the constraints of their current work. Tesla lives in Paris during this period in the particular way that a person lives in a city that has not yet become home, noticing everything, connecting with some things, remaining fundamentally separate from the deeper textures of a place that belongs to people with longer histories there. He visits the great boulevards, the parks, the exhibitions. He is struck by the beauty of the city, in the way that everyone is struck by the beauty of Paris. It would be strange not to be. But he carries his interior world with him everywhere, and it is more vivid, more consuming than most of what the exterior world offers. He is, by the testimony of those who knew him in this period, a striking figure. Tall, very tall, over 6 feet, with the lean frame of someone who moves constantly and eats irregularly. Dark hair. Eyes of an unusual shade, described by different witnesses as blue or gray-green, depending on the light. An intensity in his expression that is not aggressive, but is entirely focused, the look of someone whose attention, when it lands on you, is complete, and whose attention, when it has moved elsewhere, is clearly elsewhere and not coming back until it has finished with what it is doing. He speaks several languages. His French is functional, improving. His English, which he has been working on for years, is already surprisingly good, a fact that will matter in what comes next. He moves through the social world of continental Edison with the careful deliberateness of someone who has learned, through long experience, that the social world does not come naturally to him, and therefore requires more conscious navigation than it seems to require for other people. The months pass. He is sent to Strasbourg in late 1882, dispatched to handle a problem that has embarrassed the company and alarmed its client. The new railway station at Strasbourg, a grand project, a symbol of German imperial ambition in the recently annexed Alsace region, has been outfitted with an Edison electrical installation, and the installation has malfunctioned during the official opening ceremony. Wires have crossed. There has been an explosion. The German emperor himself was present, and the spectacle was not the one anyone had planned. The political dimensions of the failure are as significant as the technical ones, and Continental Edison needs its best troubleshooter to go to Strasbourg and fix the problem quietly and thoroughly and without further incident. Tesla goes to Strasbourg. He arrives in a city that is itself a kind of doubled thing, French in its architecture and its street life and its cultural memory, German in its official administration, belonging fully to neither, and holding the tension of that division in everything from the signs on the shops to the language choices of the people he passes on the street. There is something in this divided quality that Tesla, who has always felt himself to belong entirely to the world of ideas rather than to any particular nation or city, finds less disorienting than it might seem. He fixes the railway station installation. This takes months. The problem is more complex than the initial report suggested, as problems always are, and the solution requires not just correcting the immediate fault, but redesigning portions of the system that were built incorrectly from the beginning. Tesla works through it with his characteristic combination of speed and thoroughness, identifying the root cause, tracing its effects through the system, correcting each one in sequence. The German authorities are satisfied. The railway station functions as it should. But the more important thing that happens in Strasbourg is this: Tesla builds his motor. Not in a factory, not in a laboratory. In the workshop of a friend, a local alderman named Mr. Bausnern, who has taken an interest in Tesla and who has the space and the equipment and, more importantly, the goodwill to let a young engineer work on his own projects in the off hours. Tesla uses the time that the railway station work does not consume, evenings, weekends, the early mornings before the workday begins, to finally, after all the months and years of carrying the rotating magnetic field in his mind, make it physical. He winds the coils himself. He assembles the rotor. He connects the carefully phase-shifted currents, each one timed precisely to do what he has known since that afternoon in the Budapest park that they can do. He stands back. He closes the circuit. And the motor runs. It runs without brushes. It runs without commutators. It runs without sparks, without grinding, without the particular violent protest that direct current motors make when they are asked to do things they find difficult. It runs smoothly, continuously, with the calm inevitability of something that is simply obeying the laws it was built to obey. Laws that Tesla identified 2 years ago in a park in Budapest and has been carrying since then like a message waiting for its moment to be delivered. He invites the alderman Bausnern to witness it. He invites a handful of other prominent Strasbourg citizens who have enough scientific education to understand in outline what they are seeing. They watch the motor run. They ask careful questions. Tesla answers them with the patience of someone who has explained this to himself so many times that the explanation has become effortless. The visitors are impressed, genuinely impressed, in the cautious way of people who understand that they are in the presence of something significant, but are not quite certain what to do with that understanding. What Tesla wants them to do, what he needs anyone to do, is provide capital. He needs investors. He needs someone to look at this quietly spinning motor in a workshop in Strasbourg and see in it what he sees: the future of electrical power, the engine that will eventually replace every direct current motor in the world, the mechanism by which alternating current will prove itself not as a curiosity but as a superior system. He explains this. He makes the case with all the eloquence and precision at his command. And the investors do not come. This is one of the quiet, persistent heartbreaks of this period of Tesla's life. He has the invention. He knows what it means. He cannot find anyone willing to bet on it. The businessmen of Strasbourg are interested in the railway station installation, interested in Edison's systems, interested in the practical world of direct current commerce. The world that Tesla is pointing toward is too strange, too large, too far from what they know to risk money on. He writes letters. He seeks meetings. He lobbies as patiently as he can manage for the attention and resources he needs. And when the railway station work is completed, and he must return to Paris, he returns without investors, without backing, with nothing but the memory of the motor running, which is everything, and also, in practical terms, not enough. Back in Paris, back in the orbit of continental Edison, Tesla continues working and continues thinking. He is now a recognized figure within the company, someone whose abilities have been demonstrated, whose results in Strasbourg have been noted. He is valued. He is useful. He is not, in the estimation of his employers, a man whose ideas about alternating current and rotating magnetic fields deserve to be pursued at company expense. The company sells direct current systems. Tesla sells his labor to the company. This is the shape of the arrangement, and it does not bend easily. He goes to the top. He requests a meeting with the managers of Continental Edison, the men with the authority to redirect resources if they chose to. He makes the case for the alternating current motor with all the technical clarity and visionary force he can bring to bear. He explains the rotating magnetic field. He describes what it can do, what it changes, why it matters. He is, by his own account, and the account of those who witnessed these conversations, compelling, intensely, almost overwhelmingly compelling, the kind of speaker who makes you feel that what he is describing is not a proposal but a certainty. The managers listen. They nod. They thank him for his work in Strasbourg, and note that his contributions to the company have been substantial. And then they return to the business of selling direct current systems, because that is the business they are in. And the business they are in is not the business of entertaining the possibility that the system they have spent years building might be fundamentally inferior to something else. Tesla does not abandon hope. He would not be Tesla if he abandoned hope at the first refusal or the second or the fifth. He continues to look for the opening, continues to believe, because the evidence demands it, because the motor in Strasbourg proved it, that the rotating magnetic field will eventually find its way into the world. He simply has not yet found the right door. The right door, as it turns out, is not in Paris. It is across the Atlantic, in a country that is young enough and hungry enough and large enough to accommodate the scale of what Tesla is carrying. It is in America. And the man whose name is attached to the door is Thomas Edison himself, the very man whose system Tesla has been servicing and whose assumptions about electricity Tesla has been quietly, persistently, preparing to overturn. Charles Batchelor writes a letter. Batchelor, who recognized something in Tesla back in Budapest and has continued to recognize it through the Paris years, who has watched Tesla work and has understood that what he is watching is not ordinary, sits down and writes to his employer in New York. The letter is brief. It says, in the translation that has become part of the Tesla mythology, something to the effect that there are only two great men in the world, and Tesla is one of them. It is the kind of recommendation that stops people. It is the kind of recommendation that opens doors. Tesla receives the letter of introduction in the spring of 1884. He is 27 years old. He has been carrying the rotating magnetic field for 2 years. He has built the motor, has seen it run, has failed to find a single investor who will back it. He has spent 2 years in the service of a company devoted to a technology he knows is inferior to the one living in his own mind. He packs his things. He buys a ticket. He counts his money, which is less than he needs and more than nothing. The train from Paris to the port. The Channel crossing. The ship bound for New York. Behind him, the old world. The world of Budapest winters and Strasbourg workshops, of Paris evenings and Edison installations, of the long patience required to carry a great idea through years in which no one else could see it. Ahead of him, the harbor of a new country, and the entirely uncertain promise of what comes next. In his coat pocket, a letter of introduction. In his mind, the motor, still spinning, unchanged, perfect, waiting. The Atlantic spreads out before him, vast and indifferent and lit by the particular light of early summer, and Nikola Tesla stands at the railing and watches the horizon the way he has always watched everything, not seeing what is there, but seeing with absolute clarity what might be. Chapter 4. The American Shore, 1884 to 1886. The ship moves through morning fog, its hull cutting the gray-green water of the Atlantic in long, steady surges. It is the summer of 1884, and the crossing has not been kind. Somewhere in the middle of the ocean, passengers lost luggage to theft, and the crew threatened mutiny, and the kind of chaos that sea voyages generate when too many desperate souls are packed into too small a space had descended on the vessel like a weather system with its own cruel logic. But Nikola Tesla stands at the railing now, his tall frame angled slightly forward, his dark eyes fixed on what is beginning to materialize through the haze ahead. New York. He is 28 years old. He has in his pocket 4 cents in American currency, a letter of introduction, a few of his own poems, and a head full of equations that have been running through his mind in various configurations for the better part of 3 years. The equations describe a system of power generation and transmission unlike anything currently in operation anywhere on Earth. They describe motors that run not on direct current, but on alternating current, on the elegant rotation of magnetic fields, on a principle that his professors in Graz had told him was impossible, and that he had spent the years since proving was not only possible, but inevitable. He cannot show you the machine yet. It does not yet physically exist. But it exists with perfect completeness inside his mind, the way a symphony might exist in the mind of a composer before a single note is written down, fully formed, fully functional, waiting only for the physical world to catch up. He has almost nothing. And he has everything. The city emerges from the fog in pieces, as cities tend to do when approached by water, first the suggestion of mass, then the outline of structures, then the specific and overwhelming detail of a civilization conducting itself at full volume. The piers, the warehouses, the ceaseless movement of people and cargo, the smell of coal smoke and salt water, and something else beneath it, something that belongs specifically to New York in this particular decade, a smell compounded of ambition and machinery and the biological density of a place where 2 million people are living their lives in very close proximity to one another. Tesla breathes it in. He has come from Budapest, from Paris, from the quiet corridors of the Graz Polytechnic, and the lecture halls of Prague, and nothing in any of those places has quite prepared him for this. He walks off the gangplank and into America with the careful, deliberate stride of someone who is choosing not to appear overwhelmed, which means he is deeply overwhelmed. His English is excellent. He speaks 8 languages with varying degrees of fluency, and English is among the better ones. But the accent of New York in 1884, the sheer velocity of the speech, the way transactions and conversations and arguments all seem to happen simultaneously at high speed, requires a moment of adjustment. He adjusts. This is something he is practiced at, this business of arriving somewhere new and recalibrating himself to the frequency of the place. The letter in his pocket is addressed to Thomas Alva Edison. It was written by Charles Batchelor, one of Edison's most trusted associates in the European operation, and it is a letter of the sort that carries real weight. Tesla will later recall that the letter read something to the effect that he knew 2 great men, and that Edison was one of them. Whether those were the exact words or a compression of memory is impossible to say at this distance, but the sentiment is clear enough. Batchelor believed in Tesla. He had seen what Tesla could do during his time in Paris, working for the Continental Edison Company, repairing dynamos and solving the kinds of electrical problems that other engineers had declared unsolvable. He had watched this young, Serbian-born inventor approach a broken machine with the focused calm of someone who already knows the answer and is simply waiting for the question to finish being asked. And he had written the letter accordingly. Tesla makes his way through the city. He has the address. He has the letter. He has 4 cents. He also, before he reaches his destination, manages to stop and help a foreman whose crew is struggling with some piece of electrical equipment on the street. The accounts vary in their specifics, but the essential shape of the story is consistent, which is that Tesla, newly arrived, penniless, on his way to one of the most important meetings of his life, pauses to fix something that is broken, because broken things draw him the way flowers draw bees, and because he cannot walk past a problem without feeling the pull of it. This is not performance. This is not strategy. This is simply who he is. He arrives at Edison's offices, and then he arrives in Edison's presence. Thomas Edison is 37 years old in 1884, and already one of the most famous men in the world. The phonograph. The incandescent light bulb. The development of Menlo Park, the first true industrial research laboratory, the place where invention had been systematized, made into a process that could be managed and directed and accelerated. Edison is not a theorist. He will tell you this himself, sometimes proudly, sometimes with a kind of aggressive satisfaction, as if theory were something that other lesser men concerned themselves with, while practical men like Edison got things done. He works through empiricism, through exhaustive trial and error, through the grinding, heroic, sometimes brutal process of testing every possibility until the right one reveals itself. He has said, in various forms, that genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration, and he means it literally. His notebooks are full of failed experiments, thousands of them, each failure a data point, each data point bringing him slightly closer to the thing that works. He is also, by this point in his life, slightly deaf, famously stubborn, deeply suspicious of anything that threatens the commercial infrastructure he has spent years building, and in the middle of constructing what he believes will be the electrical system that powers the modern world, a system built on direct current, on the particular configuration of generation and transmission and distribution that his Pearl Street station in Lower Manhattan has been delivering to a growing number of customers since 1882. He has invested enormously in this system. He believes in it with the total conviction of a man who has built something with his own hands and his own mind and his own money. Into this world walks Nikola Tesla. Edison reads the letter. He looks at Tesla, the height of him, the thinness, the formal European manner, the eyes that seem to be computing something even when the rest of the face is at rest. What he makes of this moment is hard to say. Edison was not, in general, a man who kept careful records of his first impressions. What we know is that he hired Tesla, and that he did so quickly, which suggests that whatever he saw in those first minutes was enough. Tesla goes to work for the Edison Machine Works. The work is not glamorous. This is important to understand, because there is a temptation, looking back, to imagine that Tesla walked into Edison's operation and was immediately recognized as the extraordinary mind he was, immediately given resources and freedom and a laboratory of his own. That is not what happened. What happened is that he was put to work on the practical, daily, demanding problems that a growing electrical company generates in large quantities. Repairing dynamos, troubleshooting equipment, dealing with the constant mechanical failures that attend any technology that is still in its early operational years. He was very good at this. He was, in fact, remarkable at it, and Edison noticed. The hours are extraordinary. Edison's operation runs on something close to continuous time. Edison himself famously required very little sleep, and he expected the men around him to match his pace, or at least to try. The laboratory is lit through the night. Problems don't wait for morning. Tesla, who has his own complicated relationship with sleep and rest, finds himself working shifts that would collapse an ordinary man. He works from 10:30 in the morning until 5 o'clock the following morning. He does this regularly. He does this without apparent complaint, which is remarkable, because Tesla is in fact a man with a great many opinions and a rich inner life, and no particular inclination towards self-effacement. He simply believes in the work, and so he does the work, and the hours disappear into it. There is a particular task that will define the next several months of his life at Edison's company. The SS Oregon, one of the fastest ocean liners of the period, is docked in New York with both of its electrical lighting dynamos broken. The ship is scheduled to sail. Edison's company is responsible for the equipment. The failure is embarrassing and potentially costly, and the pressure to fix it quickly is considerable. Tesla is assigned to the problem. He works through the night. He goes down into the ship, into the spaces where the machines are, and he stays there with the broken dynamos and the problem of them, and he works. He finds what is wrong. He finds what needs to be corrected. He makes the corrections. By morning, both machines are running. He emerges from the ship as dawn is beginning to organize itself over the harbor, and he encounters Edison and Batchelor on the street, apparently heading in, and Edison looks at him and asks where he has been. Tesla tells him. There is a pause, and then Edison says something to Batchelor, in Tesla's own recollection of the moment, something to the effect that this is a damn good man. The exact phrasing, again, is history's approximation rather than a verbatim transcript, but the sense of it is clear. Edison was impressed. The kind of impressed that a man like Edison, who had seen a great deal of engineering competence, reserves for something that genuinely surprises him. Tesla keeps working. He keeps solving problems. And somewhere in this period, the exact timeline is debated, the exact conversations unrecorded, an agreement is reached, or Tesla believes an agreement is reached, regarding his compensation for a specific and very large project. Edison has a problem with his direct current system. The dynamos at the various stations are inefficient, unreliable in certain ways, in need of redesign. The challenge of improving them is significant, and Edison's own engineers have been working on it without achieving the kind of breakthrough that would satisfy him. Tesla proposes that he can solve it. He proposes a comprehensive redesign of the dynamos, an improvement that will make the entire system more efficient and more reliable. Edison, according to Tesla's account of the conversation, promises him $50,000 if he succeeds. $50,000 in 1884 is a sum that requires a moment of contemplation. It is not merely a large amount of money. It is a fortune. It is the kind of money that transforms a person's circumstances entirely and permanently. The kind of money that turns a brilliant immigrant engineer with 4 cents in his pocket into someone with genuine financial independence, with the resources to pursue his own work on his own terms. Tesla goes to work on the dynamos with the focused intensity of someone who has been given both a great problem and a great reason to solve it. He solves it. This is not contested. The redesigns he produces are successful. The dynamos become more efficient. The system improves. Tesla works through the problem with the methodical completeness that characterizes everything he does, not just fixing what is broken, but rethinking the underlying design, approaching it with the theoretical rigor that his training and his nature both demand. The result is better than what was promised, and he knows it, and he goes to collect what was promised. He goes to Edison, and Edison tells him that the $50,000 was a joke. The phrase that gets recorded in Tesla's own memoir, written decades later, is something like, "Tesla, you don't understand our American humor." The bonus money was not real. The promise, if it was ever seriously made, is now being treated as something that was never meant to be taken seriously. A jest, a motivational fiction, the kind of thing that men like Edison sometimes say to men like Tesla to encourage effort without any genuine intention of following through. Tesla stands there and absorbs this. What he feels in this moment is difficult to fully reconstruct at a century and more of distance. His own account of it is relatively restrained. He was not, in his written self-presentation, a man who dwelt extensively on emotional wounding, who catalogued his grievances with the detailed relish that some memoir writers bring to their injuries. But the shape of what the moment meant is legible enough. He had come to America with almost nothing. He had worked with total dedication for months. He had solved a significant problem and improved a major commercial system. He had been promised something that would have changed his life. And now the promise was being laughed at. He asks then for a raise. A modest raise, $18 a week rather than the $10 he is currently receiving. $8 a week more, in recognition of what he has done and what he is capable of doing. Edison says no. Tesla resigns. He walks out of Edison's employment in the early part of 1885 and back into the city, and the city is not at this moment a kind or welcoming place. He has left a steady job, however underpaid, in a period when steady jobs are not trivially available. He is still nearly penniless. He has the alternating current motor in his head, fully formed, waiting for the resources that would allow him to build it. But resources require money, and money requires work, and the work available to him in the immediate aftermath of his resignation from Edison's operation is not the work of invention. Some men approach him. They are businessmen, investors, the kind of people who circulate in the world of emerging technology looking for opportunities. They have heard of this talented engineer. They are interested in backing him. They will form a company, the Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing Company, and he will work for them, and in exchange he will have support, have resources, have the chance to build something. He agrees. He believes, perhaps, that this is the path. That the alternating current system, the great work of his mind, the thing he has been carrying since those afternoon walks in Budapest when the vision first came fully clear to him, that all of this is now within reach. That the businessmen are serious, that the company is real, that the opportunity is genuine. He works. He produces. He invents an arc lighting system that is practical and commercially viable, a genuine improvement on what exists. And the company brings it to market, and it does reasonably well. And Tesla expects that the success will mean what success usually means, that the people who backed him will want to continue to go further to fund the next thing. What they want, instead, is to take the patents. They restructure. They reorganize. They do what businessmen sometimes do when a technically talented person has produced something valuable, and the technical talent is the least powerful party in the arrangement. They leave Tesla with stock in a company that is functionally worthless and without the salary that was sustaining him. The arc light system, the patents, the commercial product of his work, all of it belongs to the corporation now. And the corporation has decided that it no longer needs Nikola Tesla. He is once again left with nothing. This is the winter of 1886. Tesla is 30 years old. He has been in America for 2 years. He has worked for Edison and been humiliated. He has worked for investors and been stripped of his inventions. He has the most important electrical insight of the 19th century living rent-free inside his skull, and he cannot find anyone willing to give him the basic resources to demonstrate it. The money is gone. There is no cushion. There is no network of family wealth or social connection to fall back on. He is a Serbian immigrant in a city that is full of people who have nothing, and the city does not make particular exceptions for genius. He goes to work digging ditches. Let that land for a moment, because it is one of the genuinely arresting facts of Tesla's biography, the way it illuminates both the cruelty of circumstance and the particular nature of his character that he survived it. He goes to work digging ditches. Not metaphorically. Actually, physical labor with a shovel in the streets of New York, as part of a labor gang, in the cold and the mud, doing the work that the city's massive infrastructure projects constantly required, the laying of pipe and the digging of conduit, and the physical rearrangement of earth that any growing metropolis demands in enormous quantities. The foreman of the labor gang, a man named Sherburne, learns at some point who he has among his workers. This is not immediately obvious. Tesla does not announce himself. He does the work. He shows up. He is physically capable. He has always been physically capable, despite his thinness, despite the impression his intellectual manner sometimes gives of someone who exists primarily in the theoretical realm. His body is strong, his endurance considerable, and he does not complain. But Sherburne learns who he is and what he knows, and the knowledge seems to affect the man genuinely. Tesla will describe this period in later writings with an emotional directness he rarely applies to anything. The despair of it. The distance between what he knows he can do and what the circumstances of his life are asking him to do. There is something almost theatrical in the cruelty of the contrast. The mind that holds the blueprint for the electrical future of industrial civilization, attached to a body that is being employed to dig holes in the ground. He knows it. He feels it. The ditch digging is not simply physically exhausting, though it is that. It is the daily performance of a particular kind of defeat, a defeat that he has done nothing to earn. And yet, he does not leave. He does not give up. He does not, in any sense that matters, stop being who he is. The equations are still running. The motor is still there, in its perfect interior completeness. The rotating magnetic field still turns in the space behind his eyes, with the same elegant necessity that it has always demonstrated. The ditch does not go that deep. What he does during this period is think. This is perhaps the only resource he has in unlimited supply. He thinks about the alternating current system, refines it, extends it, pushes it into territories he has not yet fully explored. He thinks about the engineering challenges of demonstrating it. He thinks about what he will need, who he will need to find, what it will take to get from this ditch to the laboratory, and from the laboratory to the world. He also talks. He is not a man who withholds his ideas out of fear that someone will take them. He has already had ideas taken, and it has not made him secretive, has not calcified into the hoarding behavior that sometimes develops in people who have been repeatedly exploited. He talks to Sherburne, and through Sherburne, apparently, to other people. Word moves in the way that word tends to move in New York, which is quickly and through unexpected channels, and eventually it reaches the right person. But we are getting slightly ahead of the story. The winter of 1886 is not yet over. There are more cold mornings to come, more days in the dirt, more evenings in whatever room he is renting, in whatever corner of the city is currently affordable to a man with a laborer's wages. He eats simply. He lives simply. He has almost no possessions. The 4 cents he arrived with have been spent and replenished and spent again many times over. And the mathematics of survival on a laborer's wages in New York in 1886 leave very little margin. He writes home occasionally. His family is in Serbia. His mother, his sisters, the memory of his father who died while Tesla was still a student, the memory that still carries its particular weight of guilt, because Tesla had wanted to become an engineer, and his father had wanted him to become a priest, and the argument between them had been long and unresolved, and then his father was gone. He does not write to his family about the ditches. He does not tell them exactly how reduced his circumstances are. This is partly pride and partly protectiveness, the particular reflex of someone who does not want the people who love him to worry. He writes of work, of plans, of the city. He writes around the truth of it. In the evenings, he sometimes walks. This is a habit that has been with him since childhood. The long walk as a form of thinking, the body's movement releasing something in the mind, the rhythm of footstep and breath, and the visual world moving past. He walks the streets of New York, which are in 1886 a spectacle of competing energies, the horse-drawn carriages and the electric streetcars that are beginning to appear, the gaslights and the new electric arc lights that are just starting to establish themselves in the more prosperous neighborhoods, the constant construction that a growing city generates, the scaffolding and the open foundations and the piles of material that will become, in time, the infrastructure of the next decade. He walks through all of it, and he sees what it is and what it will be, and the two things are, for him, simultaneous. He sees in these walks the problem that his motor solves. The direct current electrical infrastructure that Edison is building has real limitations, limitations that are not widely understood by the public, but that are technically undeniable. Direct current cannot be efficiently transmitted over long distances. The voltage drops as the distance increases, which means that power stations must be built close to the customers they serve, which means that the expansion of electrical service into a broader geography requires an enormous proliferation of generating stations, each one expensive, each one adding complexity to the system. This is workable in a dense urban environment like Lower Manhattan, where customers are packed tightly and the distances are short. It is not workable as a model for electrifying a continent. Alternating current can be transmitted at high voltage and stepped down by transformers at the point of use, which means that a single generating station can serve customers at distances that would be impossible for direct current. This is the basic technical argument, stripped to its essentials, and it is an argument that Tesla understands with total clarity because he has been living inside it for years. But the motors of the period, the motors that do the mechanical work that industry requires, run on direct current. Nobody has built a practical, alternating current motor. Edison's engineers have looked at the problem and concluded, or been told to conclude, that it cannot be done. Tesla knows it can be done because he has already done it, in his mind, with a completeness that satisfies him entirely. He needs a place to do it in the world. The winter passes. The ground softens. The ditches, at least, get easier to dig when the frost is out of the earth, which is not nothing. Spring comes to New York with the particular energy that springs in northern cities have. The relief of it, the sense of the world resuming after an interruption. And then someone comes to find Nikola Tesla. The meeting happens through the intermediary network that has been quietly assembling itself around the word of his talent, through Sherburne and through conversations, and through the way that information about unusual people tends to circulate in any community that has a stake in technological development. The man who comes is connected to money, to investment capital, to the possibility of serious backing. He has heard about the Serbian engineer who worked for Edison and left. He has heard about the alternating current motor. He wants to talk. Tesla puts down his shovel. He is 30 years old and thin, and his hands are the hands of someone who has been doing physical labor, and his clothes are not what they were when he arrived from Paris 2 years ago, when he had a position and a salary and some reasonable expectation of professional progress. He is not what he was. And he is, at the same time, exactly what he was. The mind is intact, the ideas are intact. The rotating magnetic field still turns in its perfect theoretical space, unaffected by the ditch, unaffected by Edison's contempt, unaffected by the investors who took his patents and handed him worthless stock in return. He sits down with the man. He begins to talk. He talks about alternating current. He talks about the motor he has designed, the system he has conceived, the way that power can be generated and transmitted and used if the engineering is done correctly. He talks with the precise, unhurried clarity of someone who has been living with these ideas for so long that they are as familiar to him as the features of his own face. He can describe them from any angle, answer any question, address any objection, because he has already addressed every objection internally in the years of thinking that the ditch and the laboratory and the railroad car and the Budapest Park have all contributed to. The man listens. And what will happen next? What is already, in the spring of 1887, beginning to take its first real shape, is the laboratory on South Fifth Avenue, the investors who will finally take him seriously, the patents that will be filed and granted and that will eventually, though not without enormous struggle, change the world. What is beginning is the Tesla Electric Company, and the Westinghouse connection that will follow it, and the war of currents and Niagara Falls and all the rest. But before all of that, before the laboratory and the patents and the demonstrations and the fame, there is this moment. A man sitting across a table from a potential investor in a city that has given him very little to be grateful for, with the winter of ditch digging still in his body, with the wounds of Edison's dismissal and the investor's theft still unhealed, with 4 cents in his pocket now replaced by not very many more. He is talking about a motor. He is describing magnetic fields rotating in sequence, generating torque without brushes, without the complications that direct current motors require. He is describing it the way you describe something you have built and tested and lived with for years, because he has built and tested and lived with it. Only the building and testing have happened in the interior space where he does his most important work, in the space that ditch digging cannot reach and Edison's mockery cannot diminish. The American shore has not been gentle. It has been, in many ways, exactly as hard as the hardest possible version of arrival. The betrayed promise, the stolen work, the physical humiliation of labor that has nothing to do with the labor you were made to do. He has encountered, in 2 years, most of the ways that a city can be indifferent to a person's gifts. And he is still here. The spark is still here. It has not gone out. It is, if anything, burning more steadily than it was when the ship moved through the morning fog and New York emerged from the haze and he stood at the railing with 4 cents and a letter and a revolution in his head. The future is not yet visible, but it is coming. In the rotation of fields that no one else can yet see. In the mind of a man who has spent a winter in the dirt and emerged from it, still believing with a completeness that approaches the absolute, in the particular and irreducible truth of what he knows. The table between them is small. The room is ordinary. Outside, the city continues its enormous and indifferent business. Tesla talks. The investor leans forward. And the spark, patient and precise, waits. Chapter 5. Power Transformed, 1886 to 1888. The winter of 1886 settles over New York City like a gray shroud, pressing down on the avenues and rooftops with a cold that seeps through wool and brick alike. Gas lamps flicker along the streets of Lower Manhattan, casting amber pools of light onto the wet cobblestones below, and in the distance, the half-finished skeleton of the Brooklyn Bridge stands against the darkening sky like a monument to human ambition still in the process of becoming. The city is alive with the noise of transition, horses and iron wheels, the bark of vendors, the low industrial percussion of a civilization reshaping itself. And somewhere in the middle of all of it, walking with the long, deliberate strides of a man whose mind is perpetually several steps ahead of his body, is Nikola Tesla. He is 30 years old. He has already survived more disappointment than most men accumulate in a lifetime. He arrived in America 2 years earlier with 4 cents in his pocket, a letter of introduction, and a mind so crowded with electrical visions that he barely had room to feel afraid. He worked for Thomas Edison, and then lost that position or left it. The truth of the departure depends on who is telling the story. He spent months digging ditches to survive, holding a shovel in hands more accustomed to calculations, smiling thinly at the foreman's jokes while the equations for rotating magnetic fields turned quietly in his head like wheels within wheels. But those days are behind him now, at least in their most degrading form. Something new is beginning. Something that requires not just his genius but his patience, and patience, Tesla is learning, is its own form of electricity. It must be stored before it can be released. The men who are backing him are not visionaries. They are practical businessmen named Robert Lane and Benjamin Vail, and they have agreed to fund a small operation they call the Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing Company in Rahway, New Jersey. The terms of this arrangement are not ideal, and Tesla understands this even as he signs the papers with his careful, precise hand. They want him to develop arc lighting systems, proven technology, commercially viable, the kind of thing that investors can see and touch and calculate a return on. They are not interested in his polyphase dreams. They are interested in what sells. Tesla nods and sets to work, because a laboratory, even one built on someone else's terms, is still a laboratory. And a laboratory is the closest thing to sacred space that Nikola Tesla knows. He works in the modest facility in Rahway with the focused intensity that those who observe him will later struggle to adequately describe. He does not work the way other engineers work. He does not sketch and prototype and revise in the conventional sense. He has already built the machines in his mind, refined them through what he calls his method of mental elaboration, running each component through thousands of invisible trials before a single physical piece is fabricated. When Tesla finally instructs a machinist to build something, the dimensions are exact and the tolerances are precise, because the machine has already been running in the theater of his imagination for weeks or months. The result is an arc lighting system of genuine elegance, reliable, efficient, and commercially sound. For a time, the arrangement appears to function. The Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing Company installs its arc lighting systems in Rahway, and the lights glow steadily and well. Tesla's work is good. It is, by any technical measure, excellent. But the men behind the company are not interested in Tesla the inventor so much as Tesla the instrument. And when they have extracted what they need from him, the patents, the designs, the working systems, they reorganize the company in a way that leaves Tesla with nothing. No equity, no royalties, no laboratory. They hand him stock certificates in a reconstituted entity that carries no assets and holds no value, and then the enterprise dissolves around him like morning fog, leaving him standing once again in the open air with his mind full of electricity and his pockets empty of everything else. He stands in the winter street and holds those worthless certificates for a long moment. The humiliation is total. He has been used. There is no other word for it. The men who promised him partnership have taken his work and discarded the worker, and Tesla, who has never been skilled at the self-protective maneuvers of commerce, who has always believed that the quality of the work would be its own sufficient argument, finds himself confronting the brutal indifference of capital in its rawest form. He is a man of extraordinary gifts, living in an age that is not yet sure what to do with extraordinary gifts, unless they can be immediately converted into profit. But Tesla does not collapse. This is one of the most important and least celebrated facts about him. He does not collapse. He is not impervious to suffering. In fact, he feels everything with an almost painful intensity, the sensitivity that accompanies his kind of mind like a shadow, but he possesses a stubbornness of vision that disappointment cannot erode. The polyphase system still lives inside him. The mathematics have not changed. The magnetic fields still rotate in his imagination with the serene precision of planets, and he knows, with the calm certainty of a man who has seen something real, that what he carries in his mind is worth more than anything that has yet been taken from him. The year turns, and with it comes a small reversal of fortune. Through the networks of New York's electrical community, a world that is surprisingly compact for a city of such scale, Tesla encounters a group of men who are willing to listen with somewhat more genuine interest. Among them is Alfred Brown, superintendent of the Western Union Telegraph Company, and Charles Peck, an attorney with a good mind for both law and the practical possibilities of emerging technology. They meet with Tesla, they hear him explain his alternating current system, and they recognize something that Lane and Vail never could, that the young Serbian inventor is not offering them a product but a principle. And principles, if they are sound, can generate products indefinitely. Brown and Peck form a partnership with Tesla in April of 1887. The arrangement is structured with greater fairness than anything Tesla has previously encountered in America. They will fund a proper laboratory on Liberty Street in Manhattan. They will share in the profits of any patents developed there. And crucially, critically, in a way that Tesla understands as something close to sacred, they will give him the freedom to work on what he knows matters most. The polyphase alternating current system. The thing he has been carrying in his mind since that afternoon in Budapest in 1882, when the vision of the rotating magnetic field arrived like a physical illumination, when he drew the diagram in the dust with a stick, while Goethe's words rose in his memory, and the solution to one of the great problems of electrical science crystallized in a single breathtaking instant. The laboratory on Liberty Street is not grand. It is a working space, practical and unadorned, equipped with the lathes and windings and measurement instruments of serious electrical experimentation. Tesla moves through it with the ease of a man who has finally arrived in the place he was always supposed to be. He sleeps little. He eats irregularly. He works with a concentration that the machinists and assistants who pass through the lab find slightly unnerving, as though the inventor himself is a kind of dynamo, generating energy rather than consuming it. He dresses impeccably regardless of the hour or the state of his experiments, because Tesla's relationship with his own appearance is not vanity but discipline, a form of self-respect that he maintains as a counterweight to the chaos that creative work can impose on a life. He begins with the motors. The motors are the heart of everything. The central insight of the polyphase system, the insight that separates it from all previous alternating current work, is that by using multiple currents slightly offset in their timing, you can create a magnetic field that does not simply pulse back and forth, but actually rotates continuously through space. A rotating magnetic field can push a rotor into motion without any physical contact, without brushes or commutators, without the sparking and maintenance and mechanical wear that afflict every direct current motor ever built. The simplicity of it is almost philosophical. You create rotation from rotation, magnetism describing a circle in the invisible medium of the field, and matter follows where the field leads. There are no moving parts in the field itself. It turns because the mathematics demand that it turn, because the phase relationships of the currents make it geometrically inevitable, and this purity of mechanism is what Tesla finds beautiful in it. Not just useful, but beautiful in the way that a proof is beautiful, in the way that a fact of nature is beautiful, which is to say completely and without remainder. He builds the first functional motor across weeks of concentrated effort, winding the coils with careful hands, verifying the connections, adjusting the geometry of the stator and rotor with the precision that his mental elaboration has already specified. When the moment comes to energize the system for the first time, there is no drama in the conventional sense. Tesla knows what will happen, because he has already seen it happen 10,000 times in the laboratory of his mind. He closes the circuit. The alternating currents flow through the coils in their carefully offset phases. The magnetic field begins to rotate, invisibly, silently, a wheel of pure electromagnetism turning in the air inside the machine. And the rotor turns with it. It turns without being touched. It turns without brushes, without a commutator, without the intervention of any mechanical connection between the stationary parts and the moving ones. The motor runs on a principle that many of his contemporaries have considered either impossible or impractical, and it runs with a smoothness and steadiness that direct current motors of comparable size cannot match. Tesla watches it turn. His expression, by the accounts of those present, is not triumphant. It is something quieter than triumph, the look of a man confirming what he already knew, of a vision made physical, of the world catching up to what the mind has already traversed. He does not stop at one motor. The polyphase system is not a single device but an entire architecture, a way of generating, transmitting, and consuming electrical power that reimagines the relationship between the power station and every device connected to it. Tesla builds motors of different configurations, exploring the geometry of two-phase and three-phase systems, each variation a different expression of the same fundamental principle. He designs generators to produce the polyphase currents his motors require. He works out the mathematics of transmission, understanding with a clarity that no one else in America yet possesses that alternating current can be transformed, stepped up to high voltage for long-distance travel, and then stepped down again for local use, in a way that direct current never can. This is the promise that hums beneath every motor Tesla wins. Not just a better motor, but a better world. Power generated anywhere. Power delivered everywhere. The distance between the waterfall and the city, between the coal mine and the factory, compressed to insignificance by the transformer and the transmission line. Thomas Edison, across the city, is watching the progress of alternating current with a wariness that is not entirely rational and not entirely commercial. Edison built his empire on direct current, and direct current is what his companies sell, what his investors have funded, what his engineers know. He has said publicly, and with the authority of a man whose fame is so immense it shapes the perception of technical fact, that alternating current is dangerous, that it kills, that no sensible society would build its electrical infrastructure on a current that can stop a human heart. There is truth in this. Alternating current at high voltages is lethal in ways that low-voltage direct current is not. But the conclusion Edison draws from this truth, the conclusion that direct current is therefore preferable, is an argument that physics does not support and that economics is already beginning to refute. Direct current cannot travel far. A direct current power station illuminates a radius of perhaps a mile before the resistance of the wire drains its energy into heat. Tesla's alternating current can, in principle, travel 100 miles, 1,000, losing relatively little of its power in transit because the transformer allows it to travel at voltages so high that the resistive losses become manageable. Edison knows this at some level, and knowing it, he digs in. Tesla is aware of Edison's opposition, but does not dwell on it in the way that smaller minds might. He does not construct elaborate arguments against Edison in his private thoughts or rehearse confrontations that will never occur. He simply works. The work is the argument. The motor turning on its Liberty Street workbench is the argument, and it is more eloquent than anything Tesla could say about it because it does not rely on persuasion. It relies on physics. By the fall of 1887, Tesla has developed a suite of polyphase motors and generators that function with a reliability and efficiency that his laboratory tests confirm beyond reasonable doubt. He has working models. He has careful measurements. He has the mathematical framework that explains not just what his machines do, but why they do it, in terms that any competent electrical engineer can follow and verify. Alfred Brown and Charles Peck, watching the progress of their investment with growing excitement, begin to consider the question of patents. The machines must be protected. The principles must be claimed. Tesla's intellectual territory, which is vast and largely unmapped by anyone else, must be surveyed and staked before others arrive to contest it. In November and December of 1887, Tesla works with patent attorneys to document his inventions in a series of applications that are remarkable for their scope and their precision. The applications cover not just individual motors, but the entire polyphase system, the generators, the transmission apparatus, the motors, the transformers, the methods of phase splitting and current division that make the whole architecture possible. It is a body of work that represents, in its breadth, something closer to a new science than a collection of inventions. The Patent Office receives the applications and begins its review. Tesla waits with the patience of a man who has learned to wait, filling the hours with new experiments and new ideas, because Tesla's mind does not idle. It accelerates. The patents are granted in early 1888, and the issuance of those documents changes the nature of everything. Patent protection means that the polyphase system has legal boundaries, that anyone who wishes to manufacture and sell alternating current equipment in the United States must either develop fundamentally different approaches or negotiate with the men who hold these patents. Brown and Peck begin to consider how to bring Tesla's inventions to market, and the question of who should be their partner in this enterprise is not simple. The electrical industry in America is young and contentious, full of competing interests and strong personalities, and the choice of ally will shape not just the commercial fate of the polyphase system, but the physical character of the electrical infrastructure that America is in the process of building. In May of 1888, Tesla is invited to deliver a lecture to the American Institute of Electrical Engineers in New York. It is a significant invitation. The AIEE is the professional home of the people who matter most to the future of his work. The engineers, the professors, the technical managers of the major electrical companies, the men who design systems and advise investors and write the textbooks that will educate the next generation of the profession. Tesla accepts. He prepares with the thoroughness that he brings to everything, writing out his lecture with careful attention to both technical precision and rhetorical clarity, because Tesla understands that the audience he will address requires both. They are sophisticated enough to follow the mathematics and skeptical enough to demand that the mathematics be accompanied by working hardware. The evening of the lecture arrives, and Tesla stands before the assembled engineers of the Institute with the composure of a man who is absolutely certain of what he is about to say. He is tall, angular, impeccably dressed, with the high forehead and intense pale eyes that will eventually become famous. He speaks in the accented English that carries the music of his Balkan origins, the sentences precise and occasionally lofty, the descriptions technical but never obscure. He explains the rotating magnetic field. He derives it from first principles, walking the audience through the geometry of phase offset currents and the physics of electromagnetic induction with a clarity that leaves no ambiguity about how the phenomenon arises or why it is significant. He describes his motors and generators. He shows the working models. The motors turn on the lecture table, smooth and silent and persuasive in the way that only a physical demonstration of a genuine effect can be persuasive. The response is not the polite, reserved attention that such gatherings typically produce. The engineers in that room understand what they are seeing. They understand it in the way that professionals understand when a problem they have been working on collectively has been solved, not approximately, not partially, but completely, with an elegance that makes all previous approaches look like half measures. There are questions, careful and searching, and Tesla answers them with equal care, moving through the technical details with the ease of a man explaining something he has thought about every day for 6 years. When the evening concludes, the AIEE lecture has accomplished what the most successful technical presentations accomplish. It has changed the minds of the people best qualified to evaluate it. Among those who hear about the lecture, through colleagues, through the emerging technical press, through the rapid informal communication of a professional community that is small enough for news to travel quickly, is George Westinghouse. Westinghouse is a different kind of man from the financiers who have previously attached themselves to Tesla's work. He is an inventor himself, with the Union Switch and Signal Company and the Westinghouse air brake already bearing his name and his temperament. He understands mechanisms. He understands how something works. When he established the Westinghouse Electric Company in Pittsburgh in 1886, he did so with a conviction that alternating current was the future of power distribution, and he had already licensed European alternating current technology, the work of the French engineers Gallard and Gibbs, and the transformer designs of the Hungarian engineers at the Ganz Company to begin building AC systems in American cities. But Westinghouse's alternating current infrastructure has a missing piece. It can distribute power. What it cannot do is convert that power efficiently into mechanical motion. It has transformers and lines and distribution networks, but it lacks a practical alternating current motor. And without the motor, alternating current is useful primarily for lighting, which is valuable, but only a fraction of what a complete electrical system could deliver. Tesla's polyphase patents represent exactly the missing piece that Westinghouse needs. And Westinghouse, unlike the men who exploited Tesla's earlier work, is not interested in extraction. He is interested in partnership. Westinghouse sends his representative, the engineer William Stanley, to meet with Tesla in the summer of 1888. The conversations that follow are substantive and detailed, the kind of technical dialogue that Tesla rarely gets to have at this level. Two parties who understand the engineering, discussing what the engineering can do, what it will cost to develop, and what it might eventually be worth. Tesla demonstrates his motors. The Westinghouse engineers examine them, ask questions, take measurements, and report back to Pittsburgh with the assessment that this is real, that it works, that the polyphase system is not a theoretical curiosity, but a practical achievement ready to be scaled. George Westinghouse himself comes to New York to meet Tesla. The encounter between these two men is one of the genuinely consequential meetings of the industrial age, and it is remarkable in the texture of its mutual respect. Westinghouse is a large, broad-shouldered man with a direct manner and the unaffected confidence of someone who has built real things and knows what real things require. He does not condescend to Tesla. He does not attempt to minimize the significance of what Tesla has done or to acquire it cheaply under the pretense of doubt. He speaks to Tesla as one engineer to another, which is to say, as an equal, and this quality of address, so different from the treatment Tesla has typically received from businessmen, is not lost on the inventor. They discuss terms. The negotiation is not adversarial. Westinghouse offers Tesla a substantial cash payment for the rights to the polyphase patents. Reports vary, but the figure often cited is $200,000 paid to Tesla and his partners, along with royalty arrangements that would pay Tesla a fixed fee for every motor manufactured under the patents. These are generous terms by the standards of the day, and they reflect Westinghouse's genuine assessment of the value of what he is acquiring. He is not guessing that the polyphase system is important. He knows that it is important, and he is willing to pay accordingly, because Westinghouse understands that the price of a great idea is not the cost of the materials from which it was made, but the value of the world it will help to build. Tesla accepts. The signing of this agreement in 1888 is one of those moments in the history of technology when the future makes a decisive turn. The polyphase alternating current system, the vision that arrived in a Budapest park 6 years earlier, the equations that turned in Tesla's mind while he dug ditches in Lower Manhattan, the motors that ran on a Liberty Street workbench under the fluorescent attention of a handful of investors and assistants, all of it now passes into the hands of the one organization in America that has both the capital and the technical ambition to build it into an industry. Westinghouse Electric will manufacture Tesla's motors and generators. It will build the transmission systems. It will compete directly with Edison General Electric for the electrical future of the United States, and this competition, already beginning, already acquiring the combative edge that will earn it the name, the War of Currents, will ultimately be decided by whose system can do more, carry farther, cost less, and serve better. Tesla, in the autumn of 1888, does not know all of what is coming. But he knows what the physics says. And the physics says he has already won. He travels to Pittsburgh to consult with the Westinghouse engineers, and this period is its own kind of education. The engineers in Pittsburgh are good. They are practical men, skilled at manufacturing and at the commercial demands of product development. And they have questions and concerns about the polyphase system that are grounded in genuine experience with electrical equipment at scale. They worry about the frequency of the alternating current. Tesla has worked primarily at 60 cycles per second, but the Westinghouse system uses a different standard, and reconciling these is not trivial. They raise questions about the power factor of induction motors, about starting characteristics, about how the motors will behave under varying loads in the field rather than under controlled laboratory conditions. Tesla engages with these concerns with patience and technical depth, sometimes agreeing, sometimes pushing back, always from the foundation of a theoretical understanding that is more complete than anything the Pittsburgh engineers possess. The collaboration is productive, but not without friction. Tesla is not an easy collaborator in the conventional sense. He has ideas about how things should be done that are specific and firmly held, and he is not naturally inclined toward the compromises that large-scale manufacturing sometimes demands. But he respects competence, and the Westinghouse organization has it. He spends months working with their engineers, refining the designs, adapting his motors and generators to the requirements of commercial production, translating the elegant geometries of his Liberty Street laboratory into the practical constraints of a factory. It is less glorious than invention, but it is necessary. And Tesla does it because he understands that the idea is not the end of anything. It is the beginning of the long, unglamorous work of making the idea real. Back in New York, the world that Tesla has set in motion is beginning to organize itself around the questions that his patents have made urgent. The electrical press is writing about polyphase alternating current. Other engineers are reading his AIEE paper and working through the mathematics and reaching the same conclusion that the engineers in Pittsburgh reached, that the rotating magnetic field is not a curiosity but a foundation, that a complete alternating current system now exists in patent form, if not yet in wide commercial deployment, and that the implications for industrial power are significant in ways that the lighting-focused competition between Edison and Westinghouse has not yet fully registered. Edison's response to all of this is to intensify his campaign against alternating current, to argue more loudly and more publicly for the dangers of high-voltage AC, to support experiments that demonstrate its lethality, to do everything within his considerable public influence to prevent the standard from shifting. These efforts are understandable as the defensive actions of a man protecting an empire he built from nothing, but they are not, in the end, arguments that physics can sustain. Edison is fighting the thermodynamics of wire resistance with rhetoric and public relations, and while rhetoric can influence opinion, it cannot change the way that electrons move through copper. The losses are real. The distances are real. The advantage of transformable alternating current for long-distance transmission is real in the same way that the advantage of a longer lever is real. It is not a preference but a fact, and facts on long enough timescales tend to prevail. Tesla, for his part, does not fight Edison publicly. This is sometimes misread as disengagement or as excessive generosity toward a man who has not treated him generously. But it is neither of these things. It is strategy, or perhaps something more fundamental than strategy. It is Tesla's recognition that the battle is not personal but physical, that the outcome will be determined not by argument but by demonstration, and that the most powerful demonstration available to him is the one already in progress, the motors turning in Pittsburgh, the Westinghouse engineers working from his patents, the transmission lines being planned, and the substations being designed that will eventually carry polyphase alternating current across the American landscape. Every generator that bears his principles is an argument. Every mile of transmission line is a counterpoint to Edison's position. Tesla is content to let the system speak, because the system speaks in a language that cannot be misquoted or dismissed. As 1888 draws toward its close, Nikola Tesla is 32 years old, and the shape of his life has changed in ways that even his fertile imagination might not have fully anticipated 2 years earlier when he stood on a New Jersey street, holding worthless stock certificates and calculating quietly and without self-pity the distance between where he was and where he needed to be. He has a laboratory. He has patents. He has a partnership with the most progressive electrical manufacturer in America. He has the validation of the technical community, delivered by men qualified to deliver it. And he has the knowledge, the absolute unshakable, physics-grounded knowledge that the rotating magnetic field is real and that its applications have barely begun to be explored. There is more to come. There is always more to come in the life of a man whose mind generates ideas the way a storm generates lightning, continuously, abundantly, often beyond the capacity of the surrounding world to absorb. The war of currents will intensify before it resolves. New inventions will arrive, some of them so far ahead of their moment that they will not be understood for decades. There will be triumphs that astonish the world, and there will be disappointments so severe that they test the limits of even Tesla's extraordinary resilience. But all of that lies ahead, in the unwritten chapters of a life that is, in this late autumn moment of 1888, gathering itself like a charged capacitor, storing energy, building potential, preparing for the release that will make the air itself luminous. The gas lamps are still burning along the Manhattan streets, but their days are numbered, and somewhere in a Pittsburgh factory, in the careful assembly of copper windings and laminated iron cores, the machines that will replace them are taking physical form. The spark of tomorrow is no longer merely a vision. It has become, at last, a turning wheel. Chapter 6. The War of Currents, 1888 to 1893. A certain stillness takes hold of a man the moment he knows, beyond all question, that he is right. Not the stillness of uncertainty, nor of a mind wavering at the edge of a decision, but the deep and settled calm of someone who has looked upon the truth so directly, so fully, that everything clamoring around him fades into near insignificance. Nikola Tesla moved through the year 1888 wrapped in that calm, even as the world outside him grew noisier, more combative, and more treacherous than he could ever have imagined a dispute over science would dare to become. He was 31 years old. His hair was dark, his frame tall and lean, his eyes set with that particular intensity that people who met him could never quite forget. He had arrived in America 4 years earlier with little more than a letter of introduction and the architecture of a revolution inside his mind. He had survived poverty and dismissal. He had endured the humiliation of digging ditches in the streets of New York, while men with smaller imaginations occupied comfortable offices. And through all of it, he had held fast to something that no circumstance had been able to take from him: his vision of alternating current, a system of electrical power so elegant, so efficient, so perfectly conceived, that he believed, without arrogance but with simple mathematical certainty, that it would one day illuminate the entire world. Now, at last, the world was beginning to listen. George Westinghouse had come to Tesla the previous year, had sat across from him and understood, genuinely, immediately understood, what Tesla had built. Westinghouse was not a dreamer in the way Tesla was a dreamer. He was a builder, an industrialist, a man who had made his fortune by solving real problems in the real world. He had invented the air brake for railways, had transformed the safety of American railroads, and had built a company that knew how to take an idea and transform it into a product, a system, a commercial reality. When he looked at Tesla's rotating magnetic field, at the alternating current motor, at the entire polyphase system that Tesla had developed, he saw not only the science but the future of civilization's power grid. The two men had reached an agreement, and Tesla had gone to work for Westinghouse Electric in Pittsburgh, carrying his patents and his knowledge and his boundless, restless energy into a new chapter. But to understand what was about to happen, to truly feel the weight of the battle that was coming, you must first understand what alternating current was challenging. You must understand what it meant to stand against Thomas Edison. Thomas Alva Edison was, by 1888, perhaps the most famous man in America. He was the Wizard of Menlo Park, the inventor of the phonograph, the man who had given the world the incandescent light bulb, the man who had lit up the streets of Lower Manhattan and made the darkness retreat for the first time in human history. He was a figure of almost mythological proportions in the public imagination, a self-made man from Ohio who embodied everything the American story promised: ingenuity, perseverance, the triumph of practical genius over formal education. His laboratories in West Orange, New Jersey, were temples of invention, staffed by teams of brilliant men working in organized, systematic pursuit of commercial innovation. He was not merely a scientist or an inventor. He was an institution. And he had built his entire electrical empire on direct current. Direct current is, in its nature, a simple thing. Electricity flows in one direction, steadily, consistently, like water moving through a pipe. Edison's system worked beautifully within a limited radius. He would build a generating station, and from that station, he could power the homes and businesses within roughly a mile. The copper wires carried the current at low voltage, and within that small circle of light, everything functioned as designed. Lower Manhattan glowed. The wealthy and the powerful who lived and worked near Edison's Pearl Street station could flip a switch and banish darkness. It was a genuine miracle. But it was a miracle with borders. Beyond that mile, the current weakened, dissipated, lost itself in the resistance of the wire. To power a city of any real size, you would need generating stations every mile or so, a web of small plants scattered across the urban landscape, each one burning coal, each one requiring maintenance and staff and capital. It was expensive, complicated, and fundamentally limited. The countryside, the small towns, the vast agricultural interior of the American continent, these places could not be reached by Edison's direct current. The wires would have to travel too far, and the current would simply fade and die long before it arrived. Tesla's alternating current solved this problem with an elegance that still, even now, has the quality of inevitability about it. In an alternating current system, the electricity reverses direction many times per second, oscillating, cycling, flowing, and returning in a rapid rhythm. This quality, which might seem at first like a complication, was in fact the key to everything. Because alternating current could be transformed. A device called a transformer could take alternating current at one voltage and step it up to a dramatically higher voltage for transmission over long distances, then step it back down at the destination for safe use in homes and businesses. High voltage current could travel hundreds of miles along relatively thin wires with minimal loss. It could cross mountains and rivers. It could reach the farmhouse in Iowa, and the mill town in Pennsylvania, and the mining camp in Colorado. It was not a system for illuminating a single neighborhood. It was a system for electrifying a nation. Edison understood this. He understood it with the particular clarity of a man who has built something large and profitable and feels it beginning to be threatened. His direct current system represented an enormous investment, not just of money, which was considerable, but of infrastructure, of installed equipment, of the entire commercial architecture of his electrical business. Every city that converted to alternating current was a city that would not need his generating stations, his cables, his meters, his entire approach. The alternating current revolution, if it came, would make his system obsolete. And so Edison, the great practical genius, the champion of the possible, made a decision that history has not treated kindly. He decided not to compete with alternating current on the merits. He decided instead to destroy it. What followed was one of the strangest chapters in the history of American science, a campaign of deliberate misinformation, of staged spectacle, of fear and propaganda that came to be known in the years that followed as the War of Currents. Edison began with words. His laboratories published papers and pamphlets, arguing that alternating current was inherently, lethally dangerous. High-voltage electricity, he insisted, was a menace to public safety. The very efficiency that made Tesla's system capable of traveling long distances, those high voltages, would, Edison argued, make it a constant threat to life. A broken wire, a faulty connection, an accident of any kind, and the people nearby would be killed instantly. Direct current, operating at low voltages, was the safe choice, the responsible choice, the choice that a civilized society ought to make. The argument was not entirely without foundation. High-voltage electricity is genuinely dangerous and demands careful engineering and proper insulation. But Edison pressed it not as a technical caution, but as a weapon, inflating and exaggerating the risks while ignoring the very real limitations of his own system. Then he moved from words to theater. In the late months of 1887 and into 1888, a strange series of public demonstrations began taking place at Edison's laboratory and at various locations across the country. Stray animals, dogs, cats, calves, were brought before audiences of journalists and curious observers. Sheets of metal were laid upon the ground. The animals were placed upon the metal, and then alternating current was passed through them. They died, quickly and dramatically, in front of the watching crowd. Edison's men called this process Westinghousing, a verb built from his rival's name, designed to associate George Westinghouse and his alternating current system with death, with killing, with danger. It was crude and it was cruel, and it was, in the judgment of history, a deeply dishonorable chapter in the life of a man who deserved better. But in the moment, it was effective. Newspapers ran the stories. The public, which had no particular weight to evaluate the competing technical claims, registered the spectacle and felt a vague unease about the wires that Tesla and Westinghouse wanted to string across their cities. Tesla, watching all of this from Pittsburgh and from his own laboratory in New York, was repulsed. The deliberate killing of animals to make a political point struck him as not merely wrong, but offensive to some deep principle he held about the relationship between science and the world it was meant to serve. He loved animals with a sincerity that was one of the most genuine things about him. Later in life, he would spend hours feeding the pigeons of New York, would form attachments to specific birds that he spoke of with undisguised tenderness. To see living creatures sacrificed on the altar of a commercial argument filled him with a cold, quiet anger. But he did not respond with anger. He responded with science. The question of danger, Tesla understood, was not fundamentally about the direction in which current flowed. It was about how electricity interacted with the human body, about the conditions under which it was harmful, and the conditions under which it was not. And he had been thinking about this question, as he thought about all questions, with extraordinary depth and originality. He had discovered something that struck most people who heard it as almost impossible to believe. He had discovered that under certain conditions, with current oscillating at sufficiently high frequency, a human being could safely conduct electricity through his own body. Not small amounts of electricity. Dramatic, visible, spectacular amounts. He began to demonstrate this in public. Picture the scene. The year is 1891. The hall is packed, scientists, engineers, journalists, members of the public who have come to watch the man they have heard described as a wizard, a sorcerer, the most extraordinary scientific mind of the age. Tesla walks to the center of the stage. He is immaculate as always, dressed with care, his tall figure composed, his face carrying that expression of calm certainty that never entirely left him. The lights in the hall are lowered. And then Nikola Tesla picks up glass tubes filled with gas and holds them in his bare hands, and they begin to glow. Not faintly, brilliantly, luminously, with a cold and beautiful light that seems almost alive. He passes the glowing tubes through the air. He touches them to his body. The electricity is moving through him, using him as a conductor, and he is standing there alive and unhurt and utterly composed, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. The audiences were stunned into silence and then erupted. What they were witnessing was not a trick and not an illusion. It was a controlled demonstration of genuine physics. Tesla had discovered that at very high frequencies, alternating current flowed along the surface of the body rather than through the internal organs, making it possible to carry extraordinary voltages without the lethal effects that lower frequency current would produce. He was making a scientific argument with his own body as the instrument. He was saying, with a calm that was more powerful than any polemic, electricity is not your enemy. Electricity, understood and mastered, is your servant. And I have understood it. And I have mastered it. These demonstrations, and he gave many in New York and in Europe, to audiences that included the leading scientific figures of the age, transformed his reputation. He had been known, before this, primarily within the technical world, as the inventor whose patents Westinghouse had licensed, as the man whose polyphase system was slowly making its way into commercial deployment. Now he became something larger. The press discovered him. Journalists wrote about him with a breathlessness that was unusual even for an era that loved its inventors. He was compared to Franklin, to Galileo, to the great figures of the scientific past. Mark Twain visited his laboratory and became a genuine friend. The social world of New York, the salons and dinner parties and intellectual gatherings of the city's elite, opened its doors to him. He dined with Astor and with Carnegie. He moved through those rooms with an ease that surprised people, because he was, despite the depth of his inner world, genuinely charming when he chose to be, capable of wit and lightness in social situations, wearing his genius without ostentation. But the battle was not yet won. Public demonstrations, however spectacular, were not the same as proof. What the war of currents needed, what would finally and decisively settle the question of which system would power the future, was not a laboratory experiment, but a real-world test on a scale so large that no one could ignore its implications. And that test was coming, though no one knew quite yet how significant it would be. In 1890, the United States Congress authorized a celebration. The year 1892 would mark the 400th anniversary of Columbus's arrival in the Americas, a date that the country, still young and expansive and possessed of an enormous appetite for self-celebration, wanted to mark in a manner commensurate with its own sense of its destiny. A World's Fair would be held, the greatest the country had ever attempted, a city built within a city, a temporary monument to human achievement and American ambition. It would be called the World's Columbian Exposition, and it would be held in Chicago. Chicago was, in 1890, a city of extraordinary energy and extraordinary roughness. It had risen from the ashes of the Great Fire of 1871 with a speed and ferocity that seemed to embody something essential about American character. Its stockyards were the largest in the world. Its grain elevators lined the river like cathedrals of commerce. Its architects were inventing new ways to build, pushing stone and steel upward in ways that had never been attempted, creating what would come to be known as the first skyscrapers. It was a city that had no particular reverence for the past and an enormous hunger for the future, and it was the perfect place, it turned out, to stage the battle that would decide the electrical future of the world. The exposition's planners, led by the architect Daniel Burnham, wanted to create something that would leave the world breathless. They envisioned a complex of great white buildings, neoclassical palaces of plaster and hemp fiber designed by the leading architects of the day, set around a central lagoon linked by electric launches, illuminated at night in a way that would make visitors feel they had stepped into a dream. They called it, with a certain involuntary poetry, the White City. And the White City would need electricity. Enormous amounts of it. More electricity than had ever been concentrated in a single location in the history of the world. Both Edison and Westinghouse bid for the contract. This moment, this formal competition between the two systems, was, in retrospect, the hinge point of the entire war. The exposition's organizers were not scientists or engineers. They were practical men with a practical problem. They needed to illuminate roughly 200 buildings, power thousands of electric lights, run motors and machinery in the exhibition halls, provide current for the electric railways and launches, and do all of this on a budget and on a schedule. They would choose the system that could do what they needed done most effectively and at the most reasonable cost. Edison's proposal was enormous in its price. His system, requiring generating stations at short intervals and heavy copper wiring throughout the exposition grounds, would cost far more than the organizers had available. Westinghouse's proposal, backed by Tesla's alternating current technology, capable of transmitting power from a single central generating station across the entire grounds with far less copper wire, came in dramatically lower. The organizers awarded the contract to Westinghouse. It was a moment of genuine historical consequence, though it did not feel that way in the offices where the papers were signed. It felt like a procurement decision. It felt like a budget calculation. What it actually was, though recognized as such only in retrospect, was the beginning of the end of Edison's direct current dream. Tesla threw himself into the work with the particular intensity that characterized everything he did when he cared about an outcome. And he cared about this outcome with everything he had. He understood what was at stake, not for himself personally, not for his bank account or his reputation, though those things were involved, but for the idea itself, for the alternating current system that had lived inside his mind through years of poverty and struggle and dismissal. This was the moment the idea had been waiting for. The engineering challenges were real, and they were significant. The exposition grounds covered more than 600 acres. The electrical load was immense. At full operation, the White City would consume more electricity than many American cities of the day. The generating equipment had to be designed, built, tested, and installed on a schedule that left little margin for error. Tesla worked with Westinghouse's engineers, specifying the parameters of the generators, the configuration of the polyphase system, the design of the distribution network. He did not delegate the thinking. He thought it through himself, in that way he had of holding an entire complex system in his mind simultaneously, of seeing not individual components but the whole, the integrated whole, the system as a living thing. There was also, during this period, a shadow that fell across the work, a moment that could have ended everything before it began. In November of 1890, the electrical world was shaken by an event that Edison's supporters used with immediate and aggressive effect. A worker at the Westinghouse plant in Pittsburgh, a man named Clarence Daly, was killed by alternating current. The death was tragic and, in the technical sense, instructive. It illustrated the real dangers of high-voltage electricity handled without proper safety protocols. But Edison's partisans seized on it not as a call for better safety practices, but as proof of their core contention, that alternating current was inherently lethal, that it could not be safely managed, that the public would pay for any widespread adoption of Westinghouse's system with their lives. Tesla and Westinghouse did not retreat. They responded with engineering, with better insulation, with clearer protocols, with the careful design of equipment that minimized the risk of accidental contact. The answer to danger was not to abandon a superior technology, but to master it more completely. This was, in a fundamental sense, Tesla's philosophy about all difficult problems. The universe did not yield to anxiety or retreat. It yielded to understanding. And then, there was the matter of the Columbian Exposition's other great electrical attraction, an attraction that Tesla had proposed, and that would, in a single dramatic gesture, answer every argument Edison had ever made about the danger of alternating current. Tesla proposed to demonstrate his system not simply by having it power the lights of the White City, which it would do, but by giving a series of public demonstrations within the exposition itself, showing what alternating current could do in the hands of someone who understood it. He would bring his laboratory to Chicago. He would perform for the millions of visitors who came to the fair the same demonstrations he had been giving in lecture halls. The glowing tubes, the sparks, the extraordinary visible manifestations of electrical phenomena that seemed, to those who saw them, to belong to another world entirely. The fair opened on May 1, 1893. There had never been anything quite like it in America, and there would not be anything quite like it again for many years. 27 million people attended over the course of its 6-month run, a number almost incomprehensible when you remember that the entire population of the United States at the time was barely 63 million. People came from every state, from Europe, from around the world. They came by train and by boat and by horse and by foot. They came to see the great white buildings that rose from the lakefront like something dreamed rather than built. They came to see the Ferris wheel, invented specifically for the fair, making its first appearance in human history, lifting passengers 160 feet into the Chicago sky. They came to see the art and the machinery, and the exhibits of human achievement gathered from around the globe. And they came, in enormous numbers, to stand at the edge of the exposition grounds after dark, and look at something that most of them had never seen before. They came to see the night turned into day. The lighting of the world's Columbian Exposition at nightfall was, by all contemporary accounts, among the most extraordinary spectacles that ordinary Americans of that era ever witnessed. The White City's buildings were outlined in electric light, their great pale facades glowing against the darkness of Lake Michigan. The lagoon reflected the lights in shifting, shimmering patterns. The fountains were illuminated from within. Strings of lights traced the contours of walkways and bridges. And all of it, all of those thousands of lights, the entire luminous dream of the White City, was powered by alternating current, by the polyphase system of Nikola Tesla, generated by Westinghouse's machines, and transmitted across the grounds with a reliability and efficiency that Edison's system could never have achieved at that scale. There were 100,000 electric lights burning in the White City at full operation. 100,000, more than 4 times the number of lights in the entire city of Chicago at the time. Visitors who saw it for the first time often fell silent. Some wept. A farmer from rural Indiana, who had never in his life seen an electric light before that evening, stood at the edge of the illuminated lagoon for a long time without speaking. And when he finally turned to the person beside him, he said simply, "So this is what they mean by tomorrow." Tesla's own demonstrations within the exposition drew crowds of their own. He appeared in the electricity building, in that space that had been given over to the display of electrical wonders, and he performed the experiments that had made him famous in the lecture halls of New York and London. He held the glowing tubes. He made sparks leap from his fingertips. He powered lights without wires, a demonstration of wireless energy transfer that seemed, to almost everyone who saw it, like pure magic. He was 57 days from his 37th birthday, and he stood in that exhibition space as the living embodiment of a future that had, quite suddenly, become the present. The newspapers outdid themselves. Reporters searched for metaphors adequate to what they were witnessing, and generally concluded that no adequate metaphor existed. The Sun called the lighting of the exposition the most stupendous electrical exhibition ever attempted. The Tribune wrote that standing in the White City at night was to know that the age of darkness was over. Scribner's Magazine sent a writer who spent 3 evenings trying to capture the experience in prose, and ultimately concluded that certain things surpassed language. Edison watched from a distance, and he was too honest a man, underneath everything, not to understand what he was watching. His direct current system had not been chosen to light the fair. His system could not have lit the fair. The technical and economic arguments that he had been making for years The arguments that alternating current was dangerous, that it was impractical, that direct current remained the only viable system for large-scale electrical deployment. These arguments were being refuted not in laboratories or technical papers, but in front of 27 million witnesses. The people who walked through the White City and stood beneath its lights and felt the particular wonder of that illuminated night were not reading technical journals. They were experiencing something that bypassed argument entirely and went straight to understanding. The war of currents, though it would continue in various forms for a few more years, had found its decisive battle, and alternating current had won it. George Westinghouse came to Tesla during the fair, found him somewhere in that great electric city they had built together, and shook his hand. Westinghouse was not given to effusive expression. He was a practical man, and practical men in that era and that world did not easily dissolve into sentiment. But he said something to Tesla that day, which Tesla remembered for the rest of his life, and which Tesla later recalled as one of the few moments in all his years in America when he felt that he had been genuinely seen. Westinghouse said that of all the men he had ever worked with, in all his years of building and inventing and competing, he had never known anyone who combined theoretical genius with practical vision the way Tesla did. He said that the White City was Tesla's city. He said that the light belonged to him. Tesla, who was not a sentimental man in any conventional sense, who did not weep easily and did not speak easily of what moved him, was quiet for a moment. Then he said that the light belonged to everyone. That was, he said, the entire point. That was why it was worth fighting for. The summer of 1893 in Chicago was the culmination of a battle that had begun in the offices and laboratories of New York and Pittsburgh, and that had played out across the front pages of American newspapers, in lecture halls and public demonstrations, in the corridors of corporate competition, in the deeply personal antagonism between two men, Edison and Tesla, who embodied different visions of what electricity was for and how it should be used. Edison had seen electricity as a product, a commercial offering, something to be sold in carefully measured quantities to those who lived within reach of his generating stations. Tesla had seen electricity as something closer to what it actually is, a fundamental force of nature, something that belonged, in a moral sense, to the world, something whose mastery was an act of liberation rather than commerce. Neither vision was entirely wrong. Neither vision was entirely right. The world that emerged from the war of currents was one in which both commercial reality and visionary aspiration played their roles. But the architecture of that world, the grid that carries power from distant generating stations across hundreds of miles of wire to the sockets in your walls, the infrastructure that allows electricity to reach not just the wealthy neighborhoods of Manhattan, but the farmhouses and the small towns and the places that Edison's system could never have served, that architecture is Tesla's. It is built on his mathematics, his rotating magnetic field, his polyphase system, the alternating current that he dreamed and calculated and held onto through years of difficulty, and demonstrated with his own body, and ultimately proved to 27 million people standing beneath the lights of a white city on the shore of a dark lake. The sparks that flew from his fingertips in the lecture halls of New York, that lit the glass tubes he held in his bare hands, those same sparks, transformed and multiplied and transmitted across the continent, would become the electricity that powered the 20th century. Every light that burns tonight in the darkness, every screen, every motor, every device that converts electrical power into human capability is, in some essential way, a descendant of what Nikola Tesla imagined in the winter of 1882 when he was walking in a park in Budapest, and the solution came to him, whole and complete, like a gift from the universe to a mind prepared to receive it. He was not finished. The war of currents was won, but Tesla was Tesla, and his mind did not rest in victories. It was already moving forward, already reaching toward the next thing, the larger thing, the thing that even his allies thought might be impossible. He had lit the White City. He had proven the polyphase system. He had changed the world's relationship to electrical power in ways that would compound through the coming century into changes that neither he nor anyone alive in 1893 could fully anticipate. But somewhere in that restless, extraordinary mind, there was already a new question forming. If electricity could be transmitted across the grounds of an exposition without difficulty, without loss, with efficiency and grace, why should it require wires at all? Why should power be tethered to copper? Why should the great web of electrical energy that he could feel, in some almost physical sense, as the animating principle of the modern world, why should it be constrained by the need to touch every point it served with a physical conductor? The answer to that question would drive the next chapter of his life into territories more speculative and more contested, and ultimately more tragic than anything he had yet faced. But in the summer of 1893, standing in the light he had made, Nikola Tesla was at the peak of everything the world had offered him, and the light was very beautiful, and it was his. Chapter 7. High Frequencies, 1893 to 1899. A certain hush descends upon a room in the instant before something remarkable occurs. It is not the hush of vacancy, nor of an audience merely waiting its turn. It is the hush of breath caught and held, of the world itself pausing at the edge of something it has never before witnessed. That hush settled over the Chicago World's Fair on a warm evening in 1893, drifting like a fine mist across the thousands who had gathered inside the great hall of the Electricity Building, their faces tilted upward, their eyes open wide, their voices drawn away collectively into a shared and wordless anticipation. Nikola Tesla stood at the center of it all. He was tall, remarkably so, and slender in the way of men whose minds are always moving faster than their bodies, burning fuel that would sustain another man for days. His dark hair was swept back from a high, pale forehead. His eyes, gray-blue and extraordinarily focused, held that quality so often remarked upon by those who met him, the sense that he was looking not quite at you but through you, towards something just beyond the visible world. He wore, as always, a perfectly fitted suit, his gloves freshly laundered, his shoes polished to a military shine. He was particular about these things. He was particular about everything. Before him, on a long table draped in black cloth, sat a device unlike anything the crowd had ever seen. It was not remarkable to look at, not in the way of a great painting or an architectural wonder. It was, in the most literal sense, a coil, a cylinder of wire wound in careful, deliberate spirals, connected by thick copper conductors to a resonant circuit, which was itself connected to an alternating current source. Beside it sat a secondary coil, larger, its geometry precise to a fraction of a millimeter. Between the two coils was a gap, just air, nothing more. And in Tesla's hands at this moment was a glass tube, sealed, containing nothing but the faintest trace of gas. No wire connected it to anything. No battery pressed against its base. It simply rested in his long fingers, glowing faintly even now from the ambient energies drifting through the hall. He reached toward the primary coil. The sound began as a low hum, the kind of sound that you feel in the chest before you hear it with the ears, and then it deepened and widened into something that pressed against the skin, that made the tiny hairs on the back of the hand rise without any wind to cause them to do so. The air itself seemed to change. There was a smell, clean and sharp, like the sky just after lightning has struck a field a mile away. Ozone, the signature of ionized air, of electricity breaking the very molecules that compose the atmosphere into something briefly electrically alive. And then the tube in Tesla's hand began to glow. Not dimly, not tentatively. It blazed with a cold, brilliant, ethereal light, white at its core and shading at its edges into the faintest violet, and the crowd, which had been silent, let out a sound that was half gasp and half cry, something involuntary and ancient, the same sound that human beings have been making since the first of their kind looked up and saw fire fall from the sky. But this was not lightning falling. This was lightning contained. This was lightning made obedient, made gentle, made to serve. The electricity that blazed inside that tube had leapt invisibly through open air from the coil on the table, traveled through space itself, and illuminated glass that was connected to nothing and no one. Tesla smiled. It was a small smile, private almost, the smile of a man confirming something to himself that he had always known to be true. He understood, in a way that even the most educated members of that audience could not yet grasp, precisely what he had done. He had taken the radical alternating current framework that he and George Westinghouse had already fought so hard to establish, fought against Thomas Edison, against entrenched interests, against fear and misunderstanding, and pushed it further. He had taken the frequency of that alternating current and raised it dramatically. Instead of the 60 cycles per second that powered the lights and motors of ordinary life, he was now working with frequencies of thousands of cycles per second, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. And at those frequencies, the behavior of electricity changed in ways that defied every assumption that the scientific world had previously made. This was the Tesla coil. It had not appeared overnight. Nothing that Tesla created appeared overnight, though the public often imagined his inventions as sudden visitations, bolts of inspiration striking a mind already illuminated beyond ordinary capacity. The reality was different, and in some ways more beautiful than the legend. The Tesla coil was the product of years of careful, obsessive, methodical work, of notebooks filled in a cramped, precise hand with calculations that stretched across dozens of pages, of experiments conducted in his South Fifth Avenue laboratory in New York, through nights that ran until dawn, of failures catalogued with the same meticulous care as successes, because Tesla understood that failure was not the opposite of discovery but often its immediate predecessor. The principle at the heart of the Tesla coil was resonance. Tesla had become, by 1893, perhaps the most sophisticated thinker in the world on the subject of resonant electrical circuits. Resonance was not a new concept. It was as old as the vibrating string, as old as the wineglass that sings when the right note is played near it. But Tesla had grasped something about its electrical application that others had missed or underestimated. When two circuits were tuned to resonate at the same frequency, when their natural oscillation matched, energy could transfer between them with extraordinary efficiency, even across a physical gap, even through air that carried no wire, no conducting medium, nothing but the invisible field that electricity generated around itself as it moved. The primary coil of his device generated a rapidly oscillating electromagnetic field. The secondary coil, tuned precisely to the same resonant frequency, responded to that field the way a violin string responds to a bow drawing across its twin in another room. It vibrated in sympathy. And in vibrating, in resonating, it stepped up the voltage dramatically, far beyond what any conventional transformer of the era could achieve. The voltages at the top of a fully realized Tesla coil could reach millions of volts. The sparks it generated were not the short, sharp sparks of ordinary electrical apparatus. They were long, branching fractal cascades of artificial lightning, eerily beautiful, that filled the air with crackling sound and the sharp perfume of ozone. He had been building toward this for years, and at the World's Fair, the Columbian Exposition, held in Chicago to celebrate the 400th anniversary of Columbus's arrival in the Americas, he had the greatest possible stage on which to demonstrate what he had found. The fair itself was a staggering achievement of human ambition. 200 buildings of gleaming white plaster and steel had risen on the shores of Lake Michigan, so numerous and so white that people called the complex the White City. At night, it blazed with electric light. 100,000 incandescent bulbs powered by alternating current generators built by Westinghouse, generators built on patents that belonged to Nikola Tesla. It was, in a very real sense, Tesla's light that illuminated the White City, though his name did not appear on the banners or the programs. 27 million people passed through the gates of the Columbian Exposition, over its 6-month run, and nearly every one of them walked beneath skies that Tesla had lit. But in the electricity building, in the demonstrations that drew crowds night after night, it was Tesla himself who was present, and Tesla himself who performed. He did not think of what he did as performance exactly. He thought of it as education, as demonstration in the oldest and most honest sense of that word, meaning the direct and visible proof of a principle. But he was also, in ways he did not always acknowledge, a man who understood the power of theater. He had been drawn since childhood to the stage, to poetry, to the sensory richness of narrative. And so, while his demonstrations were scientifically rigorous in every particular, they were also carefully designed for maximum dramatic impact. The darkened hall, the glowing tubes, the arcs of artificial lightning leaping from apparatus to apparatus, and occasionally, in the most breathtaking moments, from the apparatus to Tesla himself, conducted safely through his body by the high-frequency current that at such frequencies produced no muscle contraction, no physiological damage, only the eerie and spectacular sight of a man standing at the center of a corona of living light. He held the glowing tubes in both hands, and they blazed. He passed current through his own body, and light traced his fingers. He stood in the heart of what looked for all the world like a lightning storm, and emerged from it unhurt and unruffled, his suit still perfect, his expression still that of a man quietly confirming what he already knew. After each demonstration, he would speak, calmly, without theatrics, about what the audience had seen. He would explain, in the careful and beautifully chosen language that he applied to everything he wrote and said, why the lights had blazed without wires. He would describe, in terms accessible to the layperson but never condescending, the nature of high-frequency alternating current and the principle of resonant energy transfer. He would paint, in words, the picture of a future world in which energy moved not through copper wires strung on poles across a landscape, but through the air itself, a world in which a person might carry a device anywhere on Earth and draw power from an invisible sea of electromagnetic energy that surrounded them constantly, the way a fish draws oxygen from water. The audience did not always fully understand what he was describing, but they believed him. There was something in the quality of his attention, the sense that he had seen, in some internal vision, every detail of the future he described, that made belief feel not like credulity but like clarity. He was not asking them to imagine. He was reporting. The months after the Columbian Exposition were among the most productive of Tesla's life. He returned to New York with his reputation transformed. He was no longer simply the man who had beaten Edison in the war of currents, the man behind the Westinghouse alternating current system. He was now something more mysterious and more compelling, a scientist who could make light from nothing, who could stand in lightning and smile, who was speaking about wireless transmission of energy as if it were not a dream but a timetable. He threw himself into his work with the particular ferocity that characterized the periods of his greatest productivity, sleeping rarely, eating minimally, spending his days at the laboratory and his nights there too, filling pages with equations and sketches, testing and adjusting and refining. The laboratory on South Fifth Avenue was, by this point, something between a scientific facility and a cabinet of wonders. Machines occupied every surface. Coils of copper wire hung from the walls. The smell of ozone was constant, woven into the plaster itself. Visitors, and there were many, because Tesla had become a figure of fascination among the intellectuals and socialites of New York, described the sensation of walking through the door as entering another world, one in which electricity was not a utility but a presence, not a servant, but an element as fundamental and alive as water or air. He was working now on multiple tracks simultaneously, because his mind did not move in straight lines. It moved in expanding spirals, looping outward from a central insight, discovering connections between phenomena that most physicists treated as entirely separate domains. He was investigating the mechanical effects of high-frequency oscillators, devices that could shake a structure at its resonant frequency with tremendous efficiency, a discovery he would later make famous by attaching one of his small oscillators to the iron pillar of his building and very nearly shaking the surrounding block of Manhattan into rubble before he smashed the device with a hammer to stop it. He was investigating X-rays, those mysterious emanations discovered by Wilhelm Röntgen in 1895 that could pass through flesh and cast shadows of bone onto photographic plates. Tesla had, in fact, been generating X-rays in his own laboratory before Röntgen's announcement, experimenting with evacuated tubes through which he drove high-frequency, high-voltage current. He had noticed the strange effects on photographic plates stored near the tubes, had begun to wonder at the cause, but had not paused long enough on that particular thread to follow it to its conclusion. He would later call this one of his great regrets. But it was the question of wireless transmission, of energy and of information moving through space without wire or conductor, that held the deepest portion of his attention. He was becoming convinced with increasing urgency that the Earth itself was the key. Not the air above the Earth, not the space between transmitter and receiver, but the planet, the vast conductive spherical body that all of humanity shared, was the medium through which wireless power could flow. He had begun to conceive of a system in which the Earth could be set into electrical resonance, vibrating at a specific frequency like a great hollow bell, so that power injected at one point would propagate through the planetary body and emerge anywhere on its surface where a properly tuned receiver waited. It was an idea so large that it strained the vocabulary available to describe it. It was not merely an engineering proposal. It was a reimagining of the relationship between human civilization and the planet it inhabited. Tesla did not think of the Earth as a passive object on which people happened to live. He thought of it as a dynamic system, a system with its own frequencies, its own resonances, its own electrical characteristics, and he thought that if you understood those characteristics precisely enough, you could use them. You could make the Earth itself into a power grid. He was 37 years old, at the absolute height of his physical and mental capacity, and the future felt to him not like a possibility but like an inevitability. It was there. He could see it. He needed only to build the bridge that would carry the present moment across to meet it. And then came the night of March 13, 1895. It is difficult, even now, to convey the full weight of what happened in the early hours of that morning. To understand it, you have to understand what the South Fifth Avenue Laboratory represented, not merely financially, though the financial loss was severe, but in terms of what it contained, what it held, what it embodied. Tesla had been working in that building for years. Its shelves and tables and storage rooms were filled, not simply with equipment that could be replaced, but with the irreplaceable accumulation of a mind in its most generative period. There were notebooks, dozens of them, filled with calculations that existed nowhere else on Earth, with experimental results that had never been published, with sketches and diagrams of devices that had been conceived but not yet built, with the private record of a scientific intelligence that had been running at full capacity for years and had not stopped to duplicate itself. There were partially completed instruments, unique in their design, that had taken months to construct. There were components, wound to particular specifications, machined to tolerances that most shops could not achieve, that were one of a kind in the literal sense of that phrase. There was a resonance machine he had been developing in secret. There were early prototypes of wireless transmission apparatus. There were years. He arrived at the building in the early morning hours to find it already gone. The fire had started in the basement, in the boiler room, and had moved upward through the building with a speed that left nothing intact. By the time the fire department arrived, the interior was destroyed. By the time Tesla arrived, the ruins were still smoking. He stood on the sidewalk and looked at what remained of the place where he had done some of the most significant scientific work in the world, and the accounts of those who were with him that night described something deeply unusual. He was very nearly silent. He who was always speaking, always theorizing, always drawing connections between the thing in front of him and the great invisible architecture of principles that he could see behind all phenomena, he said very little. He stood and looked. His face was, by multiple accounts, entirely still. Not composed, in the way of a man suppressing emotion. Still, in the way of a man who has received news so large that the ordinary mechanisms of feeling have not yet found a way to process it. He did not sleep that night. He went to the home of friends, Thomas and Sarah Hobson, who took him in without question, and he sat in their parlor, and he was very quiet for a long time. When he did speak, he did not speak about the loss. He spoke about what he intended to build next. This was characteristic of Tesla, and it is one of the things about him that resists easy interpretation. There are those who have described his response to the fire as evidence of extraordinary resilience, of a spirit so fundamentally forward-looking that it could not be truly captured by tragedy. There are those who have suggested, more carefully, that the stillness and the rapid pivot to future plans was itself a form of grief, that the mind went forward because it could not bear to look back at what had been consumed. Both interpretations contain truth. Tesla was genuinely a man whose identity resided almost entirely in what he was going to create rather than what he had created. The past for him was a completed equation, already solved, already known, of interest only insofar as it shaped the unknown ahead. But the loss was real, and it left marks that were visible in his subsequent behavior. He would speak for the rest of his life about the work that had been in that building, work that could not be reconstructed, work that represented paths of inquiry that had to be abandoned, not because they were exhausted, but because the notebooks that tracked them had turned to ash. There was a weariness in him, after the fire, that had not been there before. A knowledge of loss that the endlessly forward-looking quality of his nature could not entirely outrun. Help came quickly, as it often did when Tesla's circumstances required it. J. Pierpont Morgan, the vast and formidable financier who was in those years among the most powerful men in America, was an admirer. Edward Dean Adams, who had overseen the Niagara Falls power project, and who understood better than almost anyone what Tesla had contributed to that enterprise, provided support. A new laboratory was established at 46 East Houston Street, larger, in fact, than the one that had been destroyed, better equipped in some respects, more deliberately organized. Tesla returned to work. This is where the account of his life in these years becomes almost difficult to follow, not because the events are obscure, but because they are so numerous and so varied, because Tesla in this period was simultaneously rebuilding his research from the ground up and extending it in new directions, because the currents of his thought were running faster than any single narrative can easily track. He continued his investigation of high-frequency phenomena. He wrote and lectured with an energy that might seem surprising in a man who had just suffered a catastrophic professional loss, but was entirely characteristic. The lectures were published, read, discussed, argued over in scientific journals from London to Vienna, because what Tesla had to say about the behavior of electricity at high frequencies was unlike anything that had been said before, and the experimental evidence he brought to support his claims was overwhelming. He continued his work on wireless transmission. He built and rebuilt his resonant circuits, refining the geometry of the coils, adjusting the tuning with ever greater precision. He filed patents, always more patents, the formal apparatus by which the legal system attempted to keep pace with a mind that was moving faster than it could follow. Each patent was a snapshot of an idea at a specific moment of development, a frame extracted from a film that never stopped running. And then, in 1898, in Madison Square Garden, before an audience that had come expecting entertainment and received instead a vision of the technological future so far, seeing that many of them would not live to see its full realization, Nikola Tesla demonstrated what he called his teleautomaton. It sat in a large tank of water that had been constructed in the center of the hall, a boat roughly 4 feet in length, built of sheet metal, painted black, its hull curved and functional rather than decorative. It had a small mast. It had no visible wires connecting it to anything. It sat in the water looking, to the casual observer, like a very ordinary scale model of a vessel, the kind of thing that a child might play with in a park pond on a Sunday afternoon. Tesla stood at a distance, behind a small instrument panel, and he made it move. He turned a dial, and the boat turned left. He turned another, and it turned right. He signaled, and a light on the mast blinked on and off in response. He directed the boat forward and backward, in circles and figure eights, stopping it and starting it with a precision that seemed impossible, given that no hand touched it, and no line connected controller to vessel. The audience watched in bewilderment that shaded rapidly into something more difficult to name, a kind of unsettled wonder, the feeling of witnessing something that ought not to be possible and yet manifestly was. Some members of the crowd, unable to account for what they were seeing through any conventional framework, offered unconventional ones. They asked Tesla if there was a monkey inside the boat, some clever trained animal that was responding to cues. They asked if he had hidden a small child somewhere inside the hull, some tiny operator receiving whispered instructions. Tesla listened to these suggestions with the patience of a man who had long since grown accustomed to the difficulty that human beings have in accepting things that fall outside their existing categories of possibility. He explained carefully what they were actually seeing. The boat was controlled by radio waves, by electromagnetic signals transmitted through the air from the instrument panel to a receiver inside the hull. Those signals activated relays within the vessel that directed its motor and its rudder with the faithfulness and precision of a human hand. The boat was not autonomous. It had no intelligence of its own, but it was remote. The operator and the machine were separated by space, and the space between them carried the commands as invisibly and as reliably as if a wire had run beneath the water from the controller to the hull. This was not, by 1898, a technology that existed entirely without precedent. Others had experimented with radio-controlled mechanisms. But what Tesla had built was of a different order of sophistication, and he knew it. The receiver in his boat was designed to respond to tuned signals, to ignore the welter of electromagnetic noise that filled any occupied space, and respond only to the specific frequency that Tesla's transmitter was broadcasting. This meant, Tesla explained to anyone who would listen carefully enough, that you could operate many such devices simultaneously in the same space, each responding only to its own operator's signals, without confusion or interference. He saw, with perfect clarity, where this led. In his patent filings and his lectures, and his private correspondence, he described a lineage of development that ran from the small black boat in the Madison Square Garden tank to vessels of full size crossing the oceans without human crew, guided from shore by radio signal. He described weapons systems, torpedoes directed to their targets without a gunner's hand on any tiller. He described autonomous machines that could perform any task that required movement and response, machines that could stand in for human beings in environments too dangerous or too remote for a human body to inhabit. He was not simply demonstrating a novelty. He was demonstrating a principle, and the principle was this: the separation between an intelligence and the machine that it directed need not be the physical reach of a human arm. That separation could be as large as the range of a radio signal. And the range of a radio signal, as Tesla understood better than anyone then living, could be made very large indeed. The crowd at Madison Square Garden did not fully grasp the architecture of the future that Tesla was unveiling before them. But they felt its contours. They felt the way that the small black boat, gliding obediently back and forth across its tank, in response to signals they could neither see nor hear, represented something that could not be contained within the walls of that hall or within the decade they were living in. They felt that they were watching the present moment stretch, uncomfortably and magnificently, toward a future it could barely reach. Tesla had felt this his entire life. He packed up the teleautomaton after the demonstration at Madison Square Garden, carefully, meticulously, each component wrapped and stored with the same attention to precision that characterized everything he did, and returned to his laboratory on Houston Street. The work continued. It always continued. The notebooks filled. The coils spun their electromagnetic fields through the air of the laboratory, filling it with that characteristic presence that visitors described, that sense that the air itself was alive, charged, expectant. He was thinking, by this point, about something larger than New York. He was thinking about something larger than any single city or region or nation could contain. The experiments with the Tesla coil, the demonstrations at the World's Fair, the remote-controlled boat, the lectures and papers and patents, all of these were, in his mind, components of a single project that was not yet complete. He had been building towards something for years, laying groundwork that no one else could quite see the shape of, and now the shape was becoming clear to him in its full dimensions. He needed space. He needed distance from the city, from its electrical noise and its crowds and its demands on his time and attention. He needed to conduct experiments of a scale that the Houston Street Laboratory could not accommodate. Experiments that required open land, that required the ability to generate and detect signals over distances of many miles, that required a transmitter large enough to do what he had not yet been able to fully demonstrate. To move electrical energy wirelessly, not across a room, not across a hall, but across the planet. The late 1890s were the threshold of something that Tesla could see, and others could not yet name. The 19th century was ending, and the world that would replace it was being built, wire by wire, coil by coil, signal by signal, in laboratories like his, by minds like his. But most of those minds were building incrementally, improving on what existed, extending known technologies in known directions. Tesla was not doing that. He was not improving on the present. He was building the future from scratch, according to specifications that existed only in his own extraordinary perception of what the laws of nature, properly understood and properly applied, would allow. He was 42 years old as the decade closed. The fire had taken years of work and left marks on him that showed in the lines of his face and the deliberateness with which he now maintained duplicates of every important notebook, every critical calculation. He had rebuilt. He had demonstrated things that no one else had demonstrated. He had established, beyond any reasonable scientific dispute, that high-frequency alternating current behaved in ways that violated the predictions of every electromagnetic theory then extant, ways that he alone had predicted, and that he alone had been prepared to find beautiful rather than troubling. He was, by any measure that science could apply, one of the most significant experimental minds of his generation. His coil had become not merely his device, but the device, replicated in laboratories worldwide, the foundational apparatus of research into high-frequency electricity, an invention that would wind through the subsequent century like a bright thread, surfacing in radio and television, and radar, and medicine, and eventually in the wireless technologies that would reshape the world in ways that Tesla, had he lived to see them, might have recognized as imperfect realizations of the vision he had first described on a warm Chicago evening with a glowing tube in his hands. But he was not thinking about legacy. He was not thinking about what would be said of him when the century turned and the years accumulated and the people who had watched him stand inside a corona of artificial lightning in the darkened hall of the electricity building had grown old and forgotten the precise quality of the light. He was thinking about the next experiment. He was thinking about Colorado. He was thinking about the sky. In the months before the century ended, as the world around him prepared for a transition that most people experienced as primarily symbolic, the turning of a number, the crossing of a threshold that existed in human accounting but not in the physics of the universe, Tesla was moving toward the most ambitious experiment of his career. Everything that had come before, the AC motor, the polyphase system, the Tesla coil, the wireless demonstrations, the remote-controlled boat, everything was preparation for what he intended to do next. The spark that he had held in a glass tube on a darkened stage in Chicago 5 years earlier had grown in his mind and in his notebooks into something of planetary scale. He had demonstrated that energy could leap from a coil to a tube without a wire. He was going to demonstrate that it could leap from a tower to the ionosphere and back again, that it could travel the circumference of the Earth, that it could arrive, usable, reliable, free, at any point on the surface of the globe where a properly tuned receiver waited. He believed this. He believed it with the same quality of quiet, absolute certainty with which he had believed years earlier that the induction motor was possible, that alternating current was the correct path forward, that high-frequency electricity would behave in the ways that his mathematics had predicted before his experiments had confirmed it. He had been right before. As the laboratories of Houston Street hummed with their customary charge, as the coils wound their invisible fields through air that smelled perpetually of ozone and possibility, as the notebooks filled and the patents were filed and the century drew toward its close, Nikola Tesla stood at the edge of the largest thing he had ever attempted, larger than anything his critics thought him capable of, larger than anything his supporters could quite bring themselves to believe. The spark of tomorrow was still burning in his hands, and he had not yet begun to let it go. Chapter 8. Lightning in the Rockies, 1899 to 1900. The mountains keep a silence unlike any other. It is not the silence of emptiness or abandonment, but something closer to suspense, the sensation of a world that has inhaled deeply and chosen for the moment not to exhale. Colorado Springs wore that silence in the spring of 1899. It sat at the foot of Pikes Peak, the way a small and reverent crowd sits before something vast and indifferent to its presence, hemmed in on all sides by granite faces and boundless sky, by air so thin it sharpened the light into something almost painful, by the peculiar volatility that altitude lends to the atmosphere over the Rockies. Thunderstorms arrived there with the confidence of regular visitors, building themselves out of nothing, unloading their lightning in long dramatic curtains across the peaks, then retreating without ceremony or farewell. The residents had watched enough of these performances to feel nothing in particular about them. Nikola Tesla was another matter entirely. He arrived in mid-May, stepping off the train with the careful, measured movements of a man who inhabits his own thoughts more fully than he inhabits the physical world. He was 43 years old, lean and very tall, 6 feet 2 inches, with deep-set gray-blue eyes that had a quality of looking through things rather than at them. His mustache was trimmed with architectural precision. His hands, always the hands of a man who had spent a lifetime reaching toward invisible things, were long and precise and restless. He carried notebooks. He carried correspondence. He carried in his mind a vision so enormous that even he, a man not known for underestimating himself, sometimes paused before its scale and felt something close to vertigo. He had come to Colorado Springs for reasons that were, depending on one's perspective, either supremely logical or magnificently unhinged. The air here was drier than New York's. The elevation, nearly 6,000 feet above sea level, brought a man measurably closer to the charged upper layers of the atmosphere. The land around the city was open and flat enough to construct a laboratory of the dimensions he required, dimensions that would have been impossible in Manhattan, not merely for reasons of space but for reasons of public safety. And there was something else, something harder to articulate, something that had less to do with engineering specifications and more to do with the way Tesla saw the world as a system of resonances, of vibrations seeking their natural frequencies, of energies perpetually in motion between the sky above and the earth below. Colorado Springs, he had decided, was a place where the conversation between heaven and earth was conducted at a particularly high volume. He intended to listen in. The land he had chosen for his laboratory lay just east of the city, on a flat expanse of high prairie that offered an unobstructed view of the mountains to the west, and an equally unobstructed view of the enormous electrical storms that moved through the region with the confidence of something that has never been asked for permission. He had arranged the support he needed. Leonard Curtis, a local businessman connected to the El Paso Power Company, had offered him free electricity, a remarkable gift given what Tesla intended to consume. The town itself had received news of his arrival with a mixture of genuine pride and nervous curiosity. This was, after all, the man who had built Niagara. Whatever he intended to do in their modest mountain city, it was unlikely to be small. Construction of the laboratory began almost immediately, and it was, from the first nail to the last timber, unlike any structure that had ever been raised in Colorado or indeed anywhere on Earth. The main building was a substantial wooden shed, roughly 100 feet across, unremarkable in its carpentry but extraordinary in what it housed and what it announced to the sky above it. From the center of the roof rose a retractable wooden tower, and from the apex of that tower extended a large copper sphere, a terminal, positioned at the end of a mast that could be raised to a height of nearly 200 feet above the ground. When fully extended, the entire apparatus looked less like a building and more like a declaration, a vertical exclamation point driven into the Colorado soil, aimed at the heavens with unmistakable intent. Inside, the laboratory filled slowly with equipment that the workers assembling it could not have named and would not have understood. Transformers of unusual design and unusual scale. Capacitor banks, assembled with the patient obsession of a man who views electrical charge the way a musician views tension, as something to be accumulated to be held, and then released at precisely the right moment for precisely the right effect. And at the center of everything, being wound and assembled with the kind of care that craftsmen reserve for objects they have never made before, a coil. Not one of the small, elegant coils that Tesla had demonstrated in lecture halls across 2 continents to the breathless admiration of scientific audiences. Something of an entirely different order. Something that had no name yet, though Tesla had thought about it long enough that naming it felt almost secondary. The world would eventually call it the magnifying transmitter. It was, in its essential conception, an evolution of the Tesla coil, a resonant transformer capable of oscillating at extremely high frequencies and building up electrical voltages of staggering magnitude. But where the earlier coils had been instruments of demonstration, elegant and controlled, designed to produce effects that could be witnessed safely in a theater or a laboratory, this new device was something closer to a tool of exploration. Tesla intended to use it the way a geologist uses seismic instruments, to send energy into the earth and the atmosphere and observe what returned, to measure the natural resonant frequencies of the planet itself, to find the note at which the world hummed. June arrived, bringing with it the first long working days at the laboratory, and Tesla settled into a routine that was characteristically his own. He slept little, as he always had. He took his meals at irregular hours, and with the distracted air of a man fulfilling a biological obligation rather than enjoying a pleasure. He walked the land around the laboratory in the early mornings, watching the light change on the face of Pikes Peak, observing the way electrical storms built themselves up from nothing over the course of an afternoon, the cumulus towers climbing, the anvil heads spreading, the first tentative flickers of lightning illuminating the base of the cloud from within like a lantern being lit behind a curtain. He took measurements. He recorded observations in notebooks that multiplied on the laboratory's wooden tables like evidence accumulating toward some vast approaching verdict. The machines began to operate in early June, and from the very first tests, the laboratory announced itself to the surrounding countryside with a theatrical decisiveness that left no one within earshot uncertain that something remarkable was occurring on the eastern edge of town. The oscillations of the magnifying transmitter produced effects that traveled well beyond the walls of the wooden shed, lights flickering in nearby houses, compasses spinning on their mounts, the hair on the arms of workmen standing outside rising with a gentle, insistent electricity that had no visible source. Horses were unsettled. Dogs behaved with the particular agitation that animals display in the presence of things they cannot identify and cannot flee. The citizens of Colorado Springs, who had expected something unusual, found themselves living inside it. But these early effects, dramatic as they were to those who experienced them, were for Tesla merely calibration. Tuning. The preliminary clearing of the throat before the real statement. He was building towards something, adjusting the frequency and magnitude of his transmitter's output with the patient precision of a man who knows that the world he is attempting to reach exists at a very specific address, and that arriving at the wrong one is worse than not arriving at all. It was in the course of these early measurements that Tesla made an observation which gripped him with the particular intensity that genuine scientific discovery produces. Not excitement exactly, but a deepening attention, a sudden sense of standing at the edge of something whose full dimensions are not yet visible. He was monitoring the electrical condition of the earth during a thunderstorm, watching the way the lightning discharged into the ground and then propagated outward. And he noticed something that the instruments confirmed with an insistence he could not ignore. The electrical disturbances created by the lightning were not random. They were not dissipating into the earth the way energy dissipates into an absorbing medium. They were propagating as waves, clean, measurable, repeating waves, and they were traveling through the earth itself with the coherence of something moving through a conductor that has been designed for exactly that purpose. He sat with this observation for a long time. Outside the laboratory, the storm moved north, trailing its diminishing thunder behind it like a final sentence. Inside, Tesla remained at his instruments, watching the needle of his detector trace the shape of what he had found, and understanding, with the quality of understanding that comes not as a conclusion but as a recognition, as though the knowledge had been present all along and the mind had simply arrived at the place where it was stored. Understanding that the earth was not merely a passive receiver of electrical energy. It was a conductor, a resonator, a globe-spanning medium through which electrical waves could travel not merely from one point to another, but potentially from any point to every other point simultaneously. If he could find the resonant frequency of the earth, the electrical note at which the planet itself would ring like a bell, he could drive waves into it that would emerge anywhere on its surface. He could transmit power. He could transmit signals, without wires, without loss, to anywhere. The scope of this vision, which Tesla had been approaching for years in his theoretical work, and which the Colorado experiments were now confirming with tangible, measurable data, was of a kind that tends to make lesser imaginations retreat to safer ground. Tesla, who had no such instinct for retreat, leaned in. Through the long, hot days of June and July, the magnifying transmitter grew in its output, each careful increment of power bringing new phenomena to the surface of the laboratory and its surroundings. The artificial lightning began. This was not a metaphor. This was not the small, ornamental lightning that Tesla had produced in demonstrations, the crackling streamers that danced along grounded wires and leapt across small gaps with a pleasant theatrical snarl. This was lightning in the full, practical, atmospheric sense of the word. Bolts discharged from the terminal atop the tower, in great jagged columns of ionized air, striking the earth with reports that could be heard miles away. At night, the display was visible from a considerable distance. A private thunderstorm, tethered to a wooden tower on the Colorado plain, illuminating the surrounding prairie with the cold blue-white light of continuous electrical discharge, and filling the air with the sharp, clean smell of ozone that lingers in the nostrils long after the source has gone quiet. The laboratory's interior, during these high-power tests, was a place of extraordinary and somewhat unsettling beauty. The electrical potential in the air was sufficient to cause incandescent phenomena on objects that had no direct connection to the apparatus. Metal tools left on a workbench would develop luminous coronas, pale and wavering, visible only in the dimness of the laboratory at night. The wooden floors and walls carried a charge that could be felt as a pressure, a subtle insistence, as though the air itself were thickening. Tesla moved through all of this with the composure of a man in his natural element. He was not indifferent to the danger. He understood it perfectly, understood it better than anyone alive, and his caution was meticulous. But the danger had long since ceased to be a source of anxiety for him. It was simply another variable to be managed, another parameter of the system he was building and studying and pushing incrementally toward its limits. Those limits proved to be higher than his own equipment could sustain. In late July, during a test at a power level that the transmitter had never before attempted, the artificial lightning exceeded all previous records. The discharge from the tower struck the earth repeatedly, each bolt longer and louder than anything the laboratory's logs had documented. Workers sheltered outside watched with expressions positioned somewhere between awe and alarm as the discharge built to a crescendo that shook the air with each report. And then, quite suddenly, the lights went out. The machinery wound down with the grinding reluctance of interrupted processes, and silence returned to the laboratory with an abruptness that was almost startling. Tesla investigated. The generators supplying the laboratory with power had been destroyed. Not damaged, destroyed. The oscillations produced by the magnifying transmitter, cycling back through the power supply line, had built up a resonant effect within the generator's windings that the machine's design had not anticipated and could not survive. The armature had burned out. The city of Colorado Springs lost power for several days while repairs were made, and the El Paso Power Company received from Tesla a letter of apology so gracious and technically detailed that it was, in its way, a small masterpiece of professional correspondence. He paid for the repairs. He rebuilt his input circuits with isolation that would prevent the resonant feedback from returning to the supply line. And he continued. The late summer nights in Colorado Springs had a quality that Tesla noted in his journal with an attention that suggests they moved him in ways that went beyond their scientific utility. The altitude gave the stars a different character than he had known in the cities of Europe and the East Coast, closer and more numerous, arranged in the black sky with a precision that felt less like accident and more like intention. He often worked through the night and emerged from the laboratory in the small hours to walk in the prairie darkness and think. The mountains to the west were invisible in the darkness but present, felt, their mass altering the character of the silence in ways that were perceptible without being explicable. It was during these late summer weeks that the strange signals arrived. Tesla had been using his receiver, an instrument of extraordinary sensitivity that he had designed himself, capable of detecting electrical fluctuations far below the threshold of any commercially available device, to monitor the natural electrical condition of the Earth and atmosphere. He was looking for specific patterns, for the signatures of terrestrial resonance that his theory predicted. He had grown accustomed to the character of the signals he received, the electrical noise of the earth and sky, the distant rumble of storms reduced to gentle perturbations in the current of his detector. He knew that character, the way a man who has lived long beside the sea knows the sound of its ordinary moods. What he began to receive in August was not ordinary. The signals had a regularity that natural phenomena do not produce. Natural electrical disturbances are distributed across frequencies, varying in amplitude and timing with the randomness of weather and geology. What Tesla's instruments were recording were pulses, regular, spaced, repeating with an interval that suggested not the stochastic behavior of natural systems, but the intentional rhythm of a counting mechanism. 1, 2, 3. A pause. 1, 2, 3. Again. He checked his equipment with the thorough and somewhat suspicious attention that any honest scientist gives to an instrument producing anomalous results. He checked it again. He found no fault. He varied the parameters of his receiver, adjusted its tuning, confirmed that what he was observing was not an artifact of his own apparatus feeding back on itself. The signals persisted. Regular. Deliberate. Patient. Tesla sat with this for a very long time. He was not, by temperament, a man who rushed to spectacular conclusions. His imagination was spectacular, but his methodology was cautious, and he understood better than most the difference between a signal and an interpretation of a signal. He documented what he was receiving with meticulous care, recording the timing, the amplitude, the frequency. He noted the intervals between pulses and the consistency of those intervals across multiple observation sessions extending over several nights. And he thought about the possible sources. He considered atmospheric explanations and found them insufficient. The regularity was too precise for meteorological origins. He considered the possibility of some terrestrial source, a man-made transmitter somewhere on the Earth's surface, and found this also insufficient. No transmitter of the kind he knew to exist could produce signals of this character, traveling through the terrestrial conducting medium and arriving at his instruments with this particular signature. He considered, and then allowed himself to fully consider, the possibility that he had known was always somewhere in the background of this kind of thinking, the possibility that settled over him not with the weight of a conclusion, but with the quiet insistence of something that refuses to be dismissed. The signals might not be originating from the Earth at all. Mars was, in the scientific imagination of 1899, a world of active speculation. Percival Lowell's observations of what he believed to be canals on the Martian surface had captured the public imagination and provided respectable astronomical cover for the idea that Mars might be inhabited by beings of sufficient intelligence to have engineered the waterway systems Lowell described. The notion of intelligent life on Mars was not, in 1899, merely the province of fiction. It occupied the serious attention of serious scientists who had looked at the red planet through serious telescopes and seen things that seemed to require an explanation. Tesla had read Lowell. He had followed the canal controversy with the interest he brought to all scientific questions that touched on his own areas of investigation. And now, sitting in his Colorado laboratory at 2 a.m. with a detector that was almost certainly the most sensitive electrical receiver in the world, tracing these patient, regular pulses across his recording paper, he permitted himself to entertain the thought completely. If there were intelligent beings on Mars, and if they were sufficiently advanced, more advanced perhaps than humanity, as the long geological age of the planet might suggest, would they not have developed means of communication? And if they had, and if they were aware of the recent and increasingly visible electrical activity of the Earth, the telegraph networks, the radio experiments of Marconi and others, and perhaps now the extraordinary discharges of a laboratory on the Colorado plain that were certainly creating detectable disturbances in the terrestrial electrical field, would they not attempt to make contact? He did not publish this thought immediately. He was careful. He was not certain. He knew the weight that such a claim would carry, and the derision that would fall on him if the explanation proved to be something more prosaic. But he recorded it in his notebooks with an openness that speaks well of his scientific honesty, not asserting, not dismissing, but documenting, in the manner of a man who understands that the accurate recording of observations is the first and most important obligation of anyone attempting to understand the world. The signals continued to recur through the weeks that followed. Tesla continued to document them. He adjusted and readjusted his equipment. He considered and reconsidered every terrestrial explanation he could generate. And gradually, carefully, he began to allow the extraterrestrial hypothesis to move from the status of a possibility to something approaching a tentative interpretation, still held with appropriate uncertainty, still subject to revision, but present in his thinking with a firmness that eventually made its way into his public statements about the Colorado work. Years later, writing about what he had experienced in the mountains, he would describe the signals in terms that leave no ambiguity about the importance he attached to them. He called it the most astonishing experience of his life. He said that the feeling he had when he realized he might be receiving communications from another world was one that he could not convey with any adequacy in words, a sense of presence, of reaching, of standing at the threshold of something whose full significance the limited instruments of a single human mind could not yet comprehend. Whether the signals were, in fact, of extraterrestrial origin, science has never definitively determined. The leading modern interpretation is that Tesla was observing naturally occurring atmospheric electrical phenomena, spherics perhaps, or Schumann resonances, the low-frequency electromagnetic oscillations that exist in the cavity between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere, and that pulse with a regularity that can, under certain conditions, resemble intentional transmission. These were not understood in 1899. Tesla had no framework for interpreting them, except the framework of his own extraordinary sensitivity to electrical phenomena, and the framework of the scientific imagination of his era. That he drew the conclusion he drew, or at least entertained it seriously, is neither a mark against his intelligence nor against his honesty. It is, rather, a reminder that the frontier of knowledge is always a place where the known and the unknown press against each other, and where even the finest minds sometimes find themselves looking at a genuine phenomenon through the wrong interpretive lens. What is not in question is that he observed something real. What it was remains, with a certain beautiful fittingness, a matter still open to contemplation. The autumn came to Colorado Springs with the particular lavishness that the Rockies bring to that season. The aspens turning their exact and burning gold on the mountain slopes, the air sharpening, the nights cooling rapidly toward the first frosts, the thunderstorm season drawing toward its close, and leaving behind it a stillness in the atmosphere that was, for Tesla, both a practical inconvenience and a kind of spaciousness, a clearing away of electrical noise that made the quieter signals of the earth more audible. He continued his experiments through October and into November, pushing the magnifying transmitter to greater and greater outputs, refining his measurements of the Earth's resonant frequencies, extending and documenting his observations of the anomalous signals. He lived in the laboratory with a monk's indifference to physical comfort, sleeping on a cot when he slept at all, eating sandwiches brought from town, wearing out his assistants with demands that were gentled by his characteristic courtesy but unrelenting in their expectation. He was, in this period, as close to pure concentration as a human being can come, a man who has found the thing he was made to find and is spending himself in its pursuit with the serene certainty that the expenditure is worth everything it costs. His notebooks from this period are among the most remarkable documents in the history of science. They are filled with calculations of extraordinary density and precision, with diagrams of equipment and circuit configurations, with careful observational records, and with passages of reflection that read less like laboratory notes and more like the private writings of a man who understands that he is moving through territory that no one has mapped before and may not map again for a very long time. There is in them a quality of exhilaration, restrained, as Tesla always restrained his public self, but present, visible to anyone who reads carefully enough. He was happy in Colorado Springs, perhaps happier than he had been anywhere. He was alone with the questions that had consumed his life, in a place whose sky and mountains and electrical temperament seemed to have been arranged with his specific investigations in mind. And the questions were answering themselves, one measurement at a time, in ways that exceeded even his considerable capacity for hope. By December of 1899, He had accumulated what he believed to be sufficient data to take the next step. The Colorado experiments had confirmed, to his satisfaction, that the Earth was indeed an electrical conductor capable of resonating at specific frequencies. They had confirmed that waves driven into the Earth from a single point would propagate through it, and could theoretically be received at any point on its surface. They had provided measurements of the Earth's electrical parameters, its capacity, its resistance, its resonant character, that would allow him to design with precision the next and vastly larger version of what he had built on the Colorado Plain. The magnifying transmitter at Colorado Springs, for all its unprecedented power, was in his conception merely a prototype, a proof of principle. The real instrument would be something else entirely, something that would not merely demonstrate the possibility of wireless power transmission, but actually accomplish it on a global scale, in a way that could be used by anyone anywhere on the surface of the planet. He had already begun to think about where to build it. He had already begun to think about what to call it. He had already begun, in the notebooks and in the long solitary nights under the Colorado stars, to design Wardenclyffe. In January of 1900, Tesla packed his notebooks, dismantled what needed to be dismantled, and left what could be left, said his farewells to the people of Colorado Springs with the formal warmth that was his social manner, and boarded the train east. He carried with him the measurements and observations of 7 months of work that he believed placed him at the threshold of the most significant technological achievement in human history. He was not given to understatement, it is true. But looking back now, across the distance of more than a century, it is difficult to argue that the vision he carried eastward from the Rockies that January was smaller than the reality it described. He had found the resonant frequency of the Earth. He had made lightning. He had listened for signals from across the void of space, and heard something that, whatever its true source, had changed the quality of his imagination forever. He was going back to New York to build the thing that would change everything. The train moved east through the winter landscape. The mountains receded behind him. And Nikola Tesla sat in his compartment, with his notebooks open on the small table before him, the calculations filling the pages in his precise and spidery hand, already somewhere else entirely, already standing at the base of a tower on Long Island, already looking up at the copper sphere that would crown it, already feeling in the bones of his extraordinary mind the electrical pulse of a world about to be transformed. Outside the window, the snow-covered plain stretched away in every direction, flat and white and immense, and above it the winter sky was the deep and particular blue of high altitude and cold air, and the absolute unhurried turning of the Earth, a planet resonating at its own frequency, humming its own ancient note, waiting, as it had always been waiting, for someone to finally learn how to listen. Chapter 9. The Fall of Wardenclyffe, 1900 to 1917. A particular stillness claims a man when he stands at the boundary of something vast, not emptiness, but the opposite of emptiness. The fullness of what has not yet happened. The weight of a world gathering itself to leap. Tesla had always known that stillness. It had been his most faithful companion. Present in the crackling instant before a spark crossed open air, in the breathless pause before a motor found its voice and announced itself to the world for the first time. Now, in the opening months of 1900, with one century folding quietly into another, he stood at that boundary once more. He was older. The years had thinned him, carved him, left their record in his face and in the hollows of his eyes. The sleep had never come easily, and the work had never stopped. But the fire that had driven him from the beginning had not guttered with age or hardship. It had, if anything, grown hotter, grown quieter, grown more certain of itself, the way a flame stops flickering once it has found enough air to burn without effort. He was 44 years old. His hair was dark, his eyes pale and penetrating, and his mind, that extraordinary, restless instrument, was fixed upon a vision so grand, so audacious, that even those who admired him struggled to fully comprehend it. Tesla did not want merely to transmit a signal across an ocean. He wanted to do something far more profound. He wanted to give the world a nervous system. In his mind, the Earth itself was a conductor, a vast, resonant sphere humming with electrical potential waiting to be awakened. If he could excite that resonance, if he could pump energy into the ground and into the sky in just the right way, at just the right frequency, he believed he could transmit not just information, but power, electrical power, without wires, without cables, without the miles of copper that his old rival George Westinghouse had strung across the American continent. Any man, any woman, any child anywhere on the surface of this planet could push a small device into the soil and draw from it light, heat, the ability to communicate. Free energy, flowing like water through the unseen channels of the Earth. This was the dream that had taken root in Tesla during his time in Colorado Springs, where he had built a laboratory of almost supernatural ambition and sent electrical currents shuddering through the ground beneath his feet. He had made light bulbs glow in empty fields. He had created artificial lightning that cracked and roared and lit up the Colorado night for miles in every direction. He had pressed his ear, metaphorically speaking, to the heartbeat of the planet and heard something there, a rhythm, a frequency, a possibility. And now, he intended to build the machine that would bring that possibility into the world. But dreams require money. And money, in the America of 1900, meant one man above all others. John Pierpont Morgan was not a man who inspired poetry. He inspired fear, respect, and occasionally awe, but not poetry. He was broad-shouldered and heavy, with a nose disfigured by rosacea that he had long since stopped trying to hide, and eyes that had the quality of a man who had spent his entire life calculating the weight of things. He had reorganized the American railroad system. He had bailed out the United States government. He was in the process of assembling the largest steel corporation the world had ever seen. When J.P. Morgan decided something was worth doing, it got done. When he decided something was not worth doing, it generally ceased to exist. Tesla knew this. Everyone knew this. And so Tesla did what he had always found painfully difficult to do. He asked for help. The meeting, when it came, was not the collision of opposites that one might imagine. There was no open hostility between the lean, dreaming inventor and the massive, pragmatic financier. Morgan had followed Tesla's career with the careful attention he gave to anything that might reshape the world of industry. He knew about the alternating current system. He knew about the Colorado experiments. He had read the reports and the newspaper stories, some breathless with excitement, some trembling at the edge of mockery, and he had made his own calculations. Tesla, for his part, approached Morgan's mahogany-paneled office on Madison Avenue with the quiet dignity he always maintained in public, his movements precise, his clothing immaculate, his voice measured. He laid out his vision, the tower, the transmitter, the global wireless system, and he spoke of it not as a speculation but as an engineering certainty. He had done the mathematics. He had tested the principles. This was not invention. This was construction. Morgan listened. He asked questions, sharp, direct questions about returns on investment, about commercial applications, about how one charges for wireless transmission and ensures that only paying customers receive the signal. Tesla's answers to some of these questions were more assured than others. The commercial architecture of his dream was always its weakest pillar. But he told Morgan that the system could be used for wireless telegraphy, for transmitting news and stock prices and ship-to-shore messages, the language of commerce. And Morgan, who understood commerce as naturally as Tesla understood electricity, found enough there to proceed. In March of 1901, Morgan agreed to invest $150,000 in Tesla's project. It was a significant sum, though Tesla already knew, in the private accounting of his imagination, that it would not be enough. He said nothing of this. He took the money. He signed the agreement that gave Morgan a controlling share of the patents and profits, and he began to build. The site he chose was a stretch of land on the north shore of Long Island, near a small community called Shoreham. 2,000 acres of rolling terrain, wooded at the edges, open at the center. Isolated enough for the work, accessible enough for the supplies. The locals called it Wardenclyffe, after James Warden, the man who had sold Tesla the land with the hope that a great enterprise might transform the surrounding area into a prosperous town. Tesla shared that hope, or at least he did not discourage it. He was thinking about something larger than real estate. He hired the architect Stanford White, who was at that moment one of the most celebrated designers in America, a man of enormous talent and equally enormous appetites, as the world would later discover. White brought his characteristic vigor to the project, and what he designed was remarkable in its own right, even before you looked upward and saw what was rising above it. The laboratory building itself was solid and purposeful, built of brick and timber, with high ceilings and generous workspace, its interior laid out according to Tesla's precise specifications. There were rooms for equipment, rooms for calculation, rooms where the great coils and transformers would be assembled and tested. It was designed to be a facility worthy of the work being done inside it. But it was what rose above the laboratory that stopped people in their tracks. The tower began to climb in the summer of 1901. It was a wooden structure, octagonal in cross-section, rising stage by stage into the Long Island sky, 10 feet, 20, 40, 60, 80, and still climbing. Workmen swarmed over its scaffolding, driving bolts and fitting timbers, while below them the flat green landscape stretched to the horizon. Tesla came to the site regularly, walking the perimeter of the construction with his long, unhurried stride, watching with eyes that saw not what was there, but what would be. At its full height, the tower stood 187 feet above the ground, taller than the wooden framework of any structure in the region, visible for miles in every direction. A vertical finger pointed at the sky as if making an argument to the heavens. At its crown, Tesla was installing a copper dome 55 feet in diameter, a mushroom-shaped electrode that would, in his design, serve as the terminal from which energy would radiate outward and downward. But the sky was only half of his plan. Beneath the tower, teams of workers were digging. They went down into the earth 16 feet, and at that depth they encountered the water table, and Tesla was pleased because water conducts, and conduction was everything. From the base of the tower, iron pipes would be driven even deeper, 20 more feet into the saturated earth, creating a root system that mirrored the tower's upward reach. The machine was not merely a tower. It was a spike driven through the crust of the world, a conduit meant to connect the sky above and the earth below in one continuous circuit of electrical possibility. Tesla called it his world system. He described it, in letters and in interviews, with a combination of technical precision and almost mystical grandeur. He spoke of the day when a man might carry a small instrument in his pocket and communicate with anyone on Earth, when ships at sea would never again be lost for want of communication, when the great deserts of Asia and Africa might be made habitable by the power flowing unseen through the ground beneath them. He wrote these things and believed them with every cell of his being. He was not performing optimism. He was reporting from a future he could see as clearly as the tower rising outside his window. What he could not see, or perhaps could not allow himself to see, was the gathering trouble. The money was running low. The $150,000 from Morgan, already insufficient by Tesla's own private reckoning, was being consumed by the construction faster than anticipated. The Wardenclyffe site required constant expenditure, labor, materials, equipment, the maintenance of the laboratory, and the ongoing design work. Tesla wrote to Morgan requesting additional funds. His letters were careful, thorough, logical. The letters of a man who believes that if he simply explains the situation clearly enough, the other party will understand. Morgan read them. Morgan's replies were measured, non-committal. The financier was watching something that made him uneasy, though he had not yet decided exactly what to do about it. What Morgan was watching was a race. In December of 1901, on a frozen hillside in Newfoundland, a young Italian inventor named Guglielmo Marconi sat in a makeshift receiving station with a telephone receiver pressed to his ear, listening. 3,000 miles away, in Cornwall, England, his transmitter was sending a simple signal, 3 dots, the Morse code letter S, over and over into the sky. And there in Newfoundland, through the static and the wind and all the skepticism of everyone who had said it could not be done, Marconi heard it. 3 dots. Again. 3 dots. The letter S, crossing the Atlantic Ocean on a wave of wireless energy. The world erupted. Newspapers around the globe ran the story with the breathless excitement that the new century seemed to generate naturally. Wireless telegraphy, the transmission of messages through the air without wires, was no longer a theory. It was a fact. And the man who had proved it was not Nikola Tesla. He was Guglielmo Marconi, 27 years old, handsome, charming, well-connected, and possessed of a genius for the practical that the world found far easier to reward than Tesla's genius for the theoretical. Tesla's reaction, at least in public, was measured. He pointed out correctly that Marconi's system relied on patents that Tesla himself had filed years earlier, 17 of them, in fact, covering the fundamental principles of wireless transmission. He said this in interviews, in correspondence, in the careful prose of a man who believes in the primacy of documented fact. He noted that Marconi was not, in any meaningful sense, doing something new. He was implementing principles that Tesla had articulated before Marconi had become famous. He was right about this. He was legally right and historically right. And ultimately, decades later, after both men were gone, the courts would agree with him, ruling in 1943 that Tesla's wireless patents predated Marconi's. But in 1901, none of that mattered. What mattered was that Marconi had done it. Marconi had crossed the ocean. The public had a hero, and the hero was Italian and young, and had done something that could be described in a single sentence to anyone on any street corner. Tesla's vision, by contrast, required a lecture to explain, and even after the lecture, most people found themselves nodding politely while privately wondering whether it was entirely real. The more modest achievement was the one the world could hold in its hands. And Morgan, who understood markets as naturally as he understood balance sheets, understood what Marconi's success meant for the commercial landscape that Tesla's project depended upon. The requests for additional funding became more urgent. Tesla wrote to Morgan, in terms that grew over the months of 1902, steadily more revealing. He had always maintained, in their dealings, the poise of a man for whom financial matters were merely a practical inconvenience to be managed on the way to something more important. Now that poise began to crack, not in dramatic fashion, not in anger or accusation, but in the way a great stone cracks, from the inside along invisible seams, suddenly apparent to the eye when you look at it in the right light. He explained that the tower was nearly complete. He explained that the equipment was being assembled. He explained that the system, once operational, would make Morgan's investment many times over. He asked for $50,000 more, and then he asked for more than that, and his letters, read in sequence, form a document of quiet desperation that is almost painful in its dignity, a great man asking. Morgan did not grant the requests. He did not grant them, and he did not say he would never grant them, leaving Tesla in the limbo that is somehow worse than a firm refusal. He said he was watching the situation. He said he would consider the matter. He said nothing more. And what he did not say thundered louder than anything he put in writing. Because the truth that Morgan had grasped, and that Tesla was not yet ready to fully accept, was that the commercial logic of the world system had been disrupted. If the goal was wireless telegraphy, Marconi had already achieved it, more cheaply and more practically than Tesla's Grand Tower. And if the goal was something more than that, if the goal was the transmission of actual power, of electrical energy freely given to every point on the globe, Then the goal was something that Morgan, for all his appetite for large enterprises, could not quite see how to monetize. You cannot charge for something you give freely. You cannot build a monopoly on a gift to the world. Tesla wrote one letter to Morgan that stands above the others, a letter in which he set aside, for once, the careful language of the engineer, and spoke plainly from something deeper. He wrote that he was not simply building a commercial facility. He wrote that he was completing a work that was, in his belief, the most important thing he had ever attempted or would attempt. He wrote that the benefit to the world would be incalculable, that future generations would look back on Wardenclyffe as the beginning of a new age for humanity. He wrote these things with a directness that suggests he knew, even as he wrote them, that they were not the arguments most likely to move J.P. Morgan. But he wrote them anyway, because they were true, or at least they were true to him, and truth for Tesla was not a strategic tool. It was a compulsion. Morgan did not respond in the way Tesla hoped. The money did not come. And without the money, Wardenclyffe could not be completed. Work on the site slowed, and then slowed further, and the silence that settled over the tower was a different kind of silence than the one Tesla had known in Colorado. Not the silence of potential, but the silence of suspension. The workers were sent home. The equipment sat in the laboratory, waiting. The tower stood at its full height against the Long Island sky, the great copper dome in place, the iron pipes reaching down into the earth, and all of it perfectly, achingly ready for a demonstration that never came. Tesla did not abandon Wardenclyffe. He could not. To abandon it would be to abandon something that felt, to him, like a physical part of himself, the external embodiment of everything he believed about the nature of electricity, the nature of the earth, the nature of human possibility. He continued to make payments on the site when he could. He continued to tinker with the equipment on visits that became less frequent as his financial situation deteriorated, and as New York, which required his presence for the smaller engineering projects that kept him afloat, drew him back again and again. He took up residence in his suite at the Hotel New Yorker. Eventually, this would be the Waldorf Astoria, and then back again. And he worked on papers, on calculations, on the theoretical foundations of systems he believed he would one day have the resources to build. But the resources did not come, and the years did not stop moving. The first decade of the 20th century treated Tesla with a particular cruelty that only history can fully appreciate, the cruelty of watching someone else receive credit and reward for ideas that you yourself had generated. Marconi's wireless company grew and expanded. It won contracts, secured investment, laid the infrastructure for what would become the global communications network. The newspapers that had once written about Tesla with the reverent excitement reserved for genuine prophets now wrote about him rarely, and when they did, it was often with the condescending affection one reserves for a brilliant eccentric, a man of great ideas who has somehow, mysteriously, failed to translate them into results. He was still respected. He was still admired. But admiration has a way of becoming a kind of gentle dismissal when it is unaccompanied by material success, and Tesla, who had never been interested in material success as an end in itself, felt the change in atmosphere acutely. He ate alone, as he always had. He was precise about his meals in ways that others found strange. Specific foods in specific quantities, served in specific ways, the ritual of eating as controlled as everything else in his life. He fed the pigeons in Bryant Park with a devotion that his colleagues found touching and his biographers would later find emblematic. He worked through the nights in his laboratory on the ground floor of the building he maintained on Houston Street, among the equipment and the coils and the hum of machinery that was the only music he had ever really needed. He was, by the standards of any ordinary measure, a man living a full and productive life. He was not. He was a man watching something enormous slip through his fingers, slowly, over years, in the way that is harder to bear than any sudden catastrophe. The tragedy of Wardenclyffe was not a single dramatic moment. It was an accumulation, a slow accretion of unpaid bills and deferred maintenance and disappointed hopes, each one small, each one manageable in isolation, but together forming a weight that even Tesla's extraordinary will could not lift. The hotel, where he had established his New York base, the Waldorf Astoria, began pressing him for the money he owed them, a debt that had been accumulating quietly for years. Tesla's financial situation, never simple, had become genuinely desperate. The smaller contracts and consulting fees that had sustained him were insufficient. He had given his patents to various companies and partnerships over the years, not always with the shrewdness that a more commercially minded man might have exercised, and the returns were unpredictable. He wrote to acquaintances and former colleagues with a directness about his circumstances that he would earlier have found humiliating, borrowing small sums, deferring payments, negotiating extensions. The great inventor, the man who had lit the world, was managing his affairs with the anxious improvisation of a man on the edge. And Wardenclyffe waited. He mortgaged the property. He had to. It was the only significant asset he possessed, and the debt required it. The Waldorf Astoria held the mortgage, and Tesla assured himself, and perhaps believed, that this was a temporary measure, that the funding would come, that the work would resume, that the tower would yet be completed and the demonstration would yet take place, and the world would yet understand what he had been trying to do. This is what hope does when there is nothing else left to do with it. The years moved. 1906, 1908, 1910. The tower stood, weathering the Long Island winters and summers with the indifference of a structure built to last, its wood graying slightly, its copper dome unchanged against the changing sky. Occasionally, someone from a newspaper or a magazine would make the journey out to Shoreham to look at it and write something, puzzled, admiring, slightly mournful, the way one writes about a monument to ambition that has not quite become a monument to achievement. Tesla did not read these pieces if he could help it. In the years before the war, as Europe began its slow sleepwalk toward catastrophe, Tesla was still working. He was always working. He developed ideas for bladeless turbines, elegant, efficient, deeply impractical in the commercial sense, as were so many of his ideas, and wrote papers on the subject. He thought about flying machines, about propulsion, about the fundamental physics of rotating fluids. His mind did not slow. It simply turned to whatever presented itself, with the same fierce attention it had always given to everything. But the flagship work, the work of Wardenclyffe, the work that was supposed to be his monument, his ultimate demonstration to a world that had not always believed him, that work had stopped. When the Great War came in 1914, it changed things in ways both large and small. The demand for practical communications technology, for wireless telegraphy that actually worked, that could be deployed in the field, that could keep armies in contact with their headquarters and ships in contact with their governments, accelerated everything that Marconi had built, and left no room for the theoretical elegance of Tesla's world system. The war was not interested in theoretical elegance. The war wanted things that worked, now, under terrible conditions, reliably. Marconi provided them. Tesla, at his silenced tower on Long Island, could not. And then, there was the question of the tower itself. The American government, which had entered a period of acute anxiety about espionage and sabotage as the European war consumed the continent, began to look with suspicion at the tall wooden structure on the north shore of Long Island. Here was a powerful transmitter, capable in theory of sending signals enormous distances. Here was a facility with a complicated history and unclear current purpose, its owner a man born in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Serbia to be precise, a detail that required explaining in a climate where the origins of men's names were being examined with uncomfortable closeness. Government officials visited Wardenclyffe. They asked questions. They did not like the answers, Or perhaps they simply did not trust the structure's presence in a landscape where they were already worried about enemy agents and hidden communications. Tesla, by this point, had transferred ownership of the property to satisfy the debt owed to the Waldorf Astoria. He was no longer, technically, the master of Wardenclyffe. The new owners looked at the tower and made a calculation of their own. Not a scientific calculation, not an engineering calculation, but a financial one. The tower represented value. The copper in its dome represented value. The scrap metal of its wooden structure, broken down and sold, represented value. The land itself, once cleared, represented value. In the summer of 1917, they sent in the demolition crew. It is worth pausing here, in the way that history sometimes demands that we pause before moving on to the next event, to consider what it means to demolish a dream. Not to abandon it. Tesla had not abandoned it. He would never abandon it. He was still in his laboratory in New York, calculating the specifications for transmitters he believed he would one day build. To demolish it. To take the physical embodiment of a vision, the tower of wood and copper that had risen by stages over the Long Island soil, and to pull it down, section by section, until nothing remained but a hole in the ground and a low brick building sitting in a clearing where something extraordinary had almost happened. The demolition crew used dynamite. They brought explosives to the base of the tower, and they set charges, and they stepped back, and the tower that Tesla had built, the tower that was supposed to be the beginning of a new age for humanity, came down in a series of blasts that rattled windows in Shoreham and could be heard for miles in every direction. Neighbors came out of their houses and watched from a distance, some of them perhaps not knowing exactly what it was they were watching, some of them knowing very well. The great mushroom dome struck the earth. The wooden framework collapsed in a cascade of splinters and dust. The structure that had stood against the Long Island sky for nearly 2 decades disappeared in a morning. Tesla was in New York when it happened. He did not go to watch. There is a question that history asks of Tesla at this moment, and it is the question that hangs over the entire arc of the Wardenclyffe story, the question of whether the dream itself was sound. Whether, if Morgan had continued to fund the project, if Marconi had not captured the world's attention, if the war had not come, and the government had not grown suspicious, and the money had not run out, whether, in that better version of events, Wardenclyffe would have worked. Whether Tesla's world system would have done what Tesla believed it would do. The honest answer is that we do not know, and we may never know. The physics of wireless power transmission is real. Tesla was not inventing mathematics to support a fantasy. The principles he articulated have been confirmed and extended by subsequent generations of scientists, and wireless power transmission, in limited forms, is a feature of the world we live in today. But the specific vision of Wardenclyffe, of the Earth itself serving as a conductor, of power being distributed to every corner of the globe through the resonant frequencies of the planet, this has never been replicated at scale, and the engineering challenges it would have faced were formidable in ways that Tesla, who was always more certain of his theories than the practical world required him to be, may have underestimated. But this is the kind of thing that is easy to say from a safe distance. In the charged air of 1901, on the Long Island shore, with the tower rising and the mathematics seeming to hold, and the whole new century spread out before him like a blank page, in that moment, Tesla's certainty was not merely vanity. It was the certainty of a man who had been right before, spectacularly right, when everyone told him he was wrong. He had been right about alternating current. He had been right about the rotating magnetic field. He had been right about wireless transmission in principle, long before Marconi made it famous. His track record entitled him, perhaps, to a degree of confidence in his own vision that the rest of the world was not quite ready to extend to him. The rest of the world had moved on. The tower was rubble. The copper dome had been melted down and sold as scrap. The brick laboratory building still stood in its clearing, solid and purposeless, its high ceilings empty, its rooms echoing with the absence of the work that had once been done there. It would stand for decades, deteriorating slowly, passing through various hands, becoming the subject of occasional historical interest and periodic preservation efforts, a remnant of something that had not quite become the thing it was supposed to become. And Tesla went on. He always went on. He went back to his hotel room, and his laboratory, and his calculations, and his pigeons. He went back to the notebooks, and the formulas, and the midnight hours of concentrated thought. He was 60 years old, and the tower was gone, and the century he had helped to shape had shaped him in return, worn him, marked him, taken things from him that would not be returned. But the mind was still there, still running, still reaching towards something that the rest of the world had not yet caught up to. He would have other ideas. He would have many other ideas. He would sketch the designs for systems and machines that would, in some cases, take decades or generations to be understood, and in other cases have still not been fully realized. He would live alone, and work alone, and eat alone, and become in the eyes of the world something between a legend and an eccentric, a man of the previous century stranded in the current one, which was, in a sense, the opposite of the truth, since Tesla was always stranded not in the past, but in the future, looking back at a present that had not yet caught up with him. But Wardenclyffe was done. The Wardenclyffe dream, that vast and radical vision of a world rewired from the earth up, the dream of a tower that would make every human being on the planet a citizen of one shared electrical commons, that dream had reached its end in a series of explosions on a summer morning on the north shore of Long Island in the 17th year of the new century, while its creator sat in a hotel room in New York City and did not look out the window in the direction of Long Island and continued his work. The sparks would not stop. They never stopped. But the tower was gone, and the silence that followed was not the silence of potential. It was something else entirely. It was the silence of what might have been, hanging in the air over Shoreham like smoke from a fire, dispersing slowly into the blue sky, thinning and thinning until it was gone, leaving behind only the flat green land, the empty clearing, and the memory of something that had almost changed everything. Chapter 10. The Modern Hermit, 1917 to 1943. There is a particular kind of silence that settles over a great man when the world stops listening. It is not the silence of peace, nor the silence of contentment. It is the silence of a mind still burning, still reaching, still crackling with electricity, while the rooms around it grow dim, and the visitors grow fewer, and the years accumulate like dust on instruments no longer used. It is the silence of being ahead of your time in a world that has already moved on to something easier, something cheaper, something that could be sold. By 1917, Nikola Tesla was 61 years old. In a different life, in the life he had perhaps once imagined for himself, this would have been a year of triumph. A year of honorary dinners, and gleaming medals, and younger scientists bowing their heads in reverence to the man who had illuminated the modern world. And in some ways, a small echo of that life did arrive. The American Institute of Electrical Engineers presented him with the Edison Medal that year, an honor whose name alone carried a quiet, bitter irony that no one seemed willing to acknowledge aloud. The same name, the same war, a different ending. Tesla accepted the medal. He wore his suit. He stood in the room and smiled in the particular way that a man smiles when he understands the joke but chooses not to laugh at it. And then he went back to his hotel. Because by 1917, the hotel had become his world. Not a grand suite, not the opulent quarters he had once commanded at the Waldorf Astoria during his years of glory, when money flowed and investors called, and the future seemed to belong entirely to him. No. By this season of his life, Tesla had moved between rooms and between buildings with a kind of quiet resignation, always in New York, always in Manhattan, always within a few blocks of the life he had once commanded from the center. He was living in these years at the Hotel St. Regis, and then the Hotel Marguerite, and then later in rooms at the Hotel New Yorker, moving not because he wished to move, but because the bills had a way of catching up, and the money had a way of not arriving. And a man of dignity can sustain himself on credit and reputation for only so long before even those begin to thin. He ate alone. He dined, when he dined properly, at Delmonico's, at the same table, at the same hour, requesting the same food prepared in the same way, with the same care applied to the arrangement of his cutlery. His obsessions with cleanliness, with precise ritual, with the measured and the ordered, these were not merely quirks of personality. They were the architecture of a mind that had always needed structure because its interior life was so extraordinarily vast, so constantly alive with vision and calculation, that without external order, everything risked collapse into something overwhelming. He was a tall man still. Thin now, extraordinarily thin, to a degree that worried the few people who still came to see him. His cheekbones were sharp beneath the skin. His eyes, those remarkable pale gray eyes that people had always remarked upon, poets and journalists and rivals alike, still carried their old intensity, their old capacity for focus so acute it seemed almost preternatural. When Nikola Tesla looked at you, you had the sense he was not merely seeing you, but calculating you, measuring you against some interior geometry that only he could read. He slept little. He always had slept little, 2 hours, perhaps 3 in the deep night, and then awake again, mind already moving. In his younger years he had filled those waking hours with work, with the laboratory, with the crackle and hum of coils, and the blue fire of electrical discharge dancing between terminals in the dark. Now the laboratory was gone. The Wardenclyffe Tower had been demolished years before, sold for scrap during the war, its great wooden frame brought down in pieces and hauled away, the earth where it had stood left open and bare. Tesla had not gone to watch. Some wounds are better not witnessed directly. And so the waking hours were spent differently now. They were spent walking. He walked through Manhattan in the early mornings, when the streets were still quiet, and the light was still low and gold, coming slanted between the buildings and catching the edges of things, the chrome of a passing automobile, the glass of a shop window, the wings of a bird lifting from a ledge. He walked because movement had always helped him think, and thinking was the one activity that had never abandoned him, the one discipline that age and poverty and disappointment had not been able to diminish. And he walked, increasingly, to Bryant Park, and to the steps of the New York Public Library, and to the scattered plazas and pavements of Midtown, wherever the pigeons gathered. The pigeons. If you had told Nikola Tesla, in 1895, standing in his laboratory on South Fifth Avenue while alternating current hummed through copper wire, and the future glowed with possibility, if you had told him then that in 30 years the thing he would love most in the world would be a pigeon, he might have laughed. Or he might, being Tesla, have simply nodded thoughtfully and said something like, "Yes. That is logical. Birds are extraordinary beings." Because Tesla, even in those years of achievement and ambition, had always been a man of unusual tenderness toward living creatures, toward the small and the overlooked, toward the things that moved through the world on their own power and asked nothing of the industrial age. There was one pigeon in particular. He spoke of her often, to the few people who still visited him in his later years, to his nephew Sava Kosanovic, to the journalist who occasionally came to interview him, to the hotel staff who brought his meals and had learned over time that the old man in the corner suite had a rich inner life that most of the world had simply stopped bothering to examine. He spoke of this pigeon the way another man might speak of a beloved companion. She was white, he said. White with light gray tips on her wings. She came to him, he said, specifically to him, and he to her, and there was between them a communication that he described in terms that most people found eccentric but that Tesla himself offered with complete and earnest seriousness. He said she was beautiful. He said she had been his friend. He said that when she fell ill, he nursed her back to health himself, bringing her into his hotel room, constructing a device to support her injured wing, monitoring her condition with the same meticulous attention he had once given to the oscillation frequencies of alternating current. He said that when she finally died, something in him died with her. That he felt it physically, a closing, a dimming, as though the last strong light in a long corridor had finally gone out. Perhaps this sounds, in the cold language of biography, like the sentiment of a man who had lost his grip on what mattered. But listen more carefully, and hear instead something different. Here was a man who had spent 50 years giving the world transformative gifts. Gifts of light, of power, of wireless communication, of the foundational technologies that would one day become radio and radar, and the electrical grid, and who had received in return bankruptcy, institutional dismissal, the theft of his patents, the erasure of his name from the history books that bore other men's names instead. Here was a man who had loved the work so completely that he had never married, never built a home, never accumulated the ordinary anchors of a human life, and who found himself now, in the winter of his years, with almost no one left. The pigeon loved him back. Simply, unconditionally, without asking what he had invented lately, or why he had not been able to make Wardenclyffe work, or what he thought of Marconi's radio patents. She came because he was there. She stayed because he fed her. And in that simple exchange, the gray city air, the park bench, the weight of small feet on an outstretched hand, there was something that no amount of engineering could replicate. This is not madness. This is loneliness finding its last, most modest harbor. But the mind, through all of it, kept working. Tesla's mind had never learned how to stop. And even now, in his late 60s and into his 70s, it continued to generate ideas of a scale and audacity that would have been remarkable in a man half his age. He continued to give interviews. He continued to write carefully, in his precise and elegant hand, proposals and theoretical frameworks and visions for systems that the world did not yet have the vocabulary to properly evaluate. In 1931, he appeared on the cover of Time magazine. He was 75 years old, and the editors had chosen to mark the occasion of his birthday. And the image they used was of a man who looked, even then, like someone from another century, not the past century, but the coming one. The eyes were still sharp. The face was still striking. The posture in the photograph was still the posture of a man who believed, fundamentally, that he had something important to say. He did. In the early 1930s, Tesla began speaking publicly about what he called a teleforce weapon. The press, with the instinct for drama that has always defined popular journalism, immediately gave it a different name. They called it a death ray. And the phrase stuck, as dramatic phrases tend to do, embedding itself in the public imagination with far more permanence than any technical specification could have managed. Tesla himself objected to the name. A death ray, he said, suggested something theatrical, something from the novels of H.G. Wells, something belonging more to entertainment than to science. What he had conceived was something far more precise, far more serious, and in its own strange way, far more idealistic. He called it a beam of force, a stream of charged particles, accelerated through a vacuum, and projected through open air with sufficient intensity to destroy aircraft at distances of several hundred miles. He envisioned a network of such devices positioned along national borders, rendering the very concept of aerial invasion impossible. Not a weapon, he insisted, but a wall. A defensive system that would make war itself obsolete by making aggression too costly to attempt. He wrote to the governments of several nations. He offered them the plans. He requested funding to build a prototype. He described the system in the careful, technical language of a man who had spent a lifetime converting theoretical insight into practical machinery, and he meant every word of it. The responses, by and large, were silence. The British government expressed polite interest and then went quiet. The American military read his proposals and filed them away. The Soviet Union, curiously, sent a delegation to meet with him in 1935, and Tesla received the delegation and discussed the weapon in some detail, and there was a payment made, a modest one, for what Tesla described as preliminary technical information. But nothing came of it, at least nothing that entered the public record. Was the Teleforce weapon real? Was it feasible? Those questions have occupied scientists and historians ever since, and the answers remain genuinely, productively uncertain. What is certain is that Tesla believed in it completely. What is also certain is that the conceptual framework he described, high-velocity particle beams, directed energy weapons, the defensive application of energy projection, was not pure fantasy. It was extrapolation. It was the same kind of forward-reaching extrapolation that had produced alternating current, and the induction motor, and the radio-controlled boat, all of which had also seemed, in their respective moments, like the ideas of a man who had perhaps lost touch with the possible. Tesla lived at the Hotel New Yorker now. He had moved there in 1933, and it suited him in the way that only a place you cannot afford to leave truly suits a person, with a kind of fatalistic permanence. The hotel was large, modern, efficient. It had its own power plant in the basement, which Tesla found satisfying in a way that was almost sentimental. It had a staff that had learned over time how to manage his particular requirements, the meals delivered at precise hours, the room kept immaculate, no one touching his papers or his equipment, no one arriving unannounced. He tipped generously when he had the money, and apologetically when he did not, and the staff, to their lasting credit, treated him with the same respect in the lean years as in the slightly less lean ones. His room was 3,327. Third floor. A corner room. He had arranged the furniture himself, and he knew where everything was, and he moved through the space with the confidence of a man who has committed a particular geography entirely to memory. He worked at the desk by the window. He could look out over 34th Street and watch the city move below, the taxicabs and the delivery trucks and the people hurrying through the Manhattan cold with their collars turned up, all of them powered, whether they knew it or not, by the invisible electrical architecture that he had built for them. The alternating current moving through the wires beneath the streets. The motors turning in the appliances in the kitchens above the restaurants. The lights burning in the office windows across the avenue. All of it, every bit of it, tracing its lineage back to the mind of the man sitting in room 3,327, looking out at the city alone. The Westinghouse Company, to its quiet credit, had arranged for Tesla to receive a small monthly stipend in his final years. It was not a fortune. It was not even comfort. But it was enough to maintain the room at the Hotel New Yorker, and to keep the birdseed coming, and to allow the old man a degree of dignity in his final chapter that he might otherwise not have been able to afford. His health, through the mid and late 1930s, was declining in the way that age declines, not suddenly, not dramatically, but steadily, like the slow lowering of a light on a dimmer switch. He had been struck by a taxicab in 1937, crossing the street near the hotel, and though he had refused hospital care, Tesla had always distrusted hospitals with a thoroughness that bordered on the philosophical. The injuries had not healed completely, and he moved more carefully after that, and the walks to the park became shorter, and then less frequent, and then eventually ceased. He spent more time in the room. He read. He wrote. He thought. He received his meals, and consumed them in the precise and ritualized way he always had, cutting his food into pieces of equal size, performing the small mathematical ceremonies of portion and consumption that had always given structure to the act of eating. He weighed himself each day. He monitored himself with the clinical attention of a scientist observing an experiment, which, in a certain sense, is exactly what he was. He wrote letters. He wrote to old colleagues, and to new strangers, and to scientific institutions, and to government offices. Some of the letters were responded to. Many were not. He wrote anyway, because the act of formulating thought into precise language had always been for him a form of thinking itself, a way of testing the internal architecture of an idea against the resistance of the actual world. His nephew, Sava Kasanovic, was among the most faithful of his visitors in these years, coming to the hotel room on 34th Street and sitting with his uncle in the quiet of the afternoon, listening to him talk about the particle beam weapon, about wireless transmission of power, about the nature of electromagnetic fields, and the possibility of photographing thought itself, ideas that Tesla offered not with the grandiosity of a man seeking attention, but with the matter-of-fact precision of someone reporting observations from a laboratory notebook. The winter of 1942 came early and stayed long, and Tesla, now 86 years old, did not leave the room much. The hotel staff checked on him, as they had been quietly asked to do. He was thin, thinner than before, and he ate less than he should have, and the cold seemed to sit in his bones in a way it once had not. But he was calm. People who saw him in those last months remarked on this, on the particular quality of calm that surrounded him, not the calm of resignation, not the calm of someone who had given up, but something more considered. The calm of a man who had looked at the full scope of his life and made his peace with what it had been. He was working, still, on the Teleforce weapon. He had notes. He had always had notes. He believed, still, that if the right person with the right resources would simply take the time to read the notes and understand what he had done, the thing could be built. The war was raging in Europe, and the skies over London and Berlin and Stalingrad were full of aircraft. And Tesla, looking out his window on 34th Street, thought about walls of defensive force and the end of aerial warfare, and the world that might exist on the other side of all this violence if only someone would listen. No one listened, but he kept writing. The 7th of January, 1943, was a Thursday. New York in January is a city of gray sky and cold concrete, and the particular loneliness that settles over a great metropolis in winter, when the warmth of the autumn has long since gone, and the warmth of the spring is still too distant to imagine. The hotel was quiet at that hour. The hall outside room 3327 was empty. A housekeeper came at her usual time to bring fresh towels, and she knocked, and there was no answer, and she entered and she found him. Nikola Tesla had died sometime in the night, alone in his room, in the bed by the window, in the hotel on 34th Street. He was 86 years old. The cause of death was listed as coronary thrombosis. There were no family members present at the moment of his passing. There was, perhaps, if we allow ourselves the small mercy of imagining it, the quiet of the winter night, the distant hum of the city below, and somewhere in the darkness of 34th Street, the soft and irregular movement of pigeons on a ledge. He was given a state funeral in New York. The Cathedral of St. John the Divine was filled with mourners, scientists and diplomats and engineers and curious strangers who had read about him in the newspapers and felt, without quite being able to say why, that something significant had left the world. Nobel laureates sent telegrams. The governments of Yugoslavia and the United States both claimed the inheritance of his legacy. His ashes were eventually interred in Belgrade, in the Nikola Tesla Museum that bears his name, where they remain today. His papers were seized. This is not a conspiracy theory. It is a documented fact. Shortly after his death, agents from the Office of Alien Property Custodian arrived at the Hotel New Yorker and took possession of his belongings, his notebooks, his correspondence, his technical documents, the accumulated record of a lifetime of invention. The official justification was that Tesla, as a foreign national, had property subject to wartime custodial authority. The actual motivation has been debated by historians ever since, particularly in light of the ongoing interest of various governments in his Teleforce weapon research. His nephew, Kasanovic, protested vigorously. Eventually, after the war, much of the material was returned to him, and transported to Belgrade. But the episode added one final layer of shadow to a life that had contained more than its share of injustice, more than its share of brilliance received with inadequate gratitude. And yet, here is what endures. Here is what the years since his death have slowly, steadily, inexorably revealed about the true weight of what Nikola Tesla was and what Nikola Tesla did. The alternating current electrical system that powers every home, every hospital, every school, every factory in the modern world, that is Tesla. The induction motor, the fundamental device that converts electrical energy into mechanical motion and drives everything from the fan on your desk to the pump that delivers water to your city, that is Tesla. The theoretical and practical groundwork for radio transmission, the framework that allows information to travel invisibly through the air and arrive intact on the other side of an ocean, that is Tesla, regardless of whose name appeared on the patent that year. The resonant circuits that underlie modern radio receivers. The fluorescent lighting that replaced the inefficient glow of incandescent bulbs in the buildings of the 20th century. The concept of remote control, demonstrated by a small metal boat in Madison Square Garden while crowds watched in bafflement and wonder. The early theoretical framework for radar, for wireless power transmission, for the possibility of a global communication system. The shadowgraph, which preceded the X-ray as we came to understand it. The rotating magnetic field, a concept so fundamental that it remains the basis of essentially every electrical motor built in the world today. All of it. Tesla. And beyond the specific inventions, beyond the patents and the demonstrations and the laboratory notes, there's something else that Nikola Tesla left behind. Something harder to quantify, but perhaps ultimately more important. He left behind a way of thinking about the world, a way of standing at the boundary of the known and looking with genuine excitement rather than fear at what lay beyond it. Tesla believed that the forces of nature were not obstacles. They were gifts. He believed that the electromagnetic energy moving through the atmosphere could be harnessed and redirected to serve human needs. He believed that distance was not a barrier to communication or to power transmission. He believed that the Earth itself, properly understood, was a conductor through which energy could move in ways that no one had yet imagined. Some of these beliefs were correct. Some of them remain unverified. All of them pushed the boundaries of what his contemporaries thought it was permissible to imagine. This is the rarest kind of genius. Not the genius that solves the problems that have been set before it, but the genius that sees problems no one else has yet formulated. The genius that stands in the present and perceives with aching clarity the outlines of futures that will not arrive for another generation or 2 or 5. In 1960, 17 years after his death, the international scientific community named the unit of magnetic flux density after him. The Tesla. It is the unit in which we measure the strength of magnetic fields. In MRI machines and particle accelerators and the motors of the electric vehicles that now move silently through the streets of every major city in the world. The word appears in scientific papers every day. It appears without fanfare, without ceremony, as a simple unit of measurement, the way amperes and watts and joules appear, as part of the basic vocabulary of a civilization that runs invisibly on the principles that a Serbian immigrant worked out in a rented laboratory in Lower Manhattan in the late 19th century. There is an electric vehicle company that bears his name. It is one of the most valuable companies in the world. Tesla himself would likely have had complicated feelings about this, about the combustion engine being replaced by the electric motor, about the vindication of his fundamental conviction that electricity was the medium through which the future would move, but also about the irony that his name had become a brand, a product, a stock ticker symbol in a market that had, in his lifetime, taken everything from him and given him almost nothing in return. But perhaps he would simply have nodded. Perhaps those pale gray eyes would have looked at the thing, the sleek, silent automobile, drawing its power from a battery pack driven by the same electromagnetic principles he had spent his life refining, and he would have recognized it. He would have seen, in its quiet efficiency, the shape of the world he had tried to build. Not the specific form, but the underlying idea. The transmission of electrical energy, doing the work that combustion and noise and the burning of finite resources had once seemed to require. The future he had lived so completely in his imagination, made present in steel and glass and copper wire. He spent his last years feeding pigeons on a hotel allowance and writing proposals to governments that did not write back. And the city moved below his window on 34th Street, and every light in every window was burning with the power that he had made possible. He died alone in January, in the winter quiet of a city he had helped to build, in a room that bore no plaque, at an hour when the streets were dark. He died unknown, in the way that the truly foundational figures of history often die, not unremembered but underestimated, not uncelebrated but incompletely understood. The full measure of what he was and what he had done would take the rest of the 20th century to properly arrive at, would require the invention of radio and television, and computing, and wireless communication, and the electric motor revolution, before the world would finally be able to look back clearly enough to see the shape of the thing he had been building all along. And now we can see it. Now, standing in the early decades of the 21st century, surrounded by the technologies of wireless transmission and electrical power and electromagnetic communication, we can see the outline of what Nikola Tesla saw when he stood alone in the dark of his laboratory and watched blue light arc between copper terminals and felt in his bones what it meant. He was not a saint, and he was not a martyr. He was a scientist. He was a man with a singular capacity for perceiving the invisible architecture of the natural world and translating that perception into machines that could do work. He was also a man of great pride and great loneliness and great stubbornness, a man who could have been more diplomatic and more collaborative and perhaps in being so, more successful in the conventional sense. He chose otherwise. He chose the work over the credit, chose the vision over the compromise, chose the future over the present, and paid for those choices with the currency of ordinary human comfort. Room 3327 of the Hotel New Yorker stands on the corner of 34th Street and 8th Avenue in Manhattan. The hotel is still there. The room is still there. There is a plaque now. Small, modest, fixed to the wall in the way that plaques are fixed to walls, as a gesture toward memory, as an acknowledgement that here, in this specific place, something important was present. The city hums around it. The lights burn through the night. The current flows through the wires in the walls, through the streets below, through the vast and intricate grid that stretches from coast to coast, the grid that he imagined and built and gave away, the grid that is the skeleton of the modern world. Somewhere, a pigeon lifts from a ledge on 34th Street and crosses the winter sky, white wings catching the light. The current flows. The city breathes. The future, as it always was, is already here. This concludes the audiobook presentation of Nikola Tesla, The Spark of Tomorrow. The current flows. The city breathes. The future, as it always was, is already here. You have reached the end of a long journey through the life of a modern hermit who transformed our world. We leave him in room 3327 of the Hotel New Yorker, where he passed away in the winter of 1943. Penniless, stripped of his patents, and largely ignored by the contemporaries who built empires using his stolen ideas. Yet, as he looked out his window at the Manhattan skyline, every single light burning in the darkness was a living testament to his genius. From the alternating current grid that powers our civilizations, to the remote controls, fluorescent lights, and induction motors that drive our newest revolutions, The modern landscape is an echo of what Tesla perceived in the dark over a century ago. He chose the work over the credit and the future over the present, paying for his legacy with a lifetime of profound loneliness. Thank you for listening to this production. Your time and attention are deeply valued. If this account of relentless genius, corporate warfare, and visionary triumph has moved you, please consider taking a moment to leave a rating or a review on the platform where you purchased this track.